Z, no sound, Z. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me now. My apologies, y'all. My apologies. I'm over here giving y'all a weather update on South Florida. I'm talking to myself. All right, we're back. We're in. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? So we're gonna do random reviews. There's a couple of things I definitely have seen, um, and I want to speak on. As I said to y'all before, random reviews. We're gonna be talking about stuff. Z's gonna be giving his opinion, um, about things. That part. Yeah. Do I want to start yet? We will start now. We'll start now. My apologies for taking so long to start. We kind of was messing with Saint Cyr in the comments, but we're here now. We're here. And we'll start off because this one right here, this video right here, all of us, everyone, I don't know, over the age of like 25 is gonna really this is gonna hit home. And yeah, we already know where this is headed. But here y'all go. Here we go.
Why does the friend zone exist?
For losers who are meant to be there.
Are you guys in a relationship?
Yeah. No.
Oh, you say yeah, you say no.
We are not in a relationship. No.
Would you say he's in the friend zone?
Yes, I do have a boyfriend.
Oh, you do have a
Yes,
boyfriend.
not him.
Run for your life. Turn around and run for your life. Run for your life. Run for your life. Don't ever talk to her again. Ever, 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 ever. Cut your losses. Go cry in the corner because we know it's gonna hurt. Go in the car. Hopefully your car has tints. Right? Go cry. Go punch air. When you get into your house, go punch air. Right? Huh? Ah. Right? Go take a long shower. Go cry in the shower. Right? Ah. Talk about hurt. Talk about hurt. And she got a boyfriend. Bruh. She kicked you out the damn friend zone. You thought you was going nice guy your way into a relationship. Oh, man. I'm reading some of you guys' comments. Y'all killing me right now. Okay. I heard you the first time. I'm reading some of you guys' comments. Y'all killing me in the comments. Oh, man. That's hysterical and sad. Listen, young man, run for your life. Don't ever turn back. Ever. I don't care if she break up with dude. I don't care if she make herself available in 2 and 5 and 7 and 10 and 15 years. You could see her in 15 years. She has a 12-year-old kid, a 10-year-old kid, a 7-year-old. Leave her out there forever. It's over, bro. It is over. Anything after that is you playing cleanup man. Leave that alone. She got a boyfriend, bro. So whatever story she done told you about Buddy Rowe, or does it look like you were going to say something, whatever she told you about how bad of a guy he is, or how occasionally she wants to leave him, or whatever the hell, how he treats her, whatever the hell, whatever she told you is a bunch of crap. Run for your life. It's over. She has let you know that no, it is not you. It will never be you. You mess around and try to marry her because she's in a vulnerable state in 10 years. It's still not you. She has kids with you in the future. It's still not you. Run for your life. Right? Ah. We're going to play that one more again for y'all. Run for your... Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hit Z in his feels. Run for your life, bro. It's not you, bro. It's never... For her, it's never going to be you. Run for your life.
Why does the friend zone exist?
For losers who are meant to be there.
Are you guys in a relationship?
Yeah. No.
Oh, you say yeah, you say no.
We are not in a relationship. No.
Would you say he's in the friend zone?
Yes, I do have a boyfriend.
Oh, you do have a
Yes,
boyfriend.
not him.
Run. Don't do anything to her. Don't curse her out. Just turn the other. It's done. Turn the other way. I would honestly. I don't care how salty women or other guys will say this sounds. Bro, no contact, none, zero, zilch, nada. Straight cold turkey. Nothing. If you sit next to her in one of your classes, nope. That doesn't mean you have to be necessarily mean to her, but no contact, nothing. Don't psych yourself into, well, I'll just still be your friend. Nope, 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 nope. Because you wanted more than that. Nope. The friendship, the consolation prize, you just torturing yourself. Don't do it. Huh? Yikes. Better use this punching air like Ricky. Bro, you see what that was good. From Boys in the Hood, that was hysterical. Huh? Vince is shaking your fist at the sky. You know what I was thinking too? Clutching your fist like Arthur. Huh? Turn the other way. Run for your life. Yeah, Geopolitical, never, especially now with the AI stuff. I'm still pretty good at telling the difference, but it's getting more and more difficult. And Geopolitical says, if real, he must indeed leave at that moment. One should not forsake their dignity, right? Run for your life. Turn the other way and run. And I'm saying go cold turkey, no friendship, no platonic nothing, because we have a tendency, men and women, I'll just stay your friend. It wasn't all that. Nope, nope, nope. Psychological torture. Nope. Huh? Talk about waterboarding yourself. Shout out to Better You. Huh? Talk about waterboarding yourself. You mess around and try to pull friend zone after it's been, bro. There was a camera up and a microphone, bro. First off, she has a boyfriend. So let's just get that out the way. Everything you think you're doing, it's for naught. Futile. Then secondly, she just told you what she thought about friend zone stuff. She just told you about that. Bro. Turn the other way and run. Huh? Yikes. We're going to play one more again for those of you that just got in. Shout out to the replay gang. There you go.
Why does the friend zone exist?
For losers who are meant to be there.
Are you guys in a relationship?
Yeah. No.
Oh. You say yeah, you say no.
We are not in a relationship. No.
Would you say he's in the friend zone?
Yes, I do have a boyfriend.
Oh, you do have a boyfriend.
Yes, not him.
She said loser, bro. Yikes. You see the look on it? Hey, bro, we know how y'all get down. Y'all the pale faces, we know how y'all get down. Just leave her be. You don't gotta necessarily be mad at her. Just leave it there. Right? Yikes. Right? Yikes. What you really should get cues from is this, bro. Yeah, I forgot his name. Somebody gonna put his name in the comments. I forgot his name because I've checked out his stuff because he used to be on Vine and all that other stuff when Vine was a thing. Y'all gonna tell me his name. I forgot his name. But you need to be like this dude. Here you go. Oh yeah, before we do that, because I want them to go seamless. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Right? Okay, so we made sure we got the fair use out the way. I'm gonna play it one more again so I can make my comment, and then that way it can transition seamlessly.
Why does the friend zone exist?
For losers who are meant to be there.
Are you guys in a relationship?
Yeah. No.
Oh. You say yeah, you say no.
We are not in a relationship. No.
Would you say he's in the friend zone?
Yes, I do have a boyfriend.
Oh, you do have a boyfriend.
Yes, not him.
Bro, mean with it. Leave her be. You should really, the second, especially in the quote unquote dating phase, men should actually have hair triggers like women. Just get up and leave the second they say something, yeah, you really ain't feeling like that. Kind of like this.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you. Nice.
Meet my son. Welcome. Make yourself at home. This is my roommate and also my ex-boyfriend.
What up, baby? Ex-baby. What's up, dude? Where you going?
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
We have morning routines. Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
This is my best friend. He's a little short. Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice,
I'm super in astrology. What's your sign? I'm a Cancer. I'm super emotional. Don't leave.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
nice, nice.
You know, you're the first black guy I've ever dated. You know what they say, once you go black, you never go back.
Welcome in. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
No, ¿qué es eso? No, no, ¿qué esto? ¿Qué es zapato?
Make yourself at home, please. You know, I had a really stable father growing up. He was there through all of my... Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice.
My birthday's next month. I'll finally be 18.
Okay, I'm sorry if you have the right to remain silent.
Where the fuck he came from?
Minus the 18-year-old. Almost 18. She said my birthday's next month. Nope. Minus that. You see how quick he got up and left? That's how quick you're something. Yes. In the modern era, yes. Yes, man. Hair trigger. Huh? Quick, fast, in a hurry to say, gone, skirt. Check, please. Huh? King Bond, yeah, thank you, y'all, because I did not remember. Else in instant transmission, you hear me? Especially when it was the sister and she in there with her homegirl, like, he's kind of short, gone. Don't worry about it. Especially if she don't check that instantly, out of there. You know what? Don't even worry about it. You should have checked her before I even sat down, before I even said anything. Right? You should have caught her before she even got to the period of saying this, making the statement. Out of there. Skirt, gone. Huh? All of them, meet my son, skirt. Huh? Wow. And he's right. This is the environment we're in. Appreciate how the women are categorizing you, how you are supposed to just be paymaster, right? She got a kid already. Her friend making fun of your height, huh? She's telling you because I read a comment that from a woman or whoever. What's the problem with the woman who said, you know, her dad was stable and nope. I don't need no daddy's girls. Nope. Huh? So when the ladies give you these cues that they're gonna be a spoiled little brat, out of there. To all the young brothers, appreciate this. The women may make more than you until about the age of 30, maybe 35. Jason Black covered this about a year or so, maybe a little over a year ago. You are going to be subsidizing a woman more than likely. You can't be with someone who doesn't want to be with you. You can't force the issue. That's why I played the first clip first. You can't force the issue. If she's telling you if you're in the friend zone, you're a loser, and you still walking around with her and you don't realize you're in the friend zone, or worse yet, oh my God, you do realize you're in the friend zone and you think you're just going to merit your way into her heart. And you're going to good guy your way into her heart. Bro, don't be that guy. Huh? Loser talk. All you guys who are going to merit your way into her heart, you're going to outlast her boyfriend. You're going to be the lame she's cheating on with her boss and the janitor and the groundskeep and her coworker who's younger than her. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? And her gym instructor. And the random good-looking tall guy, 22-year-old that bags groceries at your local grocery store. Huh? Yikes. It is sad that, but this is the environment. And to hell with what the random women are telling y'all. Huh? If you all the way, this gives me the ick and that gives me the ick and have you ever seen it? That gives me the ick and it. You think if those women are telling you, if those women are telling you something being stuck in the middle of your teeth gives them the ick and they're about to leave your ass, huh? All the little things that give them the ick. Your laugh gives them the ick. Your walk, excuse me, gives them the ick. You think those women are built to stay for the long term? And you think you're gonna merit your way into what? No, get out of there. For your own sanity and wallet. Get out of there.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you. It's nice.
Meet my son.
Welcome. Make yourself at home. This is my roommate and also my ex-boyfriend.
What up, baby? Ex-baby. What's up, dude? Where you going?
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
We have morning routines.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
This is my best friend.
He a little short.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
I'm super Sociology. What's your sign? I'm a Cancer. I'm super emotional. Don't leave. Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
You know you're the first black guy I've ever dated. You know what they say, once you go black, you never go back.
Welcome in. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
No. ¿Qué es eso? No, no, ¿qué asco? ¿Quién es ese zapato?
Make yourself at home, please. You know, I had a really stable father growing up. He was there through all of my... Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice.
My birthday's next month. I'll finally be 18.
Okay, I'm have that. Excuse me, sir. You have the right to remain silent.
What?
Anything you say
Where the
can
fuck
be
he came from?
Get out of there. Get out of there. Right? And Geopolitical says, I also think the quote unquote stable household with father part meant she wanted to be married directly, but he was just there for some fun time. Oh man. Huh? Turn around and get out of there. Huh? And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Z, no. If her daddy's still alive, have her run his pockets. Leon, I really like this purse and dress. I do too. Let's go show your dad. Run them pockets. Yeah, that's dependent on the relationship between her and her dad. But if she's dating you, the unwritten agreement is that, in a weird way, oh God, the feminists are going to come after us, yo. The dad is transferring her to you. That's your job. Huh? Y'all shouldn't still be running his pockets like that. At least that's the unwritten rule, right? The unwritten rule is that those financial obligations are on you. Right? Now, where dad in a middle class, upper middle class situation, where her dad and her mom come in is maybe helping y'all put down on that house. Obviously, if y'all are married, that's where her dad and her mom come in, maybe helping you put that first down payment on a car. Huh? Obviously, her dad comes in on paying for that wedding or putting whatever to the wedding. That's why her dad comes in. But the dress and the shoes, right? Exactly. And Bruce Wayne says, the unwritten agreement is I don't have to do all that. She's a girlfriend, not a wife. And that's assuming, like, look, remember, he's just walking in, so she's not even a girlfriend yet. She didn't even graduate to that. Right? If y'all watch the, I'm gonna play it one more again. Y'all watch the clip. He's just like, it's not that he's just being introduced to her, but this is his first time at her spot, right? At her house, at her apartment, wherever the hell. Obviously, in this is a house, but this is him just now. Okay, you know, we're gonna meet up at. Oh well, I'm gonna come to your spot. So yeah, this is not even girlfriend situation, right? We shouldn't even be talking about money in that particular way yet, right? One more game.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you. Nice.
Meet my son.
Welcome. Make yourself at home. This is my roommate and also my ex-boyfriend.
What up, baby? Ex-baby. What's up, dude? Where you going?
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
We have morning routines. Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
This is my best friend.
He's a little short.
Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
I'm super in astrology. What's your sign? I'm a Cancer. I'm super emotional. Don't leave. Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
You know, you're the first black guy I've ever dated. You know what they say, once you go black, you never go back.
Welcome in, make yourself at home.
Nice, nice.
No, ¿qué es eso? No, no, ¿qué es esto? ¿Quién es esos zapatos?
Make yourself at home, please. You know, I had a really stable father growing up. He was there through all of my... Welcome. Make yourself at home.
Nice.
My birthday's next month. I'll finally be 18.
Okay, I'm have that. Excuse me, sir. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say
Where the
can
fuck
be
he came from?
Oh man. And Better You says, she's off my books and all sales are final. Let me show you my shotgun collection, son. Hysterical, right? And Better You also says, once she's married, she's off my books, bro. And Geopolitical says, the final burden stops once the marriage ceremony is concluded. The wedding is his last financial heavy lifting. So in the West, that's, I would argue, because you know, Mr. Z be watching his thing about wealth transfer, the growing wealth chasm, and essentially how the top third-ish of Americans are playing it right now, and that's not actually what's happening. Now, remember the what I posted in my my community post a couple months ago, where like somewhat 40-50% of millennials, I want to say, or Gen Z, are still being somehow some type of financially supported by their parents. Their parents, no, that's what it said. Their parents are paying at least one bill, right? If y'all remember, when Mr. Z first walked in the door, I told you I worked at a firm for years. This is not Mr. Z just working at a firm for 3 months. No, I worked at a firm for years. Was it 3-4 years or something like that? And then another one I worked at for a year. And you'll be surprised the 30 and 40 something year old attorneys who parents are still putting down, right? The paralegals and attorneys, actually, who parents are still paying apartments, who parents are still paying car notes, who parents are buying the person's child. So the parents, their grandchild, their first laptop, paying for the cell phone. You'll be surprised. Remember, Mr. Z is talking about paralegals and attorneys. So these are folks that are making $40, $50, $60, $70, $80,000 a year at the time. Huh? So the way these folks are playing it is that your parents, we're talking about adults here. Yes, we're not talking, and we're not even talking about young adults. We're not talking about people under the age of 25. We're talking about people 28, 32, 35, 40, 45 years old, who parents are putting 40,000, 50,000 down on that house, who are sliding them $5,000 and $10,000 for that down payment on the car. I'm not joking, right? So that is how these folks are able to seem far more stable in adult than many black people. You wonder why. And black men know better. Black women, I would argue, know better too. That's why they're so goddamn jealous. But you wonder why you're sitting next to Brad. You might actually earn a little bit more than him. Y'all both work at the same firm. Y'all both make similar money. Yet your 60, your 70, your 75 is not stretching the way his 60 and his 75 is stretching. Yeah, because actually his 75 is being bolstered by 10 and 12 and 20 and $30,000 a year that his parents are looking out. Excuse me, right? That's what you don't know. That Audi A4, his dad is paying the car, right? His car insurance, that $300, $400, $500, $600 car insurance a month. Yes, that's a real thing. His mother or father is paying that. That cell phone bill for $207 a month, $100 and something a month. Down a family plan. He don't pay his cell phone bill. His mom been paying his cell phone bill since he was 12. He's 32. Huh? That's a real thing. See, look at what Geopolitics says. My daughter's father-in-law paid for the grandbaby's college ed. She's 7. Right? So we can use that as something to attempt to achieve for our children and our grandchildren. With that, also being mindful not to drive yourself insane. And how in the hell? I know I make more than him. How is he able to get that? If you listen, right, folks will start telling you, when you watch these man on the street interviews, the thing that always drives me absolutely crazy is everybody has this rag to riches, right, origin story. And what Mr. Z appreciate with Trump is like, Trump really ain't come in the door with none of that. Everybody knew how Trump got his money. Right? Everyone has these I'm sorry, not villain origin stories, many of them do, but they all have the rags to riches story. No one ever says, hey, my uncle owned the business. Yeah, I started on the ground floor, but obviously my uncle owned the business, and he had me doing the same thing as other employees. And after I finished college, I went from this position to that position to this position, and now I own it. No one ever says that. No one ever tells you, hey, this person that was one of the higher ups took a liking to me and essentially put me on the fast track to be manager of such and such, CEO of such and such, CFO of such and such. No one ever tells you that. I watch those man on the street interviews, and it's always, man, I had to grind and I had to and yeah, all that sound nice. What about the part where your dad, Jeff Bezos, where your family gave you a loan of $250,000 type thing after you told them, hey, there's a high likeliness this might not work. Like, I might not be able to give you your money back. Right? How about your family saying, hey, you could try this business idea, this online social media thing you're trying to do, or remember, you still got the money, you could still own a franchise of McDonald's. Mark Zuckerberg, ooh, goddamn, huh? Or your dad is a whole patent attorney, Bill Gates, huh? Oh, I thought Mr. Z ain't know. Nah, Mr. Z knows. So yeah, no. So tying that back to Mrs. Z ain't go too far. Tying that back to the at the heavy lifting after the marriage. In a different world, yes. In a previous world, kind of. The world we're living in now, and I think Tone Talk spoke perfectly to it. The landmarks, the marks, you hit this milestone, that milestone, and there's like a financial reward to that. That's your parents or an aunt or an uncle or a grandparent, right? That's supposed to be the, okay, I see what you're doing the right thing. In the Black community, we don't got it like that, right? And like, yeah, the masses of white folks don't got it like that, so they still try to help out here and there with their children. Yes, we're talking about first world problems, everyone. Yes, yes, absolutely. With that, there is something to be said about the group of people that largely have no wealth and who have been designated mostly the permanent underclass, and what it means to be living in the country where a good 20 some odd percent of white folks, some Asians, mainly some white Latinos, that is how they're operating. There are those wealth transfers for certain milestones, graduating college or university, right? Your first car from college and university, right? Floating you while you're doing a internship that doesn't pay you anything, like literally nothing. I don't mean like little money, I mean nothing, right? Paying for that. Which channel am I subscribed to? And the guy has good numbers. He making good money. But he told you when he was interning, one of the things that was relieving after no, he didn't say interning. He said when he first graduated, I think he had a finance degree. White dude. Is the idea that if at worst case scenario he could take this little bit of money, because at worst case scenario he could move back home with his parents and they would float him until he goes out and tries again. So it's the you make really little money now, but the reward towards the end is big, or you hurry up and try to get something stable now, but the ceiling is not as high. Huh? Yikes. So yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I just kind of went on a tangent with that, but yeah. Black Guru, you see me? And Black Guru says, daughters were on our auto insurance and phone plans until my older daughter married. Younger daughter's still on them, and she makes six figures. You're making me feel guilty. No, it's not about feeling guilty. I think that is the world we're living in, Black Guru. That's the world we're living in. I don't admonish any parent, right? Look, yeah, Mr. Z is passing money backwards. With that, I don't admonish any parent that got it, that's attempting to, further their child, or even adult children, clearly along and float them. I don't admonish any parent for doing that, and I don't think I ever will. With that, when we scale that up, there does seem to be some social consequences to that, right? There are definitely, because remember, we're talking about a country of 340 million people, and like there's a cohort at the top that's able to move this way, right? And then everyone else who can't, and that's why you hear multiple folks and they're squeamish about it. The people that are socially aware, at least, like the growing wealth gap is becoming a chasm, and it's like becoming more and more difficult to jump. And with this big beautiful bill, it became even more difficult because you're starting to cap the student loan that people can take. Now, if you went to school and you took a frivolous degree anyway, and you're $250,000 in student loan debt, and for your career field, at most you're ever going to make $50,000-$60,000 a year, then of course, right? But for those who had dreams of being some high-powered attorney, and there's a certain school that is best suited for that, if you don't get grants and loans, that's your ass. Or if you didn't get the grades to, affords you the right financing, then that's your ass, right? Scholarships is the word I was looking for. Then that's your ass. Yeah, so I think America's gonna look pretty interesting in the next couple decades if this trend continues, right? Because it's not about talking about whether things are impossible or not, but how difficult they'll be and what does that mean for so many of our institutions? That's why y'all see Mr. Z speak about marriage so much, and I bring up, and I used to say it more often. And this is an old stat, by the way. This is like, I don't know, 7, 8 years old at this point, more like 8 years old. 26% of poor Americans are married. 39% of working class Americans are married. 56% of middle class and above Americans are married, right? Now that speaks to something. Is it that poor Americans don't want to be married? Is that they have some type of character flaw? Is it, and we could speak to culture and whatnot. No, especially black men in the black manosphere, we understand there's a performance of manhood and husband, right? And there's an expectation from the poor women, the working class women, middle class, upper middle class, and above about how you're supposed to contribute as a man, poor or rich. And so, quite frankly, as much as it would benefit poor women to be married, in a weird way, they don't see the benefit of being married to a poor man, right? And as Sarge Willie Pete speaks about, like that when he says prolonged exposure to poverty and how that seeps into the culture, you have these ideas of what happens to the culture after this gets baked in, right? So, like, yeah, no, I think you're going to see some very interesting relationship, and you're already seeing it actually, relationship dynamics spring about as this chasm grows, right? And we have to understand, like, we speak about America and how young of a country it is, but not really in the grand scheme of things. Like, is it a young society, air quote society? Okay, relative to old nations in Europe and of course China, of course, like certain African civilizations, yes. But when we think of like the term country, oh no, America, yeah. 200 and some odd years old. So Mrs. Z brought that up to say these institutions are atrophying and modernity is challenging and technology is challenging a lot of these institutions. And the only people that look like they can keep one foot in and one foot out and engage with the institutions and have some stability while also venturing out and investing in this and playing with that and enjoying this and enjoying that and all these new things or these things that are popping up are the folks who have the backing of family, rightfully so, right, which is poor, middle class and rich, but also clearly the financing. That's when it gets interesting. But no, Black Widow, I don't want to admonish you at all. At all. At all. Hmm? Yeah, yeah. And Black Widow says, I think the lower class numbers will increase with the lessening of feminism and the welfare programming. Yeah. I don't disagree with that at all. Hmm? Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah. Look, we done talked about sociological stuff. Of course. Welcome to Z's channel. That's what we do. Talking about not needing men. Oh boy.
Do not need men. They are an added bonus and fun in our life.
Yeah, not needing men, right? Yeah, ladies, about that. Sounds nice. Oh, that sounds nice. Not needing mid. I don't need mid for this. That. Yeah, all that sound nice, but huh? Y'all saw all those things at 95%, 97%, 87%, 89%. Get out of here. Huh? All these important industries. Now, nursing, yeah, that's primarily women. We definitely need nurses, right? With that, as Sarge says all the time, your physical infrastructure, oh, that's men all day, every day. Have fun getting to work with degrading roads, with bridges that might collapse if the men are not in there, because women don't want to do it. Women refuse to do it. Huh? And Mr. Donny Mac says, okay, so Mr. Z gonna have to do a whole class stream. We might, if I have the time, I might try to pull that tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. Damn it. Okay, Mr. Donny Mac, you called it. I'm gonna try to do a class stream, income and class and wealth stream. It's coming. We're gonna do it. We know what. We'll just make that a lefty stream that day. We'll do it. And shout out to Edward Anderson for calling it appropriately on his channel a couple weeks ago. He called it down the middle on Mr. Z and what type of left I am, and he was right. And I'm gonna probably clip that out to make it part of my intro. I'm trying to work on on a new intro. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And Mr. Donny Mac says the ideal breakdown is 20, 60, 20 between upper, middle, lower classes. We're creeping lower to 25, 50, 25. And yet, yes, and really how much wealth that upper class takes. That's the question. How much does that top 0.1 take? How much does that top 1% take? How much does that top 5% take? And how much does that top 10 and then 20% take? And once you get down under the top 20, definitely once you get down under the top third, but once you get under the top 20, maybe 25%, ain't nobody got no wealth no more. It's done. Especially if you get down to the top third, that bottom 66%, man, get out of here. Right? As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring you guys up in a little bit after I do my reviews. And while y'all are speaking, I'm going to see if I could find something I watched about that wealth disparity thing. Or, you know what? No, I probably want to hold that for the stream I do for that. We'll see. We'll see. I'll see if I feel motivated. But yeah. Huh. So yeah, no, Mr. Donny Mac, that's the way in a well-ordered society it is. We just live in a there's something to say about what a certain brand of capitalism, neoliberal capitalism, and what it bought. And like I've made mention of it over and over again. Yes, it was in a movie, but that became the ethos, the greed is good, Gordon Gekko ethos. And how many of us or our parents or grandparents signed up for that, right? So, you know, the deregulation, NAFTA, and all this other stuff, right? And like from Reagan to Clinton, you know, and then you get Bush and Obama who essentially backed that up, and we're here now, right? And I've been listening to things and reading things about the big beautiful bill and the tax cuts, and which part of the tax cuts are permanent, and then which one of them, and it's clearly that the part of the tax cut that's permanent is going to be the part for the wealthy and the corporations. The corporations, there you go, Z. All the working class folks, your part of the tax cut expire in 4 years. I'm not joking. If I'm not mistaken, it's 4 years. And then, ouch, right? Because when you shred the social safety net even more, and how many people don't appreciate how much of your family and relatives are living off of that social safety net, including things you didn't even think were part of the social safety net. So everything will be fine for the next 4 years. Not really, but everything will be fine for the next 4 years. But when those things expire, oh, huh? And Telescope says, without men, these chicks are living out I Am Legend in 3 months. Hysterical. We can see that with them living in their car. We can see that with the van life thing. That's going on, Afro Merchant. Yeah, we can see that with that. You're definitely right. Huh? And let me read Black Uru's first comment with that. And Black Uru says, I have read the best nurses are men. And then Indigo replies, Uru, I sent it. I seen it. Well, I don't know why I sent it. I seen it. I even considered studying nursing at one point. And then Black Uru responds, I think the male nursing numbers are going to increase as things get more competitive overall. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. If the society doesn't put the thumb on the scales for the women, you're going to have women who are kick-ass. And just like in every other society, you're going to have women that fall by the wayside. It's going to level set the competition for real. If you told men, if we stop tying boys and men's hands behind their back, particularly black boys and black men, if we don't try to warehouse black boys and black men in juvenile detention and in prison to get them off the street so they don't outright compete against their own sisters, white women, white men, Latino men. Well, they got the Latino men kind of messed up too. But Latinas, you know, recent immigrants. If we don't attempt to warehouse them out so that we could let the women frolic in their quote unquote success. If it's open competition and you raise the boys, that's open competition, and both men and women could get this elbow. Huh? These hands are rated E for everyone. Oh yeah, but if you raise black boys that it's open competition, you hold back for no one. And these hands are rated E for everyone. Oh, they gonna skyrocket past everyone. Huh? Now, raising a society full of sharks, oh boy. I don't know. With that, if that's where we at, that's where we at. Yeah. So yeah. And with that, let's what else did I want to cover? What? Oh yeah, this one. Huh?
Excuse us. Good job, Chris. Happy birthday, my guy.
The next time you get out here thinking about chasing any type of woman, period, just circle back to this video. And y'all are still out here going out y'all way to try to, come on, man. We're going to put like the women's slogan into the man's slogan. It's like this. If he wanted to, he would. Bro, listen, if she wanted to, she would.
That's the video I kept on referencing, where you see them following behind Chris Brown. You want to know where your lady is? Where your I'm gonna pull one of the white guys. You want to know where your future wife is? Your future girlfriend, your future baby mama? She's one of them that's following behind Chris Brown. Huh? Yikes. Yikes. And all Chris Brown is an exaggerated representation of the quote unquote alpha man that all the women want. Whether white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. All Chris Brown is an exaggerated representation of that. And you're even having women, and yes, I watched what y'all sent me of the brother that interviewed with the Canadian white women, and I might do my own review of it, but it's gonna be difficult because the combination of part 1 and 2 are like 2.5 hours long. So Mr. Z stream to be already long. I don't know, that's gonna be like a monologue for what, 5 hours? No, I can't do it. I'll snip it out certain parts I like, and then which both part 1 and part 2 were absolute fire. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so yeah, Chris Brown is just an exaggerated representation of the planet, man-woman relations, right? And it was something the brother was saying on that interview, and I'll link it in the description box after the stream, where he spoke to that. And the women really didn't have anything to say One of the women, I think she was under 30. I think she was like 29 years old, white woman, Canadian. The other woman was married, 52 years old. And I think she had been married for decades, right? But yeah, what he pretty much said, the women are the one who created this environment. The women are the ones, what the women's appetite, what they like and what they find attractive is what created this environment. That's how you can have a Chris Brown. Once again.
Excuse us. Good job, Chris. Happy birthday, my guy.
The next time you get out here thinking about chasing any type of woman, period, just circle back to this video. And y'all are still out here going out y'all way to try to, come on, man. We're going to put like the women's slogan into the man's slogan. It's like this. If he wanted to, he would. Bro, listen, if she wanted to, she would.
Yep. The women, and that's why Mr. Z speaks about that temper tantrum. What ends up happening is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, 12 women are all vying for whatever guy's attention, right? Whoever the it guy is in their circle, whether they're in the hospital, whether they're in a firm, whether they're in the increasingly disappearing call center, huh? Wherever she works, whether it's the local Walmart, the local grocery store, huh? Whether we in the hood and we talking about the known D-boy, right? The known scammer, but he got that money right now while he's on the streets. Whatever her environment is, she's competing with other women for the it guy or it guy's attention. When those women inevitably get beat out by his main chick and whatever side chicks he decides to choose, oh, she angry at the world. She's angry at the world. Ain't that right? Real talk with Yeti. Ooh, goddamn. And Chrissy, yikes. Goddamn, Z. Huh? She not gonna tell you she got out-competed. Oh, absolutely not. But she is gonna throw a goddamn temper tantrum all over this society, especially if she's black in the black community. Oh, you better believe she's gonna be throwing a temper tantrum and throwing things all over the place. Z, you wanna play the clip? You definitely believe it. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen of America, the average woman who didn't get chose by the men she finds attractive and appealing. Huh? Not that she didn't get chose by no one, but the men she wants, if she cannot keep them because they'll pipe, maybe. I present to you your average white woman, black woman, Latina, maybe Asian, when they're not chose by the men they want, whether it's the doctor, whether it's one of the male nurses, whether it's the mechanic that owns his own shop and is making really good money, huh? Whether it's the attorney, that owns his own practice, making good money, right? Whether it's the manager of the store, making good money, maybe not even making good money, but is very attractive, and charismatic. When she don't, when she's one of these that's following behind Chris Brown.
Excuse us. Good job, Chris. Happy birthday, my guy.
The next time you get out here thinking about chasing any type of woman, period, just circle back to this video. And y'all are still out here going out y'all way to try to, come on, man. We're going to put like the women's slogan into the man's slogan. It's like this. If he wanted to, he would. Bro, listen, if she wanted to, she would.
If she doesn't get her version of Chris Brown, wherever she works, wherever she whatever guy that it's supposed to be, whether it's one of her neighbors, once again, whether it's the store manager, whether it's one of her bosses, probably white boss, the women throw some type of version of temper tantrum. Usually male character assassination temper tantrum. Ain't that right, Tracy Ellis Ross? Huh? Ain't that right, K. Michelle? Yikes. Huh? They divorce their husbands. They come back out here thinking everything's sweet. Then they start thirst trapping. Once again, ain't that right, Tracy Ellis Ross? Well, she ain't divorced, but still. Ain't that right, Tia Mowry? Corny ass. Stop trying to thirst trap. Huh? They follow behind their version of Chris Brown. He either pipes and leaves, or he doesn't even pipe. And then, well, that's them.
Get the fuck out, lady. Fuck out.
Man. Huh? We gonna keep that clip for a little while. That the women following behind Chris Brown? Yikes. I made reference to it a bunch of times, but I couldn't find it. I saw it and I didn't save it, and I couldn't find it after a while. I'm like, God damn, I lost the damn clip. Right? But yeah, that's the ladies. That's the ladies. Yes, you better believe it. Huh? Dr. Dunbar says $1,000 pictures. Yes, yes, $1,000 pictures. Actually, 1,200, I think it is now. $1,200 pictures. Right? You better believe it. And Telescope says black women fail to acknowledge hypergamy is a competition, not a handout. Imagine saying, I want a man that earns as much as me or more. At worst, earns as much as me. And that depends on how much I earn. Because if I earn 30 and 40 grand a year, I don't want him to earn as much as me. It got to be more. Okay, fine. But if I earn $250,000 a year, then he could earn as much as me or more. Okay, cool. Imagine saying that and not factoring in that who you find attractive, and this is what the brother was also saying. Shout out to him. He did an immaculate job. Y'all put his name in the description. I mean, in the comments. I forgot the brother's name. He perfect representation. If you want a black man to speak on the dynamics, this dude just chef's get kiss perfect. And he wasn't aggressive in any of that. Perfect. But if you want this type of dude, you have to appreciate that. And he described it perfectly. You could either go with the man that like no woman wants, or you could go with the man that you want, that a bunch of women also want, and maybe he cheats on you. So once again, you could go with the man that he not gonna cheat on you because he don't got no options, right? You could go with the man who might cheat on you, or he might not, but he definitely got options, right? And this is the dichotomy women find themselves in. But as Telescope said, what they refuse to acknowledge, particularly black women, is that hypergamy is a competition. And I would argue the reason black women refuse to acknowledge that, particularly concerning black men, they'll acknowledge it for the white man, particularly a good-looking, tall white man, a rich one. Of course, they'll acknowledge that all day, every day. They refuse to acknowledge that for black men because they don't want to compete for you. They don't think you are deserving of competition. Huh? They don't want to do what it takes to compete for you. They don't want to do what it takes to compete for you and then still potentially lose, God forbid, lose to a non-black woman. God forbid, lose to a white woman. Even worse, God forbid. Oh no, Z, you're about to say it. Lose to a blonde, blue-eyed white woman. Oh, That they cannot accept.
Jag kunde få ditt telefonnummer.
Absolut.
Tack. 73. Vad heter du? Landry.
Jo, jag har hört hela mitt liv.
Huh? The women would rather not compete and character assassinate you. Black women would rather not compete for black men and character assassinate you or attempt to character assassinate you from the sidelines than compete for you and potentially lose because she did not do the things that you clearly. This is the thing for men in general, black men specifically. Our requirements are on the door. You don't have to guess. Huh? Our appetite is what our appetite is. As Dr. Sabrina String said, the men haven't changed what they find attractive. We have been very clear. The men have been very, very clear about what we want.
Well, the situation is that a lot of women want to have a romance. They love the idea of this, of a man showing up to be selfless, because we so often meet men who are selfish. And to your point about the way in which there's a boyification going on, I think that that's pretty widely accepted. So, I mean, honestly, that's why you saw me roll my eyes. It's like, I don't even think you need to apologize for that. I think women everywhere are seeing that men are turning into boys. And part of it is because of feminism. And maybe people are going to be a little bit upset about that, but that's just the reality. Romance had very clear gender roles. It said men are strong and brave, women are polite, docile. So as feminism was saying, no, this is a misrepresentation of who we are. We contain multitudes, and we also deserve the right to work in public. The more women made demands into incursions into what were, for about 200 years after the Enlightenment, so-called men's spaces, the more men started to first fight back against feminism, usually in ways that women could not see, which is a way in which they hold on to power. But then also they start to draw back romance. They're like, well, are we going to be putting ourselves out for these feminist harpies and these scary career women? No, we want polite, quiet women. These are the ones who restore our classic sense of manhood. And so there is a lot of fraught and contentious, I think, interactions happening between men and women, because men have always maintained the kind of woman that they want in the aggregate. It's not every single man.
Men have always maintained the type of women they want. Men have always maintained the type of women they want. One more again, Z, Dr. Umar style. Men have maintained the type of women they want. What men require, is on the door. You don't have to guess. Huh? You don't have to wonder. You don't have to ponder. None of it. It's on the door. But black women, in particular concerning black men, said to hell with that. What can we do to make them change their appetite? Huh? Well, we had a very overt, aggressive white supremacy. We had white men cock blocking. We had the occasional white woman lying on her vagina about what she did with who she did it with. Ooh, goddamn. Claiming some type of assault after the fact. All of these scare tactics. For much of American history, it was white folks, black folks, and some Latino folks, indigenous folks. Now, with an influx of immigrants and their daughters, with black men and hip hop and jazz and R&B, black male athletes, accomplished black men. That has made holding black men hostage and saying, well, you don't got nothing else. You don't got nothing else. This is what you got to take. That has made it very difficult for black women. So black women now have a choice. Either you compete, Mr. Z said this a while ago. No, black women, you're not only, that's for those of you that decide to divest and swirl, you're not only competing for non-black men when you decide that you want to quote unquote expand your options. Oh no. You know what world we live in now? Yeah, you competing for black men too. Ooh, Z, don't burst their bubble. You're competing for average black men now. I want you to appreciate white women are coming, pun intended, for average black men now. You're competing for even average black men now. Huh? We're not talking about the athletes. We're not speaking about the entertainers. We're not talking about 6'8" the Great. No. The Latinas are coming, once again, pun intended, the Latinas are coming for the black men now, the average black man. Black women, you're going to even have to compete for average black men. And you go mess around, and them white girls and the Latinas, they're going to be picking up the poor black men. Black women, they're going to put you in a pincer move where you don't got no choice but to be munching on each other and be the sexual plaything for men in aggregate. White men, black men, Latino men. The masses of black women who are not upper middle class and come from a certain class caste of black folks. Black women, you go mess around and make yourself, as Mr. Z said multiple times, you go make yourself the gypsy class and the Roma class of America. Huh? And that's if you're not already. Ooh, damn, Z. Huh? Yeah, Mr. Z heard that interview with, or that clip, I listened to the whole thing of Jason Black speaking to that young lady out of what she said, Detroit. She did say Detroit, right? And she was saying her and Cassie are similar. And she was the little plaything for one of these big CEOs, like physically big, like he was overweight. And because of his position being a CEO. Huh? That's what you gonna regulate yourself to. You don't want to compete for black men? You don't have to. It's the tall, good-looking brothers or white dudes or Latino dudes. It's the really, really well-off guys or nothing. Like, you'll have a baby from anybody, right? But for relationship and stability, it's either everything or nothing. Shout out to anyone, man or woman, who keep on doing that to the universe or God or whatever. You think you've given the universe ultimatums. If I can't have everything, then I want nothing. All right. Huh? Adult. This is what Mr. Z says. These are 7-year-olds and 20 some odd, 30 something, some odd, 40 some odd, 50 some odd, 60 some odd year old women's bodies. And they're really throwing temper tantrums all over society. Huh? Yikes. So yeah, there's that. Let's read this. And like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Kunguru says, Z is right. My 42-year-old ex-pop, so my 42-year-old ex, her pops, her dad, was, I think typo, but I think I get what you're trying to say, was paying her car note in car insurance. I had no idea it was happening or didn't know it was happening. I think that's what you're trying to say, Kunguru, but hey, typos. I'm trying to guess my way through it. Tell me if I'm wrong. Correct me in the comments. Yeah. And to be fair with you, I don't know if I necessarily have a problem with that. This is what I was saying to Black Uru earlier. On an individual basis, I would never tell a parent, I don't care how old that child and you are, an adult child in their 30s, I will never tell them what they shouldn't be paying or shouldn't be doing with their child. With that, when you scale that, I think that forms some very interesting relationships. And it also speaks to who can afford to be in what we consider traditional nuclear heterosexual families. Yeah? Who can play husband wife in America? Right? Because be very clear, the men of these classes or this class, we talk about the top 20, 25%, their parents are looking out for them too. Right? Their parents are floating them also. The folks I was referencing when I was at the firm, when I worked at the firm, or the two firms I worked at, it wasn't just women. It was not just women. Right? So then the question becomes, are we going to continue to speak about it like it's a character flaw in the bottom 80, 75%, definitely 66% of people? Or are we going to have a more nuanced? And we're back. My apologies, y'all. You already know reckless streams. Yeah, but what I was saying earlier is, are we going to have a more nuanced conversation, Mr. Z showing his lefty card, about how this may not be all character flaw and the performance of husband and what we expect from husbands and the very obviously exaggerated expectation of husband coming from women. Shout out to all those Disney princess fairy tale. The expectation means that only so many men can perform that, and the women said to hell with it. The women of working class and working poor, and definitely like really poor, have pretty much said, yeah, you know what, I'd rather be poor by myself, yeah, than be poor with a man. And then this is their mindset, right? We're speaking about the women of working class, definitely working poor in aggregate, not every woman to a woman. With that, their mindset is, there's no way in hell I'm gonna be poor, he gonna be poor, we gonna be struggling financially, and he gonna be barking out orders, and he's supposed to be the quote-unquote lead of the house. Absolutely not. I hear you, ladies, I hear you. Right? For those of you that don't get it, yeah, that's how they think. I don't want to listen to the upper middle class man and what he got to say, but I'm definitely not listening to no poor Negro and what he got to say. He definitely ain't barking out orders over here. Huh? Lead of the family, lead this ass. Huh? That's how they think. So yeah. And thank you for that super chat, Kunguru. Thank you for that super chat. And he also says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, for the record, Z, I'll pay for my kids as long as they need me to, but I'll also let the men know that's it, not normal. That it's not normal. Oh yeah, no. I mean, what's normal? Now we get into the semantics of it all. But what's normal? What's the definition of normal? I think this is the new normal, and I think this is what this society has decided is what it takes to quote unquote make your child normal. Like if the goal is for you to see your child off and your child has children in a nuclear family, in a traditional heterosexual setup, that what it means to be quote unquote normal is you floating your daughter or your son, and your daughter or your son or your daughter and your son also meet someone who parents are floating them, and then they end up getting married. Your son to someone else's daughter who's floating them, your daughter to somebody else's son who's floating them, who parents are floating them, excuse me. And then y'all both still floating your children until you pass, and then that life insurance go to your children, and it allows for your son to still be the quote unquote man and husband, and that's with his income and whatever he's earning from his job, career, or whatever business he started, what entrepreneurial venture he engaged in, with the backing of your money, and that allows your daughter to do the same. But it also allows her a little bit of space to maybe invest in her future husband's business idea, right? Or it allows her to say, you know what, babe, remember, I still got that 20,000 from my dad that I could put down towards the house. Or I know women ain't gonna really do that, but still, right? Or she could be less in her husband's pockets, right? Because you're gonna put down the 5,000 for her new Camry, her new Accord. We ain't even talking about the baby Benzes yet, the Tesla 3s and whatnot. You're gonna put down the 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 grand. So that she didn't need from her husband, but her husband is still quote unquote the man in the relationship because he's being floated by his parents, right? So the down payment on the car she didn't need it from him, but the down payment on that house, that $40,000-$50,000, he got it from his parents. And you see how that works, right? But for the rest of us who can't play that game well, huh? We out here freestyling. We're out here freestyling, right? See, better use this. My parents paid my car note for 7 months while I was unemployed. Huh? And then, personal time, I guess. Younger sister Z, when she was getting engaged, she let me know, hey, we got to save for this, we got to save for that, and we're on a family plan for the cell phone, so it's Mama Z, younger sister Z, and obviously me, and we all used to put our part for the cell phone bill, give it to Mama Z, and we good to go. And she just let me know, maybe 4 or 5 months in advance before the wedding. No, it was actually more than that. It was more like 6, 7 months. And Mr. Z ate the whole cell phone family plan. Ate the whole thing for 2 years? It was almost 2 years. It wasn't a full 2 years. Almost 2 years. Right? And I told you Mr. Z passing money backwards, so that was just one bill. If I tell y'all the money I was passing backwards, you'll be like, how the hell? Right? So yeah, no, this is the way. Right, pause, exactly. Pause. Yeah. Vince caught me. Yeah, but this is how we got to make it work. And if this is how we have to make it work, then this is how we have to make it work. I don't admonish any of us for getting where we can fit in and making life work the way we can make it work. With that, like I said earlier, there is something to be said about how we're speaking about young men right now without acknowledging the financial obligations of being a man in this society and the expectations from the women and society. All this egalitarian stuff sound nice. That's a bunch of crap. Egalitarian, Uzi, you about to say it, is for the people that could afford it. God damn, Z. If she make $300,000 a year, yes, you could come in the door with maybe 200. If she's still looking at the millionaire, you better believe it. You better believe it. But yeah, maybe you could come in the door with $250,000 a year and she won't throw up. Huh? So yeah, y'all could do y'all quote unquote egalitarian thing if you're a $550,000 a year couple. Now, if she's making $45,000 a year, can you walk in the door with 30? Yeah. Can you walk in the door with 30 without having the greatest gift of gab and a silver tongue, pun intended, ooh, goddamn, see, and be 6'5" tall? Huh? Like, this is the Dr. Richard Reeves, like, he's saying it, but he's talking around it. And he said, you know, it is kind of fascinating that it's the women that can most afford to be single that are the ones that are married. No, it makes perfect sense. Because they see value in those men, just like every other woman does. The highly educated woman, the well-resourced woman, the poor woman, the middle-class woman, they all want the same dude. Right? And once you start tipping under that top 20, 25%, the further you go down, the more the women throw their hands up if they can't get one of those guys. Right? You can't have, this is what Mr. Z been saying. I'm only saying what we've all been saying for years, decades at this point. You can't have equality and hypergamy simultaneously. It can't exist. And that's where we are now. The women want hypergamy and equality simultaneously. And it's like not a thing. It's not a thing. Sorry, y'all. It's not a thing. Huh? That's real. Right? Leon says, socialist millennial trickle down economics 101. You gotta come up and well, before somebody try to catch me up on these things. When I open the panel, because you gotta be slow about it, Z. When I open the panel, Leon, if you don't mind joining the panel so that you can further explain what you said. There you go. Before Trell catch me or Vince catch me on one of the pause moments. Right? So there's that. What other clip did I want to play? Oh, I got a really, really good clip at the end. We'll play this one next.
I'm gonna give y'all the God honest truth. Happy holidays, everyone. Some niggas really don't be broke. Some niggas really just be confused. Cause I'd be confused. Cause what? Y'all bitches kids is what, about 4 to 8 years old now? 4 to 8 years ago, you posted a twerk video, a picture or something, your baby father commented and said, and I quote, "Damn, that ass is fat," end quote. And I'm gonna tell you what you bitches did not reply. You didn't reply A, plan a date. You didn't reply B, you gotta take me out, get my hair done before I reply to you. You didn't say none of that. What did y'all bitches say? It's not even that fat, LOL. Then it took that nigga 3 hours and 37 minutes because he said, and I quote, "I don't even do this Instagram shit. Can you just send me your number?" End quote. Then it took that nigga 19 hours to convince you to come to his crib. Then it took that nigga 3 blunts, 2 blunts with grab, but 1 without, and a bottle of, since this was 4 to 8 years ago, Casamigos to get you to fuck. So, back to what I was saying, niggas really don't be broke, they be confused, because why did that nigga do nothing for you, and now I gotta do everything for you? And I know what y'all bitches is gonna sit here and say, oh, I can't want to upgrade my life, I don't want better for myself. You should have been wanted better for yourself. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I hate y'all high Diddy bitches think y'all above everybody. Bitch, it took that nigga nothing to get you. Less than 7 days. Less than 72 hours. Niggas don't be broke. They be confused.
She was right about everything except for that last part of the equation. I don't know how many of us, let me put it this way. At least for Z, and I would argue for many, if not most men, that catch these women on the other side of that baby daddy that it only took him 7 days, if even, to smash. If even. The issue is more, not that we're confused. We know what we are to you is Captain Save 'em. You don't actually value us. You don't value our presence. You don't value our time. You do not value it. What you value, if even that, is that you have someone to save you from you and your decisions, from you in which you truly find attractive. Huh? Yikes. That's what I would argue. It's not so much that we're confused. We appreciate you gave the vagina up to the guy in 7 days or less that you actually found attractive. Your baby daddy is what you actually find attractive. He either had great charisma in your mind, the gift of gab, right? He was tall enough, he was good looking enough, he was there. Huh? And all this other guy is to you, especially when you start selling those men what you're not gonna do, what you're not gonna settle for, what your baby daddy did, and he did this wrong and he did that wrong, and that I'm never gonna do that again, and I'm never gonna do this again. And all we hear is this part you were right about. He got it in 7 days or less for nothing. Meanwhile, the guy sitting across from you on this date, if he's even sitting across from you on that date, he's going to have to do exponentially more for a older woman, a more jaded woman who now has a child from another man. So much of what you were saying is accurate, except for the end part of that equation. It's not necessarily that we're confused. We know what it is. The question is, how easy is it for us to get the vagina now? And how attractive you are to us, and whether we're willing to do and go those extra steps for the vagina. You get lucky if you get the relationship. Huh? Yikes. Somebody tells you he wrong. Right? And once again, Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Yikes. I'm going to read through you guys' comments. All right? We know the women are not strong and independent. They're full of crap. We know the women are not full of strong and independent. Right? What the men find interesting is that how the women lied. Not to the men. We expect you to lie to us. Lied to themselves. Ooh, goddamn Z. Huh? We're not confused. It's actually insulting, if you want to know. Because more often than not, it's the type of men that you still don't find attractive that are now supposed to save you from your own decisions. And it's not actually that you had an epiphany or that now you're more mature. No, it's not that. It's that you're looking for a cleanup man. In case of emergency, break glass. The guy that I thought was lame still think is lame. Save me, well, from me. Huh? It's insulting, to be fair, to be frank. Huh? You're expecting more often than not the type of men you don't find supremely attractive to save you from the men that you find extremely attractive. Huh? Now, it still might not have been the end of the world. Uzi, you about to say it. Dear ladies, guess what? That might not have actually been the end of the world, particularly in the Black community, if you didn't turn around, scare these men into marrying you, shame them into marrying you, and then divorce them in 5 years anyway. God damn. It might not have been the end of the world if you didn't scare these men into marrying you anyway. God damn. And then divorce him in 5 years. Oof. Huh? That's the issue, ladies. You got him across the aisle and you divorce him within 5 years anyway. 80% of divorces in the black community, something like that, is filed by women, right? Filed by black women. Something along those lines, right? Somewhere between 70 and 80%. Wow. If you want to know, young lady, that's men's biggest issue. It's not Z. You gonna tell Z? You need to stop exposing us. You know, it's not even. Ooh, Z, don't be messing up our pride like that. It's not even that you're asking the men that you didn't necessarily find attractive to save you. That's not even the worst of it. The worst of it is you're still going to divorce him within 5 years. God damn. You want to talk about putting salt in the wound? Not only did you not give that type of guy a chance at 23 and 24 and 25 years old, huh? Maybe even 27, 28, 30, 32 years old. That's not even the worst part. It's pretty goddamn bad. The worst part is he marries you. He takes on the financial burden as much as he can. He doesn't mistreat your child from the other dude. And you still divorce him in 5 years. You still file for divorce in 5 years. Ah. Huh? Yikes. Huh? And Tony Miss says, and thank you for the super chat, for the tolerable/reasonable speaking clips. I'll be back in 3 hours when you read this. Nah. Look, it wasn't even that long. How long was it? Is that look, we're not even a full 20 minutes. Not even. 15 minutes actually. Pause. But yeah. Huh? Somebody tell Z he lying. Yikes. Let me read these back to back. And thank you for the super chat, Tony Miss. Thank you for the super chat. And Trell says women embrace 304 culture and are now surprised that the majority of men still refuse to turn a 304 into a housewife. Say that. Huh? And here's the kicker, Trell. It gets worse. The men refuse to try to turn or attempt to turn a 304 into a housewife because the 304 won't turn into a housewife. She's divorcing you within 5 years anyway. When she divorced you, she going back to the streets. Shout out to Future. She belonged to the streets. She actually does. The men refuse because they watch their daddies try to do that to their mamas. Ooh, God damn. Oh, Z, stop, Z. Oh, ouch, ouch, yikes. That hurt, Z, that hurt. Huh? The men refuse because they watch their mom hide money from their daddies. Huh? And their older brother or sister is not from the same dad, same man. Damn it, Z. Stop, Z. Stop. Huh? By the way, we ain't talking about Mama Z, but we are talking about Grandmama Z. Ooh. Huh? Grandmama Z on Mama Z side. Huh? Well, she didn't divorce, but huh? All my aunts and uncles ain't from the same dude. I'm just saying. Huh? Y'all gives Z a little bit of truth. Z gives y'all a little bit of truth of his life. There you go. Huh? We all going under the bus. Them wheels are hitting all of us. Z included. Huh? Z included. We know how this is. We know how this goes. So yeah, Trell, it's what you're saying. I would argue it's even worse because, at least in the black community, these brothers do be trying to turn the 304 into housewives. She just don't stay. She just doesn't stay. She still filed for divorce on your ass. So now she has a baby daddy, an ex-husband, 2 and 3 kids from 2 men, at least 2 men. And this is all before the age of 35. Ooh, goddamn. This is definitely before the age of 45. And now she's back in the streets. Do you imagine? She has a baby daddy before the marriage. She has an ex-husband. And she gonna mess around and have another baby daddy after that divorce from the first man. She might mess around and have a baby daddy and 2 ex-husbands and 2, 3, maybe 4 kids from a baby daddy and 2 ex-husbands. Jesus Christ. Definitely a baby daddy or maybe 2 baby daddies and an ex-husband. I know a story like that personally. Huh? Yikes. Let me read this one from Cheryl, and I will be back to you after Merchant in a minute. And Cheryl also says, and thank you for the super chat, these bras don't qualify for a traditional man, expecting Prince Charming to wake up to wake up from their bills and bad choices. Wake them up from their bills and bad. Yeah, yes. And that, listen to what the lady said. She said, "What, am I not supposed to grow or whatever? Am I not supposed to?" Yeah. Look, all of these are excuses. Listen to what she said, and y'all gives you a second. I'm gonna be quiet after this clip. Well, maybe it might have time, but here you go.
I'm gonna give y'all the God honest truth. Happy holidays, everyone. Some niggas really don't be broke. Some niggas really just be confused. Cause I be confused. Cause what? Y'all bitches kids is what, about 4 to 8 years old now? 4 to 8 years ago, you posted a twerk video, a picture or something. Your baby father commented and said, and I quote, "Damn, that ass is fat," end quote. And I'm gonna tell you what you bitches did not reply. You didn't reply A, plan a date. You didn't reply B, you gotta take me out, get my hair done before I reply to you. You didn't say none of that. What did y'all bitches say? It's not even that fat, LOL. Then it took that nigga 3 hours and 37 minutes because he said, and I quote, "I don't even do this Instagram shit. Can you just send me your number?" End quote. Then it took that nigga 19 hours to convince you to come to his crib. Then it took that nigga 3 blunts, 2 blunts with grab, but 1 without, and a bottle of, since this is 4 to 8 years ago, Casamigos to get you to fuck. So, back to what I was saying, niggas really don't be broke, they be confused, because why did that nigga do nothing for you, and now I gotta do everything for you? And I know what y'all bitches is gonna sit here and say, "Oh, I can't want to upgrade my life, I don't want better for myself." You should have been wanted better for yourself. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I hate y'all high.
There we go. It's not that they should have been wanted better for themselves. They wanted what they want. They wanted what they wanted, and more often than not, we can see this in the black community, more often than not, all the other guy is Captain Save 'em and Captain Clean Up. That's what he is now. Huh? It's not that they can't do better for themselves or any of that. No. The guy that you see as something might happen between you and him, do you actually like dude? Do you actually want dude? Do you actually appreciate him? Or is he just a means to end? Huh? Because after that baby daddy, you went back to school and got your master's degree, so now you sitting on $75,000 worth of student loan debt. Huh? And you have a kid. And you make $45,000 a year. Huh? And the child support, according to you, is not enough. Do you actually like the guy that you sit across from the table? Or is he just a means to end to save you from you? Huh? Tro, not Tro. Victor Creed cracked me up. Give me a sec. Give me a second. And Victor Creed says, and thank you for the super chat. You should say that again better. See, thank you for the super chat. There we go. And Victor Creed says, don't forget the girlfriend. Yeah, true. The girlfriend that everybody thinks is a homegirl, but it's really a girlfriend. Huh? When she went on that when she left her kid at her mom's house, when she went on that 3 and 4 day trip with a bunch of her quote unquote girlfriends, yeah, they were actually literally her girlfriends. Well, at least one of them were. Huh? Yikes. Huh? Saint Sir says, got a whole mortgage worth of student loan debt. Bro, there are women truly like that. We saw I would have to go find the clips, but we saw that before. When I did the and shout out to Chief Rocker, when I did the stream about the women showing, oh no, the people, but mainly the women showing their student loan debt. And yes, you're right. Some of that student loan debt was getting up there into the 200s, 300s, and even $500,000+ worth of student loan debt. So yeah, absolutely. $200,000 and $300,000 and $500,000 of student loan debt. I don't know what a man could do with you. I don't know what a man could do. What can a man do? You're going to be paying off that student loan debt for the rest of your life. This is not, as bad as it is. This is not $60,000 of student loan debt. This is not, less than $100,000 of student loan debt, which is bad enough. No, you sitting on not 120, not 150. This is bad enough. You're sitting on $250,000 of student loan debt. Okay, fine. You're sitting on $300,000 and some odd thousand dollars of student loan debt. 500 some odd thousand. I'm not joking, y'all. There was really a black woman. There's a black woman and a white woman. Both of them are sitting on over 500,000 of student loan debt. Huh? There was a white woman that showed it on screen, and then there was an article written about a black woman who's in 500 some odd thousand. So once again, there is a white woman that's over $500,000 in student loan debt, and there's a black woman that's over $500 in student loan debt. Huh? Yikes. And as Vic said, we ain't even talking about the girlfriends, the little right, munching y'all been doing. Huh? Once again, as Mr. Z said, on and off switch, occasional alphabets. Get them every time. Right? Wow. So yeah, to the young lady, I hear you. Thank you for thank you for saying what you said. But yeah, ma'am, you're right. It's not necessarily that these men are broke. They might be broke, but that's not the real issue. The real issue is that men are human beings too, ladies. Dear black women, I know, shocker. Men are human beings also. I know, shocker. Huh? I know. And it is the height of insulting to say to a man that now you want him to save you from you. And Mr. Z has seen the income numbers for black women. Yeah, you do need some saving. Go get it from the white man. Uh-oh. Huh? Huh? And then finally, and thank you for the super chat, Vic. I gotta read this from Afro Merchant. And Afro Merchant says, and thank you for the super chat, she got saved and still left in 5 years. Nasty, nasty work. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved. That actually dovetails right to what I'm about to play. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. And here you go.
Divine said this. A man is going to make the best decision for his family. If that's moving, what is our emotional attachment to a place is irrelevant. This is what I was trying to say. I understand. I overstand, since you all use that term. I understand where you're coming from. I overstand it. Here's the thing, though. What I said is you have women they will discard men like that because they see, okay, I see that he's doing his thing. I can't deal with that. And a lot of times, like I said, they wind up with men who are not necessarily on their level, only to turn around and complain later that he's not on my level. Okay, what comes with men who are on your level and above is leadership. We are not just in positions of responsibility. And contrary to popular belief, we actually do know what we're doing. Okay, contrary to popular belief, with no disrespect to anything that you said. None
right, I was saying, let me also say this, and I know Jolly and a few others want to get in.
Okay.
The leadership is about to take off. 347-884-9239 is your boarding pass. You will not be able to hear the next hour of the show unless you call in. The number is 347-884-9239. The leadership is about to take off. For those who do not want to call in or can't call in, you all have an awarding day. See you tomorrow in the new day, same time, same place, the Donna Corleone Show, 12 noon. Love y'all. All right, Jolly, you want to add in?
Yes, I want to confess that what he is saying is absolutely true. And the way he's thinking about it and the way he's expressing it is true for very many men.
Listen to this.
I myself ruined a wonderful, fantastic, benevolent relationship because I moved when I got the fucking inclination to move. But when he got the inclination to move, it was like, nigga, you got me fucked up. Like, I absolutely would not move on this nigga say so. And I moved a lot on my own personal motherfucking say so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was very clear that it was like, bitch, you gonna do what you want to do? And I'm like, pretty much. I definitely ruined that relationship because I listened to myself. But I will say this, I am better off after that relationship without that nigga. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
So I'm admitting to you that yes, that really contributed to me and that nigga not being me and that nigga no more, okay? And this is my husband. But after that shit, after I learned to fucking listen to me, nigga, and I realized what I was doing, it was a much better situation.
Okay.
So
I'm not saying that all men. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to be confused into thinking that I'm suggesting that all men know what they're doing. I'm not saying that all men have good leadership skills or even know where they're going. I'm not saying all men. What I am saying though specifically is that when you come across, like you said, headstrong women who may have some degree of a foundation established or not, men who are taught to do the right thing do not recognize women as the rock and the foundation. They are. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's
Wow. Yeah, because I'm a very headstrong woman, and I've been headstrong since the day I was born. Even my father couldn't. Even my father couldn't get to me. Nobody, no man can get to me.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying? And I understand what that means because now here's the question: what if it's a headstrong woman?
Then you go back to what I said yesterday. In other words, I have to stop.
Men who are raised don't think that women are.
Let me say this: I have to put this on record. I run my family. I'm just going to come out and say that shit. I run my shit. I run my family. My husband is the extension of running the family, but I run my family.
Okay,
when it comes to decisions, I have the last say so.
Okay, Don. So you asked me yesterday. What happened?
I have the first say so.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. You asked me yesterday. What does a man do when he comes across that woman? And I told you he stops his pursuit and he has to pursue someone else.
No, that nigga falls in line.
Pardon me?
Like a grown-ass man who sees the benefit of the situation falls in line. He assumes his position. He becomes the king of the fucking household.
You don't
y'all heard that?
Men do not become kings in other people's castles. They build their own.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You serious?
Okay.
So you're saying queens, hold on. So you're totally neglecting the entire aspect of the fact that the king's position in most matriarchal society is given to him because of the fucking queen.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
You're literally saying there are entire civilizations where the king is the king because of the queen. You're saying niggas don't move in the bitch of shit?
Let me acknowledge what you just said.
Please.
Wait, hold on. You don't have to
I just told you a story about a nigga that built his queen a house to move all her motherfuckers in. That's what a real man does. Yeah, baby.
I'll let you. Okay.
You need a fucking house for your family.
Are you gonna let me respond? You said the key word. You said the key word in matriarchal societies, and this is what I want to say. Responsible black men who are taught to go to school, establish themselves, establish the foundation, are not raised with the concept of matriarchal. What they're taught is the only reason this is here is because your daddy failed. Or because your uncle failed, or because men have failed to do what they're supposed to do. If you all are speaking on this should be a matriarchal society, then I have to stand down and, like I said, my arguments, there's nothing else for me to say. If you feel that the matriarchal society is the way it's supposed to be, what can
And there you go. Huh? I forgot to play that when I spoke about the matriarchies the other day. This maybe a week or so ago. So in the future when we cover this matriarchal thing, because of course and God and Crack thing in the future, Mr. Z will be bringing that up Again, shout out to Sarge Willie Pete. He's made reference to this clip over and over again. Yeah, y'all heard right. Y'all heard right. Y'all heard the young lady who said she broke up a great relationship because she moved on her own inclination, and to hell what he wanted to say. When he tried to do his thing and move on his inclination, she would stop him. When she wanted to move on her own inclination, he couldn't do anything. You heard her, huh? You heard her correctly, huh? Meanwhile, the foreigners and the FDs and the conscious lees pretend like they don't appreciate that the women don't actually mean egalitarian. What they mean is men like y'all attempt to browbeat men like Z into some fake egalitarianism where the women actually run it and the men fund it. You think Mr. Z made up out of nowhere? You fund it as a man and she runs it as a woman? You think Mr. Z made that up out of nowhere? No, the women said, you fund it, she run it. Huh? And yet y'all think y'all gonna have some type of quote unquote matriarchal community? No, an increasing amount of black men said, read my Nikes. That's what's actually happening. Huh? What's happening is an increasing amount of men said, yeah, we going ghost. Men, where have you gone? Please come back. So many men have retreated from intimacy, hiding behind firewalls, filters, and curated personas, dabbling and scrolling. We miss you. That's what's happening now. Huh? New study shows millennial men are not interested in going out as much as women. That's what's happening now. Y'all want to bring about your matriarchy if you want to be kind, gynocracy if you want to be accurate. The men said we got some for that ass. We know it's class warfare. We know the elite men are putting the thumb on the scales for the women. Now they having a whole goddamn elite war right now. That's what's going on, by the way. It's the elite men that said patriarchy, white patriarchy, or nothing, and the other elite men that said, yeah, white patriarchy, but for us at the top. The rest of them, let them fight amongst the women. Let the women work. We'll put the thumb on the scale so that we can have the women rule over them, because we ain't afraid of the women. The women ain't gonna turn over nothing. Huh? Both of them believe in white elite patriarchy. It's just one of them are using the women as the buffer class. Huh? And the young men said about that, watch this. We're not going to attend your colleges and universities. Huh? We're not going to attend your speed dating events and mixers. Huh? All your estrogen filled, adventure movies and action movies and all this women did and kick ass and superpower. We ain't going to go see those. Here's the kicker. The women are going to watch them even less. Oh, boy. Huh? What else, Z? Particularly for black folks, black women. Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. You want your matriarchy if you want to be kind, your gynocracy if you want to be accurate? Well, once again, black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. And there you go. That's what we got to say about it. Huh? Yikes. Huh? An electrician for 80 says, and thank you for the super chat, if someone is sitting on $500,000, 500K of student loan debt, they better have a PhD, a MD on their resume. Some do. Right? With that, what type of money are you making? Now, if you're, a professor and you're making $200,000 a year or something, okay, You still have, excuse me, crazy student loan debt, but okay. If you're a literal physician doctor, okay, you making 300, 350 a year, okay. Right? But if you are sitting on over $500,000 in student loan debt, and you are making $65,000 a year, $70,000 a year, you did something wrong. You did something wrong, right? And electrician 480, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I agree 100. You did something wrong. Huh? So continuing. So yeah, so as you know, this quote unquote matriarchy, that's what it sounded like. Y'all heard right? And y'all heard the young lady when she said, assume the position. Oh boy. Assume the position. And she was like, please, please, wait. So if I got all my stuff together and you got all your stuff together, you ain't gonna come over here and bow and assume the position under me? And no giggity on that one. Huh? Shout out to Tiffany Cross. Get in line next to, what she really meant, get in line behind black women. Huh? Yeah, right. You're the yitch now. Hey, I need to go. You know what? Let y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Damn it, I can't find it, y'all. My apologies, y'all. I cannot find it. Because I remember, was it Keita Rose that said that, right? On tonight's conversations, if anybody can find that clip and send it to Z, please and thank you. I will be eternally grateful. How did Z not find that? Right? You're the yitch now. Exactly. Right? You're the yitch now. Exactly. And that goes to that. I don't know why. I forgot that she said that. You're the yitch now. Exactly. And she was tying it to women making more and earning more, but still, at the end of the day, it's you assume the position. Huh? Once again, let them talk. Shout out to Trell for reminding me about that. Yeah, let them talk. Yeah, this is the supposed egalitarian, really gynocratic community that the FDs believe could actually work. If it wasn't for white supremacy, the reason the issue isn't women led. The issue is, huh? Oh, y'all. For those of you who never heard it before, y'all think Mr. Z just made that up? All right.
My best question is: in your opinion, is the black community a patriarchy, a matriarchy, a gynocracy, or an other?
The community itself is probably more matriarchal than patriarchal. The culture.
I appreciate you answering that. So, do you believe that the black community can actually be a functional community, being matriarchal?
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Under the thing that makes
I appreciate. Okay, so because I know you ain't got a lot of time. If you want to talk more, you can. But I just want to make very clear when I said what I said about the ideology, because you may not have heard that. I said, do you consider yourself an intersectional feminist?
He said, yeah.
Yeah, he said,
yeah.
yeah.
I didn't know. Because I'm jumping in and out too, so I didn't know. So you did say yeah.
I don't call myself a feminist.
Okay,
but
so
I am intersectional.
Huh?
I don't actually call myself.
Okay, so you do believe in intersectionality. You're on that camp. Okay, so see, I just wanted to be very clear about that. It is my belief the Black community will never be a functional community as long as it's matriarchal. It is also my belief that intersectional feminism
how does a successful matriarchal community work?
No, I just want to establish the actual lines here. Because everything, everything that always gets said when you talk about you hate our rhetoric, like hate is a real strong word.
Yeah.
Hate is a real strong word to use. And there is no negotiation for this. It's either one or the other. That is what this is. Like, I want people to really understand that. Because everybody has this idea that we can come to an understanding. No. You have folks that believe the women need to be in the lead and the men need to be the support group. And somehow we supposed to...
Hold on, wait. That's good. Wait a minute. That brings me right to my question. Now,
that's the definition of matriarchy.
You think a matriarchal community could work? How does that play out?
I'm going to play the whole thing in a minute. Ed hit it right. That's what we've all been saying in our own different way. That's what we've been saying in our own different way. I've been saying it. This was always the goal. This was always the goal. You don't want to be like those white patriarchs, do you? Those sexist white patriarchs. Huh? How come Khadijah, queer your relationships? No, queer your relationships, different relationship models and dynamics, including all the way up to Tracy Ellis Ross asked, Z, the lady ain't doing nothing to you. She don't know you, Z. All of it is the same thing. And that same thing is, and shout out to Vince, in other words, and thank you for the super chat, like, share, subscribe to the super chat. In other words, break yourself and make tribute to something greater than yourself. Huh? Yikes. Shout out to Westside Connection. Exactly. Because the song just popped into my mind. Right? Exactly. Ed said exactly what it is. Which I really have an issue with is we're not enough men, period. Because if black women could get white men, oh my God, they're jizzing in their pants. If they could get white men to sign up for that, or Latino men, or any non-black man, the problem black women in specific have, and other non-black women that buy into this, is that they can't get enough men to sign up for this. Protect, provide, and shut up. Y'all wonder why Mr. Z spam that damn button all the time. It really is them saying protect, provide, and shut up.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? It really is that. And you have to go different places for them to slip up and say it. Huh? As many quote unquote think pieces I've watched from Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, he has never said what he said on Waving the Red Flag. He has never said it. He said it on Waving the Red Flag. You'll be hard pressed to see him say it anywhere else. Huh? Which is black women pretty much holding black men to white man standards. I'm not her, so that's a black woman saying I'm not a white woman because you're not him, because you black men haven't made me the white woman. You're not him, black men aren't white men, so I can't be her. A black woman being a white woman, politically, socially, definitely economically. And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Huh? And I'm a little annoyed because, like, you know, shout out to Bernard Riley. It is his platform. It was his show. But I think they should have let FD and Ed go. Because look at what we got from FD because of me and his back and forth. Both conversations. And shout out to Hood Conservative, who, if you, Ed flamed him, but Hood Conservative closed the casket. I want to say it was after Ed left, or was that before? Yeah, it was after Ed left. After Ed left. Shout out to Hood Conservative. FD and his ilk, their hope is that the black manosphere is just regulated or relegated to some small niche group of folks on the internet, and the masses of men, particularly young black men, don't think like this, and young black men will be okay with earning their little ducats and getting in line behind a black woman and doing for the black community, even with mean, snarky, rude, entitled, materialistic, jealous of white women, wish that black men move more like white women, but not really, as black women. Huh? They're hoping that there's enough of us that are signed up for the gynocracy, knowingly and unknowingly. Huh? And Tony Miss says, I didn't know Ed cooked FD like that. Case closed. And talking about that, let me play it again, and this time I'll play it all the way up. Here y'all go.
My best question is in your opinion, is the black community a patriarchy, a matriarchy, a gynocracy, or an other?
The community itself is probably more matriarchal than patriarchal. The culture.
I appreciate you answering that. So, do you believe that the black community can actually be a functional community, being matriarchal?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Under the thing that makes
I don't know, and I appreciate. Okay, so because I know you ain't.
I'm sorry for that. Damn, I really wanted FD to finish that because he said under, and I think he said he gets to it a little bit further here, but he was gonna say under the right circumstances or something along those lines. You could tell that's where he was about to go. Under the right circumstances, yeah, the black community could be a matriarchy. And my question to FD and everyone on that side, from Kim Foster to Julesy to T Noir to Cat Black to Foreign, you name them. What are the incentives for the black men and boys? If you believe that the black community could be a functional community being women-led, while black men still earn more than black women, how in the hell is that math supposed to math? How do you expect for black men to live in America amongst other men and women from other communities, other races, other ethnicities, and to see and to know the dynamics in other communities, other ethnicities, other races, and for black men to knowingly sign up for the gynocracy? Huh? What is the incentive? And I'll pause right there. I'll play it again. So you keep on playing it over and over. Here you go.
My best question is in your opinion, is the black community a patriarchy, a matriarchy, a gynocracy, or an other?
The community itself is probably more matriarchal than patriarchal. The culture.
I appreciate you answering that. So, do you believe that the black community can actually be a functional community, being matriarchal?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Under the thing that makes
I don't know, and I appreciate. Okay, so because I know you ain't got a lot of time. If you want to talk more, you can. But I just want to make very clear when I said what I said about the ideology, because you may not have heard that. I said, do you consider yourself an intersectional feminist?
He said yeah.
Yeah, he said
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't know. Because I'm jumping in and out too, so I didn't know. So you did say yeah.
I don't call myself a feminist.
Okay,
but
so
I am intersectional.
Huh?
I don't actually call myself.
So you do believe in intersectionality. You're on that camp. Okay, so see, I just wanted to be very clear about that. It is my belief the black community will never be a functional community as long as it's matriarchal. It is also my belief that intersectional feminism.
How does a successful matriarchal community work?
No, I just want to establish the actual lines here. Hold on, because everything. Because everything that always gets said when you talk about you hate our rhetoric, like hate is a real strong word.
Yeah.
Hate is a real strong word to use. And there is no negotiation for this. It's either one or the other. That is what this is. Like, I want people to really understand that. Because everybody has this idea that we can come to an understanding. No. You have folks that believe the women need to be in the lead and the men need to be the support group. And somehow we supposed
to... Hold on, wait. That's good. Wait a minute. That brings me right to my question. Now,
that's the definition of matriarchy.
You think a matriarchal community could work? How does that play out? Are you talking about, does this matriarchal community work somehow with women raising these children by themselves, or does this matriarchal community work with the men being with the women, but it's still being matriarchal, but they just get behind and follow the lead of the women. Like, how does this play out in real time? Because we know the former that I mentioned, where the women raising kids by themselves, statistically don't work. So are you basically saying, are you advocating for some matriarchy where the men just follow the women?
I'm not advocating for any specific hierarchy among black men and women. I'm saying that the idea that matriarchal institutions and households don't work explicitly because they're matriarchal is false. I don't believe that. I believe that black people aren't doing well in this country, not because black women have any type of power or more power than black men in some spaces or whatever other talking point that y'all pulling at. I think it's because of white supremacy. I think
okay, so basically you want time out. So you want the whole intersectionality, rainbow coalition, all those movements to basically defeat white supremacy so black women can thrive being single mothers and
I want to defeat white supremacy so that black men can thrive and black men can choose
Bernard was right about that.
The matriarchal black community will work.
Bernard Riley was right about that.
So you want to join
FD just didn't want to admit it.
Get in line behind the women, defeat white supremacy so they can still carry on being single mothers and raise kids by themselves successfully without white supremacy.
Take the single mothers off the table because
FD answer, bro.
Be a grown sector in our own community, then, right?
What the fuck?
Let FD answer.
Oh, stop! I asked him a question. I thought it was a good one. I want to hear his answer.
I think it was a good one. I think the circumstances that we're in now, with black men in particular, and how, again, quoting your boy Curry,
listen,
how black men are the primary target of white supremacy. It is literally impossible right now for us to find liberation without the support and collective work of black women and black queer people. The idea that these dudes, y'all, who can't even control your own narratives and control your own content to grow as much as people that are saying the same shit y'all are. The idea that y'all are going to lead.
Kevin Samuels did.
Kevin Samuels did. He's an anomaly. He's very much an anomaly. Let me finish.
Wait. Time out. Hold on. Kevin
Samuels, you cut him off. He was about to go there, bro. He was about to go there. You cut him off.
Hold on. Wait. Kevin Samuels is an anomaly. So is Pearly. So don't come in here trying to use her as a stick to hit us with just because another anomaly of a different race blew up off some red pill talking.
They blew up off the same reason, but they'll never get to the size. Like Kevin is unique because he got to the size of a Pearly while still being a black man and still having some ties.
Before YouTube algorithm could shut him down.
Like an Andrew Tate that adopt the same.
Stop being a coward, FD. You know that's what it was.
Don't claim y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like but that's we getting off subject.
That's because Tommy got that Jason Black disease. But
and number one, being claimed. Number one, this idea of validation and being claimed. Nigga, if anything, claiming is not relevant to getting stuff done. Like that's some black ego. I need to validate.
You wish to be a part of the black manosphere, then, FD, because you clearly want to be a part, or you wish to be.
Yeah, I mean,
you wish to participate.
No. So I want to
let him lay the plane.
I want to engage with Rogish
because this nigga's out of pocket. Rogish, nigga.
Rogish. Excuse me, Rogish. I want to engage with Rogish, but also still hopefully answer Bernard. What I'm getting at is y'all getting these panels.
I'm not like, honestly.
Go ahead.
Oh Lord, y'all getting these panels. Some of y'all, not everybody, getting y'all feelings, and y'all have these shouting matches with each other, with imaginary people about how you're going to help black men. And it don't happen, and it's not going to happen if we're not working together with the actual people we're in community with, which includes black women and queer people. And it's
Yep. Y'all heard right. Yep. Right. Oh boy. So y'all heard Ed. Y'all heard what FD said, and essentially what he was saying is the black community gotta be a matriarchy because black men can't control their own narratives. Huh? It gotta be godocratic because black men can't you can't even save yourself. So just move over and let the women, because the women are seen as less of a threat, just get under her skirt, and not in a giggity way either. Huh? Hide under her skirt and just chill. Huh? And you know, everything will be all right. You don't got to worry about nothing. Meanwhile, black women are talking all type of crazy because they know what it actually is.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Huh? All that talk of quote unquote matriarchy, huh? Now the women told you if you give them the power, if it's gonna be woman led, oh boy.
If you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
Huh? That's what the women said. The women said.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
That's what they said. What are you talking about, FD? The women said.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Huh? See, you about to play Munchkin at least this one time on this channel today. The women said,
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
there you go, FD. There go your matriarchy. That, and you know, if it wasn't for white supremacy, if it wasn't in a different world, there's nothing inherently wrong. And there go your matriarchy. There go your matriarchy. This is what Mr. Z was saying, and he when I said it the first time in the first conversation, he was like, "No, that's not what I'm saying." No, that is what you're saying, and the women heard you loud and clear. That's why I played the clips I just played. The women heard you loud and clear, huh? Oh boy, you want to know what the matriarchy look like, huh?
The problem is we don't have enough women disrespecting men. We don't have enough women humbling these men and putting them in their place. We need to start making these men feel worthless because they are, okay? Call him a bitch. Disrespect him. Put him down. Make him feel bad about himself. Like, what's going on here? I feel like we're losing the plot. Like, I'm seeing too many marriages and too many people getting in these relationships. That's why these men think that they're the prize. Because y'all are putting them on this pedestal, making them feel like they're the prize. No. It's your job as a woman to put that man down and put him in his place. Treat him like the animal he is.
Treat him like the animal he is. Ooh boy. Huh? There go your matriarchy, FD. The women heard y'all. Okay, I don't think y'all appreciate this. You may not overtly be saying it, FD. Kim Foster may not overtly be saying it. Julesy, nappy-headed Hoba may not overtly be saying it. Huh? But what I'm playing for you is women's response, particularly black women's response to this environment. Because they're actually seeing what this gonna look like, what this is going to look like. And they're responding in kind verbally. They're telling you anything equal or I'm paying more, I will mistreat him, I will belittle him, I will talk to him like I own him. That's what the women are saying. If you force me, if this society, if this community forces me to end up with a man that I don't think is the elite, I will talk to him crazy. That's what the women are saying.
I'm not submitting to no man that expect me to go 50-50. You want your wife to bear your children, cook, clean, work enough hours to handle big bills, and take care of you? You expecting me to pay big bills, baby? I'm gonna want some bussy when I get off of work. Fuck is you talking about? Bend that ass over. Let that bussy breathe. This what you wanted, right? 50-50, right? And I do mean assume the position when I get off of work. As soon as I get off of work, that ass better be tooted up. As soon as he get up off me, I'm gonna look at him like, my turn. My turn.
That is how the women are responding to your talk of egalitarianism. That's how they're responding.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Chrissy said, if you can't date up, be alone. It's better that way. That's how the women are responding to your talks of egalitarianism that they know is actually matriarchal. I'm gonna talk to, and Chrissy said it's better to be alone. The other young lady said, "Oh, I'm gonna talk to you crazy. I will." The other light-skinned young lady said, "I will belittle you." The caramel young lady said, "I'm gonna talk to you crazy. I'm gonna try to peg you, literally. You don't need that manhood. You got me paying 50-50." So all that talk, y'all spent decades chastising the men, getting on the men, chastising the men, and this is how the women are talking. Black women in specific. They said, "Oh, you want matriarchy? Watch this."
I'm making this as a PSA to any man that ever thought he had a chance with me or any man that wants a chance with me. If you like 50-50, stay where you're at, baby, because this mouth is only going to get more egregious. I promise you that. I'm paying these big bills and you think I'm not about to be talking to you out the side of my mouth? Watch this. Watch this.
Huh? I'm paying these big bills and you think I'm not going to be talking to you out the side of my mouth? Huh? I want to know what community FD think he talking about where the women are going to be perfect. There's nothing wrong with a matriarchal. There's nothing inherently wrong with the women. Before you even get to the men, the women said, "Oh, I'm going to be running it. Watch this." Huh? Yikes. The women are telling you, "I will be mean." Isn't that what y'all like? Black men, y'all like when we're mean, right?
I think the best relationships, the relationships that last the longest, is when the female is more dominant than the man. I know y'all gonna get in my comments and be like, what? But it's something about that woman being real dominant and mean that's gonna have that man acting right. Like, I have seen it too many times. Like, I can name so many relationships where it's like that. Like, the woman, she don't play no games. She real dominant. And the man is more like passive. You know, yeah, baby, you know, go along with her. Those are the best relationships. Like, I feel like when you real soft and you a lover girl, it's something about a man that's just gonna dog that. Like, he gonna take advantage. Like, it's just that dog in him. He gonna just take advantage of it. That's how I feel. I know y'all gonna get in the comments and be like, no, it's not like that. You know, we want somebody feminine. No, y'all don't. No, y'all don't. No, y'all don't. Y'all don't. I'm telling you, the best, the ones that has lasted, I'm talking about 10 plus years relationships, has been that woman who don't play no games. And I'm not saying, you know, you should just be mean to your man or whatever like that. But I'm just saying what I have seen work. That's it. That's all.
Huh? But you know, the black community could be a matriarchy, and there's nothing wrong with that. The women will just be perfectly okay, and they'll lead the black community with black men's finances. Huh? They'll lead the black community with black men's finances, and they won't be assholes. They definitely won't be meaner than the black men. If there was a patriarchy in the black community, they won't be meaner. Huh? They won't be assholes. They won't tell them to bow down. No. That's what black men are gonna do. Sexist black men. The women aren't sexist. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna talk like that. Huh? The women don't have any issues. No. Huh? Yeah, about that.
If you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? Yeah. And W says, and thank you for the super chat, 1968, Alphabet Boys, I know what you're saying. Y'all look at the screen, spell it out. This brother's saying something here. I don't want to say it on the screen, but still. 1968, Memo said, the goal is to prevent the rise of a black messiah. Yes, it did. Do the math, red pill. We know. We've spoken about this already. We know. Right? W, that's Black Manosphere 101. Actually, that's a prerequisite. That's not even Black Men's Spirit 101. That you talking about one of the prereqs to get into 101. This is something we spoke about a decade ago, practically, right? But you are correct. You are correct. And yes, the sabotage and the meddling in the Black community's internal politics, everything from what you're saying, prevent the rise of a Black Messiah, to mingling with the gender relations and gender dynamics in the Black community, relationship dynamics, everything from taking over the Black church. If you ever watch Mississippi Spies or any documentary that speaks about how many and we had an elder in this space that spoke about certain newspapers exposed certain religious leaders, clergymen, and how they were on the take. So yes, and that's more recent, but even back in the 1960s, once again, clergymen on the take, Black clergymen. So yes, what you're saying is we know. But thank you, right? Thank you for the reminder and the refresher. But yes, we know, huh? This is something Black feminists don't ever want to talk about, by the way. It's how many of them we'll find out in like 20, 30 years when they put out a memo or when some entity goes digging through, hacks some type of firewall, government, CIA, FBI, whatever the alphabets. One of which you listed here, but Mr. Z ain't gonna say it right now, even though I just said it. Yeah, one of the alphabets. One day they'll break through a firewall and they'll go digging through and the memos will be there, and maybe we'll find out about it. I don't know, in the next, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, something like. And W, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what percentage of those goofy talking heads are another Alphabet Boys organization operatives? We don't know, right? There's speculation. I mean, we do know at one point for Kamala's campaign, they were throwing money, right? They were throwing money, and some folks decided to disclose that they were getting paid from Kamala's campaign. Most didn't, right? Number one. Number two, damn, I was gonna say something to that. Oh, I was gonna say something to that. We do know that I remember the 20 million to figure out how to appeal the Democrats throughout there, which is, to be honest with you, is not enough. And by the way, they do know. The FDs know what the issue is. They might milk them for some money or whatever. They know what the issue is. And to be frank with you, if you're not going to budge them in without doing for the men. Maybe doing for the men exclusively. Oh, goddamn, you're not supposed to say that, Z. You're supposed to sound like Dr. Richard Reeves on some Kumbaya the World shit. Nope. It might be mutually exclusive. And, Z, you're not supposed to say that out loud. Huh? So the little $20 million they done threw out there, the Democrats threw out there to figure out how they gonna get the men back and what can we do for the boys and the men to pull them back. If you're not speaking to their concerns and working towards alleviating the issues, then that was a waste of $20 million. You're gonna fatten somebody's pockets, but for the Democratic Party, that was a waste of money. So to answer your question about how many of them are operatives for the particular letter group that you mentioned, that's not something we'll know now, right? Speculations, we have speculations, but that's not something we would know now. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, I've been suspecting for a while, right? Yikes. Huh? And I'm gonna bring some of you guys up in a minute because I can only do it now, and we're not gonna stream too long today. I don't think I have the time. So y'all give me a second. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Let me see, which one did I want to read? And there we go. Yeah, Kunguru. And Kunguru says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And the Cash App. I don't know why don't be putting the damn Cash App to me up there. It'd be taking me forever to remember half the time. All right. And Kanguru says, some of these women don't understand. This is stands twice. Don't understand that in a man's world, money isn't the end all be all. Skill matters to us. Yeah, skill matters to us. Yeah. Well, if you take the money out the equation, the women are really going to be hurting. And some men that hide behind money also. If you take the money out the equation, then the women, then they don't got no leg to stand on at all. Right? If you take the money out the equation, if the women could stop, if women could no longer hide behind, well, I make, $65,000 a year sitting in a cubicle typing. And by the way, okay, you're doing work. Mr. Z used to work in an office. I know how stressful it could be. I know how stressful it could be when your boss is on your head top. No pun. Of course, y'all. Of course. Bikes passing. Y'all know they want to make the noise. Y'all know. Y'all give me a second. Okay, we're back. But yeah, when your boss is on your head top, is you got to turn in certain things at a certain time. Yeah, no, I definitely know what that's like in that type of stress at work. With that said, yeah, if you take the money out the equation, the women don't really got a leg to stand. For most of them, I would argue most folks, but definitely most women are not interested and are not passionate about the things that make the world go round, that you couldn't live without right now. The modern conveniences and all that other stuff, they don't know enough, they don't care enough, and they haven't been made to know enough or care enough. And even further, they don't even know enough or care enough to know that they should care about the folks that make the world and the modern conveniences that they enjoy work and turn on and don't blow up in their face. No pun. So yeah, the money is not the only thing. You are 100% correct. Money is super important. It allows for you to gauge certain things in our society. Definitely a capitalist society, Western world, right? Yes, it matters, but it's a tool, much like many tools. And I think we do ourselves a disservice when we overemphasize the money. Definitely when we allow for women in our society to overemphasize the money. And that's how you get women signing up to be with slime balls and then turn around and playing innocent, right? For the money. And to be honest, you probably like the skills, just like you were saying earlier. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. All right. And I think we got Black Uru up. Yep, Black Uru's here. Right. We got Zulu. Is that AB? We got AB. What's going on, y'all?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on? What's going on?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, but Black Uru, you're coming in. You're breaking up a little bit. I think you were breaking up. Go ahead, Black Uru. Let me see if I can hear you clearly. No, you're clear. You're clear. Okay, you're clear.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
What about me? Can
you're
y'all
clear. Yeah, no, you're good, Zulu, and you're good, AB. Yeah, you're good. You're good. But yeah, let me see. Am I gonna read another one before we get underway? All right, and once again, thank you for that, Kanguru. And yeah, let's read Lion Player Ones. And Lionel Player One, there you go, Z. How are these women looking to be under men's leadership when they talk about black men like we're children? What they want is to take their resources. Yeah, no, yeah, that's old hat. Yes, Lionel Player One. That's why I played the clips of FD speaking about the matriarchy and of whatever those women were on that. Essentially, it sounds like a Hotep channel when they were speaking about the matriarchy. Yes, that's why Mr. Z says you fund it, she run it. That is the goal.
I keep
for your modern chick. That's the goal. Go ahead.
I this is what I always say, bro. Is they want the matriarchy with patriarchal benefits. I've been saying this shit on my channel for the longest, bro. They want the matriarchy with the patriarchal benefits, man.
Red Falls Black, you're not coming in all the way. I don't know what's going on. Pause. You're not. Yeah, it's not.
Hey,
I don't
look
know
at
what's
here.
going. You might have.
Hey,
Yeah, go ahead.
you wanted the irony of him saying that the matriarchy works. Guess who's complaining about the mama the most on TikTok? Hint, it's not black men.
Yeah. Well, I've said it before, and shout out to Compassionate. He has it on his channel somewhere. I have a short where like we call black men all type of sexist and you hate your mama and at least your mama stay type talk when black men start speaking about the dynamic or how their mom hampered them or handicapped them in their growth and their maturity and et cetera, et cetera. But when the women start saying it also, we ignore it. Right? We completely ignore when women start saying, excuse me, yeah, my mom wasn't a piece of, as a matter of fact, my dad was far better than my mother. My dad was active and he was part of my life and he did this right. And that there's a number. You have Darlene Ortiz that then said that. I know she's Latina, but still you have Alice Walker mom, Alice Walker's daughter, I think, who had a horrible relationship with her. Is somebody that's right there that I want to say who spoke so highly of their father in comparison to their mother. A black woman who, oh my God, it was right there. Man, it left. It's I'll remember it later. But yeah, yeah, you have a number of women who speak highly of their father in relationship to their mother, but we don't give them the spotlight. You might find out some little interview and nobody will cover it or anything like that because you know we got to demonize the men, and that's part of the narrative, right? So yeah.
It's on TikTok. It's on TikTok. You know, it's just you want to get 5 views. I've seen them channels, bro. They on TikTok. You get 10, maybe 15. At the greatest amount, maybe 20. You know, 20 people in there. Then all of a sudden your thing gets shut down.
Isn't it true? I heard something along the lines of like Kanye's daughter would much rather be around him than Kim.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The oldest, yeah, makes sense.
Talking about Northwest, I think that's her name.
Yeah, yep.
Makes perfect sense to me. I mean, bro, if like if you're a girl, right, and your mom is known for being what your mom is, right? Like you understand that comes with some issues. I'm gonna say that much. Issues.
Yeah, she's old enough to start realizing it now. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So how you gonna respect the woman that's to say the whole life is being a 304 on the streets? That she's trying to command you and tell you what you shouldn't and shouldn't be doing. I'm like, that's gonna be real kind of hard.
Show like that. Only me shut up.
Oh, say it again, AB man.
Yeah, but he said K Michelle, but K Michelle, she has a son. I don't think she has a daughter. She doesn't have a daughter, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
so yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, she didn't even raise him. I think he was raised by her parents.
Oh.
Yeah, man. Look, man. Women are human beings also, and women are fallible. And I think the problem with the black community is that we have to have this Queen Earth Mother Goddess narrative, and that's not even just for the hoteps. We have this black women are infallible in relationship to black men, and to be frank with you, even when the children, and that's why I bring them up, even when the children start saying, actually, nah, right? We try to hush them, we try to shush them because we need the narrative of the infallible black mother, earth mother, queen goddess, right? And like, no, black women are human beings also, and I mean that they have fault too, and they're gonna overstep, they're gonna do wrong things. They might be what's the word? I can't say. Fuck it. Abusive to their children. I was trying to say assaulting, but it don't even flow right. So yeah. So and that's it. And that's what it is, and we know about the black women, and child deletion rates, and how high the DV rate on black men is concerning their relationships with black women. They're human beings too, and that means that they will take off their anger and their rage on the closest and nearest to them, which are other black people. That's other black women. That's black men. That's black children, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the madness has happened for 60 years and it needs to start.
That's all. And I don't think they have a choice. It's done now.
No, especially now what they call it, the big beautiful bill has passed. Some ain't got no
go. Yeah, go into that, AB. Go into that because I've been following it also, and I'm like, oh, this is about to get bad. And somebody said in the comments, I heard that also. I should have actually brought that up earlier. That it's going to be $1,000 a month right? Because I know about the cap on the child on the not child support, the college student loan debt. Like I mean, the college student loans, they have a cap depending on what you're going for, right? But yeah, that
according to the from
Go
what
ahead.
I've heard, this new bill, before you could have somebody as a dependent up to like 18, but now it's lowered to 14. It's been lowered to 14. So there's some significant, unless you're disabled or elderly, they're going to cut your Medicaid. Even if you are disabled or elderly, you got to make sure you keep up with the paperwork.
So I've said this before, AB. Like there are and no.
Before you go,
Go.
Shout out to Savvy Sabs for doing my job and pointing out how the Democrats don't give a shit about you either. But go ahead.
You know, I've said this before. There are knobs, buttons, levers, switches that you press, that you turn, that you flick. No sexual pun. To move a society in a certain direction. And that's what you see right now the Republican Party's engaging in. They said, oh, y'all ain't gonna have our babies. Y'all not going, you're not, right? Like, you're not gonna form nuclear families. We got something for that ass. And what are the things that they're using to not form these families? All right, take them shits away. That's what they're on right now. There you go.
Yeah.
I agree with it.
Take away the power. I mean, it's a simple reality, right?
I mean, when you really think about it, like Medicare, you're having a large population about to, come to an end in the next 10 years. And so why are you going to have this money in the system when you don't have that population? And this is what I was saying. It's not going to work with nursing. It's not going to work with nursing because we're already seeing effects of it right now. And once they're gone, I mean, the largest population of Gen X are the older Gen Xers. It's not the middle or lower Gen X. It's the older Gen Xers. And same with the millennials. The middle is actually the biggest group of millennials. So when you actually look at this, you can make the cuts because it's justified. You're not going to even have a population. Like I said, Gen Alpha is only 42 million in America, American citizens. Like I read the numbers, is 42 million max, 3 to 13 years old, 42 million. Good luck taxing them. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to work. So your society's already downsizing.
Let me say that a different way, Leon, because I want to drill down on what that means. What you just said. You don't have the money for that social safety net, so you better get it from your family and your relatives and your friends.
Yeah. It's especially we have to be really for real. So, when you see how long white single women live with their fucking cats until they died, and you find their bodies 2 weeks later, and the cat didn't have any cat food, so they've been eating at the face a little. These white ladies, these boomer white ladies, live forever. Okay, these motherfuckers don't die. They go to the hospital, they get everything covered, they get knee replacements, they get new gastric bypasses. Yeah, and the state pays for it. You thought they pay for it? No. It's like these people live a long ass time and you've been paying for them, and it's like why are people paying for large populations of people that don't have any fucking children? Like that's the basis of everything.
For a net negative, no. Why would you do it for a net negative? Because she's not going to work.
And let me add the last part. So just like when I was talking to a social worker, I don't know if I said it on here or when I was on BGS's show. Okay, there's an immigrant lady. They're not kicking her out. They want to kick the guy out. Why? Because she'll fuck around and have 3 babies for somebody. But when my social worker asks me, I'm getting these ladies approved, but they're not approving these guys, and their circumstances are the same. I say, yo,
no, you did say it here. Yeah, you did say it here. Yep. Go ahead.
I say, yes, there's 150,000 in the system for these women. The guys, fuck them. Get it how you live. And she's like, I never thought about it. I say, yeah, those ladies can have babies. That's new labor and funding for each kid for the state. They want the woman to have the babies. So they're gonna cover her medical costs while that guy gets declined, and the best thing for him to do is leave and go back home. You know, that's how this functionally works.
It is, and all I think to this is like, you just don't got it no more. Not to mention, and you know, me, BGS, and Black Guru have mentioned this before, that you need a streamlined economy, and you just that bloat, that loose money, all that crap coming out of the '08 housing recession is out of here. Exactly, BGS, it's out of here. It's gone. It's gone.
It's already gone, but they extended it. But Trump is willing to come in and do what they think is necessary, and Congress is not pushing back.
BGS, remember because I asked this question a little while ago and I never got an answer. I was too lazy to look it up myself. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. How many goddamn quantitative easings were there?
There was only one. They just never ended it. There's only one.
I think I remember hearing the quantitative easing 3 when I was like in my mid-20s or something like that. So I don't know, BGS.
No. There was only one. They just never ended it. When they say quantitative easing, the quantitative easing now in practice they'll go up and down, right? Okay, they'll increase and they'll ease. But the thing is, quantitative easing, the program is only one. It started in 2009, and it never really ended. In fact, Powell's trying to get out of the quantitative easing right now. But the thing is, most of they held it to zero for a good damn near 10 years. That's come all your pension plans. Your pension plans all blew up because there's no interest coming in.
Yeah.
It's only been one. You know, it never ended. So in other words, to have a quantitative easing 1, 2, and 3, the first one would have to end and would have to sunset. Okay.
Oh, you know what? We actually got to tell people what quantitative easing was. So for those of you that don't know, I think everybody here knows, but just in case you don't, it was them literally pumping money into the system.
Okay.
All that liquidity and all that other good stuff. Go ahead, BGS. Give the
It's really simple. It's really simple. Okay. How do banks make money? Banks borrow from whatever central bank it is, as far as dollars or credits, whatever you want to call them, right? Okay. And then when they loan the money out, it's at 3 to 4% higher. Okay. That's how they make their money. Okay. If the banks are broke, how do you get them to make money? You basically allow them to loan the money, borrow the money at 0 to 1% or less than 1%. And guess what? They're going to charge you to make the loans out in the real world at 2, 3, 4, 5%, right? Okay. If it's credit cards, even more than that. Okay. That's how they make their money. They make their money off extracting money from you.
Interest.
Yeah, interest. That's quantitative easing in a nutshell. I don't know. This should be fairly simple, but but sometimes I never know.
Yeah.
Because sometimes
you ain't gonna just be calling us slow right now, BGS.
No, I'm serious.
I just heard you call it slow. That's what I heard you say.
No, I have to make sure, because sometimes I'll say something and I think it's obvious, and then I come, and then people come back a week later and start asking questions.
I can understand that. Shout out to Zulu. Zulu have my back. Zulu, wait a minute, you ain't just gonna be calling us slow.
No, I'm not calling you slow.
I was like, I was like,
yeah. I mean, I knew what it was when they first came out with it.
No, to your credit, BGS, you actually do a good job at explaining it for the layman, and including me for many things.
Yeah.
Black Uru also, Dr. T, all of the PhDs, all of the accomplishments, but y'all actually do a really, shout out to Better You, y'all actually do a really good job at like explaining things.
People like Uru knew what a quantitative easing was before they actually implemented the program. Okay, he knew actually what it was. Okay.
Well, that also explains, BGS also explains all the efforts the last 15 to 20 years to keep all the money, or to reduce the use of currency. Because when you have a system that's so dependent on interest, or the banking system earning interest, you can't really afford to have much use of actual hard currency. You need, because every moment that dollar is within the banking system, they're earning money. Whenever you have a high use of currency, they're essentially losing money on what's a thin interest margin system.
Yeah. I mean, and you see what happened when Powell raised the interest rates, Powell and Biden, because Biden wanted to fight a war, raised the interest rate to 8%, right? Okay. How many banks cracked? You had a whole bunch
Didn't
of
that one
banks.
in Cali? There was a few that I
SVG.
remember. Yeah.
That was a big one.
Yes.
That was the big one.
Yes.
Yeah. SVG
Mhm.
cracked.
4 or
Okay.
5, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh? See what?
About 4 or 5 banks cracked, if I'm not mistaken.
There's always banks that will, fail here and there.
Yeah.
Regional banks will fail. The thing is, we're talking about the big boys that
Yeah, the big
have a lot
boys,
of
yeah.
money. Okay, and we don't even talk about New York real estate. Okay, because they've been hiding that for a good, that's the secret that's going on behind the commercial real estate. They've been trying to slowly but surely bleed out of the system without imploding the whole banking system. Okay, that's even bigger than the mortgage crisis.
Damn.
Didn't we see similar with China when they moved? What did they change where Evergrande and all them other shits just started fucking folding? Also, right? It was kind of similar.
I mean, it's similar. The only the difference is between what is it, an authoritarian country and government versus a liberal one, right? A liberal one has all these kind of different rules and relationships.
Authoritarian just tell you to deal with it.
They deal with it. Yeah. If you Negroes got to go back to farms and bicycles, that's
so be it.
Yeah.
Hey, BGS. What are your thoughts on the Philly mayor?
The Philly mayor, I didn't hear about it. Tell me about it.
Oh dear. Black woman.
Okay. Oh gosh.
So yeah. We might have another Tiffy Henry on our hands. Didn't want to pay the sanitation workers, so now Philly
They're on strike.
has literally is filled with hot garbage because nobody.
New York went through that. LA went through that. A whole bunch of cities go through that. Okay, according to what the I don't know. Was the union dispute or what?
Union dispute.
Oh, okay. That happened. Chicago went through that. All big cities go through that shit. At some point. When the thing is that you're gonna see a lot of this stuff popping up is because inflation is way too high. Okay. And wages is suppressed, which is stagflation, and something's got to give. Uber can tell you we saw this in the 70s. Okay, go back and there's a song called "People Make the World Go Round." Okay. About trash men didn't get the trash today. Why? Because they want more pay, right? Okay. It's an old stagflation scenario. Okay.
What makes the world go round.
You know what I'm talking about. Remember that? Remember
y'all got the Silver Foxes singing. Oh boy.
Like yeah, go ahead. Remember New York, Chicago, and all those big cities. The sanitation workers.
We had a major rat issue in the 70s when the sanitation being cracked. Major rat issue. I mean, it was such an issue that even today, it's interesting how some things impact you. Even today, when I'm I'm not in the city now, but even the day when I'm in the city and I'm in or near an alley, I think about the mid 1970s.
Yeah,
that's just how intense. You're talking about 50 years ago, and I imagine a rat invasion going back to that particular event.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, BJS, because I got to ask you a question after this. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I need you to do me the biggest favor. I need BJ the biggest favor in the world, because I'm gonna put it on my channel also. BJS, I need you to get the clip of the old brother. He passed away, I think, a couple years ago, maybe last year. That says the rent is too high. I need you to play it on your channel, because that is like chef's kiss perfect for what you were saying earlier. I'm gonna have it on my channel too. But the rent is too high. What you were speaking earlier, that's all I heard is the rent is too high. That's what I heard.
Yeah, but they've been taught about that, man. Uber's in Chicago. They've been taught about that, man, for the last 5-6 years. I constantly get millennials coming on my channel saying the rent's too high, I can't buy a house, blah blah blah.
True. And it's true. Don't minimize it, BGS. We mean it.
But what I know is I got 3 millennial kids. I know. I hear it all the time. I hear it in my real. So.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna spam that button on my channel in a minute. I don't know why I don't got it yet. I should have been at it.
All right. What I'm saying, that's why Uru knows when I say talk about stagflation. You guys You guys are just now starting to feel what we felt like in the 70s. Okay.
Quick tangent, BJS. What do you make of speaking of inflation and interest rate? What do you make of all the noise coming out of Russia and Putin saying that they may be facing economic winter, so to speak?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Talking about them?
Yeah, Russia.
I'd have to look into it more. He said it, but I'm saying that I don't.
Because apparently he said it, and his chief economic person, I forgot what position he held.
We got to get more details because you got to remember, Russia and China are pretty opaque. So they'll say stuff. The thing is, we don't. What I'm saying is, right now, Russia's economy is overheating right now. So if they're talking about the economic winter, is it in a year, 2 years, 5 years? What?
No, like in a year, because apparently the reason I'm actually it piqued my interest because Putin himself is actually announced something.
Okay, he announced it, but the thing is, okay, people can say things, it can hint you to it, but things you got to go find the details. They just point you in a direction. Is there details along with what he said?
I mean, they are actively trying to get U.S. citizens of let's say a certain skill level, or that they also have Russian values to come over there and live. So
okay. The thing is, and this is something that Swarky was talking about. What you're having right now is the brain drain. Okay, there's a lack of brains, because especially since the United States and most Western Europe are not educating their people. You have this big ass brain drain. Okay, so people with skills.
A lot of them went to Estonia.
Certain skills and certain niche skills that they don't train you for anymore. Okay, they're moving
to the West.
Well, the thing is they're moving to the most advantageous spot because South America is doing the same thing. The only place there's excess of brains right now is China.
Yep.
China has so many of them that they can't even hire them all.
Yeah, you're right. PhDs couldn't even get hired.
Because they went on a 30-year campaign to train as many of these people in STEM. Okay, for 30 years. Okay, we did.
I might
we went the other way.
Let me say this. I might Borg. So if I Borg, BJS, you got it. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Apparently, a lot of because of the trade war going on, a lot of American companies are leaving, and that's kind of affecting all the unemployment also because a lot of the PhDs were being hired by American companies. They offered better salary, so now because of all that.
So in other words, it's a brain drain that's going on. That's what he's trying to pin to. Okay, because I follow them in economically. Okay, even though the ruble is not doing as well, but as far as economically, they're the leading economy in Europe. If you want to attach them to Europe, right? Okay. In fact, if you look at the stats, right, they're fifth in the world as far as an economy. So
from the few details I gathered, a lot of the economic issues they're having is because the soldiers over there in Ukraine are getting paid a lot of money. That's
like 3 times. Three times the yearly salary type thing.
Oh yeah, well, in the Ukraine, they're talking about the Russian soldiers.
The Russian soldiers
in Ukraine.
Oh,
they're getting paid.
Okay,
so that's draining the funds basically.
Well, it takes money to run a war that big. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, what are they backstopped by? They're backstopped by the biggest economy on the planet.
Mm-hmm. Because the reason I did a little bit of research because the oil situation also. Yes, they have the oil, but India and China do not have enough demand compared to Europe and America and the rest of the world, and they're having to sell it to them at a cheaper price compared to the rest of Europe.
Okay, everybody knew this was now it's a matter of who's going to break first, right? Is it going to be Europe? Is it going to be the BRICS?
Say that again, because that's what I knew the play was. Me and my lady were. My apologies. I'm gonna let you speak in 1 second, Ben, because I'm about to go to a dead spot. Maybe. Me and my lady were just speaking about that maybe a week ago, a little bit over a week ago. And that's what I told her. Who's gonna break first? That's the game we're playing right now.
If you think Russia's bad, you don't want to go to Europe right now. Okay.
No, it's basically trench warfare because it's the same thing going in China. Because no economy in the world can consume what China's producing like America can. So it's basically trench warfare to see who's who's
Okay.
going to make a break first.
Who's going to break first? Okay, you guys going to break first? Okay, because trust and believe. The difference is, okay. The difference is, okay, y'all have been living in this liberal country before this basically this post World War II economy for the past 80, almost 90 years. Okay?
About 80 years. Yeah.
Since the end of the Depression, which is in 1940. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So about 85 years you've been living in this ever increasing, ever better improving economy, right? You're spoiled. Okay.
Oh, by the way, Russia going bad is not good for us either. I'm not rooting.
You gotta let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. They're used to suffering. Are you guys used to suffering?
Nope.
I'm listening to people that have to buy used cars because your dollar's not any good anymore. So your new cars or basic new car is $40,000. Okay, which is a down payment on a freaking house.
BGS. $50,000. 50,000 BGS.
If you can get the parts, okay. If you can freaking get the parts, what's your food look like? Why are all these homeless people popping up in the United States? Okay, they talk about Russia, they talk about everybody else. They don't talk about what's going on in the West. Okay, we're worse off than they are.
Yeah, well, it's a pox in all houses basically.
Okay, the thing is in trench warfare, there's going to be a winner and loser. Who's it actually going to be?
Hey, so far we don't know. But I'm saying even
we know we already lost. Okay, we already lost.
Even if we were to win, because so much depends on Russia in terms of, like you said, I remember you mentioned that before, agriculture and so many other resources that basically the world needs from Russia. Even if Russia goes bad, I mean. Everybody's suffering. China goes bad, everybody's suffering. Russia goes bad, everybody's suffering.
Let me bring this up real quick. And then you got two left. Let me bring this up real quick. What do we call when we have petty issues? When we're complaining about small things in these developed countries, what do we call it? That's a phrase we use. Somebody
first world problem, bro.
Thank you.
Go
into what BGS just said. Exactly.
And Russia, after the Soviet Union, Russia collapsed. Okay, Russia's already been through it. Have we?
Mm-hmm.
All I'm gonna say is my 15-year-old nephew said, "I can't wait to be a passport bro like you," and he trying to learn what I'm doing now. That's where we at, bro. He's 15. No, he just started. No, he's 16 now. So yeah, I don't know. The average Russian kid is trying to escape, their family and flee to a whole other country. So
now I've heard about the winter, but the thing is, okay, the fuel. Basically, the gas and the fuel thing has been going on for the last almost 4 years. Okay, so what? Okay, Germany killed us. Well, Germany actually needs that kind of stuff, right? Germany killed its own economy. Nobody talks about the Germans.
Oh, they hurting. They're hurting.
No, they killed their economy. Okay, a lot of German companies are actually moving to China because they can't make anything.
And the brothels over there are popping up from what I heard. Now, I haven't been over there personally because Europe's not a place that I like to visit, but I have a friend who visited that place a lot, and he's like, the brothels is on a popping. So
now I will look into what he said because I've heard him mention it. But the thing is, we need more details. We don't have enough details. Okay, that's not enough. Okay, and we're assuming the oil thing is not big enough. Okay, basically, what is it? United States tried some funny business about cutting off ammonium fertilizer, right? Okay, from Russia and banning the export, right? They killed that shit in 2 weeks.
Yeah, the world was crying over that.
Yeah, because farmers are driving into town protesting. Y'all not gonna eat if you guys don't get it together.
Well, apparently it's the sanctions and Russia not moving fast now. So
it's who?
The sanctions that America put on them and all the European, and all the sanctions that U.S. and EU put on them.
Okay. Go listen to your economists talk about how basically Why do you think the Chinese turn on the BRICS economy? Okay, in fact, the Chinese are getting the CIPS. The Chinese, I forget what they call it, investment something. Okay, they came up with in 2009. They just turned it on. Okay, go look at Inside China Biz. They talk about how they're not buying America's bonds anymore. They're slowly weaning themselves off the dollar. Is it going to be rough? Sure, but thing is, guess what? Okay, it's not as bad as people think it is. If Russia was going to collapse, it would have collapsed already. Okay, it's not going to collapse. Are they going to go through hard times because they're fighting the war? Sure. Which is Putin probably should have listened to his generals and ended that war within 6 months instead of taking his time, because the Ukrainians are cousins.
Well, it's Russia. They're used to harsh winters.
Well, they are, but it's okay. I looked at this and I don't know, was these people in my Patreon know I talked about this 3 years ago, right? Okay, about what they were trying to do. The play was number one, the Ukraine war is pretty much over because Donald Trump pulled all the assets. Okay, so pretty much you got maybe a few weeks left in this war. Okay, that's number one. Okay, and then all the troops will have to come back. Okay, and then what is Europe going to do? Europe spent all this money into the Ukraine. Okay, they basically UK, you go Starmer in the UK is getting ready to get booted. Basically, some German folks are getting ready to get booted. Macron's on his ass. Why do you think Macron called Putin to call this shit off? Okay, it's because Russia's getting ready to go under.
Not to be comical, but when your wife is slapping you,
No. Come on, man. They don't give a shit about that. They don't give a shit about that when it comes to this stuff.
I'm just being silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but let me do this, because I don't know how much you want to divulge, BGS, but you tied this to these folks being palm colored before.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that Scott Ritter kind of mentioned it. So
yeah.
I don't know how go as far as you're comfortable with without getting the channel deleted.
They're doing it in basically undertones, but basically your economists have been saying it. The military people have been saying it. This is an existential war. Okay, it's almost what they call it. I called it messianic. Okay, and then all of a sudden they started calling it messianic. So strange how the people listen to you and pick up.
Oh, but we have no effect, right? Anyway.
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Oh,
go ahead, BGS, and then whoever was trying to speak, go ahead.
I know I do, because they picked up my shit before. They started using Master Blaster, and they ain't used that in like 10, 12 years. Okay, they picked that shit up from me. I know they listen to me. Okay, yeah, that's why I'm on a fucking list. About 20 of them. Okay, I had people when I had like 500 subscribers calling me an influencer. Okay, because they knew who I was. But the thing is that I called this 3 years ago. Okay, the thing is, at the end of this is a war of attrition. Guess what? We are not on the right side of this. Okay, there's Europe, the EU lives on a three-legged stool. Okay, German economy. Okay, where they produce stuff. Okay, the English, British banking. Okay, and the third is the extraction of African resources through France. Okay. Okay, this Ukraine war, basically by sanctioning Russia. Okay, basically a lot of your countries are getting off the freaking dollar. Okay, so the thing is, it's screwing up American and British banking. It's killing it. Okay, once they blew up their pipeline, Russia, they cut off the gas and oil to Germany. Okay. It's kind of hard to compete with everybody else when you have to pay 3 or 4 times the amount for energy to produce something, right? Okay. The third thing, okay, is once they start expending all these weapons into Ukraine, guess what happens? Okay, you can't threaten the African countries no more. Guess what they do? Why do you think Traore is all of a sudden jumped up out of nowhere? And they start booting people. Just what a couple of weeks ago, okay, France got booted out of Niger extracting uranium. Ivory Coast just booted France out from extracting cocoa. Okay, cocoa prices went up. Okay, In other words, they're kicking them out. So in other words, they're slowly but surely restricting the resource and making Europe pay world rates for the resources where they didn't before. We used to pay pennies on the dollar. Okay, why do you think Donald Trump went down to and tried to mediate that stuff down in Congo? We're surely getting kicked out of Africa and Latin America. So in other words, this is a war of attrition, and they're not going to win. And we don't even want to talk about what's going on in Gaza and with Iran, because that I ain't going to talk about that one, because that's stupidity to the highest order.
I'm kind of drawing a blank. Basically, what's that? What's
Real
that
quick,
game called?
I was having a conversation with my lady's mom, and I was telling her like it was dominoes that needed to fall a certain type of way. It's like you see what's going on TV and on news, but I was telling her the palm colored people, this is an existential crisis for them, and they need the dominoes to fall a certain way. This is how you instigate Ukraine with Russia. This is how you try to sanction China to death. You're flicking the domino because you need them to fall so that you could still be alright.
Okay.
Right? So that you can float above them.
The thing they made a mistake of being greedy and transferring most of their manufacturing to China, to Asia. Okay. Okay, they made themselves vulnerable. Okay, but they thought they could actually militarily and financially control China, Asia, but they can't. Okay, China screwed all that up.
That's what J.D. Vance was. That's what he said a few months ago when he was going at the tech bros and all that, the Silicon Valley. He said exactly what you just said, just in his own way. But he pretty much just said that.
You did all that, and now you need to. That's how come they want to contain China. Okay, they can't destroy it because you blow up the whole manufacturing base and whole supply chain. We'd all shot to hell. You can't.
So I'm thinking a better analogy would be, well, since all the moves that have happened, it's basically everybody playing musical chair to see who's going to have a seat.
No. It's not musical chair. Basically,
the biggest mistake America made was not making the necessary inroads into Africa.
That's true. That's one big one. Yeah, that's one big one.
It has fueled the strength of China to the point that has effectively neutralized the growth potential of the West in general, especially as the BGS was describing, particularly France, and thus neutralizing that three-legged monster of Germany, Britain, and France. But America not having inroads in the U.S. just was like leaving open, like a gaping vulnerability that China has capitalized on and has just destabilized the ability to take Africa more broadly and all the resource strength throughout the entire continent. That was a huge. They had a huge opportunity, and BGS has described it. They had a huge opportunity generations ago with African American men in particular to establish pioneering efforts throughout the continent of Africa and the racist white
Leon, bro.
The racism and the hatred of black, the racism and hatred of black men are primarily why we are where we are right now.
Oh yeah, manifest destiny.
Real quick, Leon, because I gotta say this is very, very, very important. Gynocracy. Look, we being too serious in here. We ain't talking about how the hoes is fucking up. Okay, go ahead, Leon.
We can't. I got on to talk about.
No. I want to stay what we talking about. Yeah, no, I want to stay what we talking about. I was just bullshitting. Go ahead, Leon. And then you go ahead, BGS. Go ahead, Leon.
So when we're talking about the cocoa beans, I was interested during that. We started this 3 years ago when we saw the press conference with the president, and he was talking to the white ladies there, and he's like, "Well, we're gonna sit back on our cocoa tray with y'all, and
I can barely hear you. It's working really bad,
Barely
Leon.
hear you, bro.
Yeah,
Okay,
working really
Leon, I
bad.
had to, because your board getting really bad. You're gonna have to. No, we still can't hear you.
Can I
You gotta
go
get
after Lee?
Okay,
go ahead and then
I'll
you just go
explain
ahead
to
and explain that way.
I'll explain to you
Just
about the
mute, bro.
okay. Look up Ivory Coast. Look up Bagbo. Okay, Cote d'Ivoire and Bagbo. They deposed Bagbo. Just
Leon,
like
mute up.
who's backing up?
Yeah, Leon, bro.
Your background loud as hell. Mute up, bro.
Who's backing up?
That's Leon, man. I can't. Like,
Yeah,
you gotta
I'm
be at
muted
work.
him, but yeah, somebody's background is horrendous. Yeah. I tried muting him, but yeah, something was going on. But yeah. So
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. Go back. Right. There's two people they took out in 2011. Right. Okay. Because China and Russia were had damn near pushed Europe all the way out of Africa. Right. Is Bagbo and Ivory Coast. Okay. Or Cote d'Ivoire, whichever name you want to use, right? Go look up Bagbo, okay, and Ivory Coast, okay, and then they also deposed Gaddafi in Libya at the same time, right? Yeah, at the same time, okay. So the coke, go look up Nestle's and the cocoa and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, Bagbo said, I want world prices for my cocoa, okay. I want world prices for my resources, okay? And it was started a chain reaction with all these other 14 African colonies, right? Okay, a Bagbo had to go. Okay, basically, if I could find, I wish I could find it. Gaddafi in Libya had pushed Great Britain and pushed Germany out of the oil business in Libya, right? And gave it to the Russians and the Chinese. Okay, he had to go too.
I saw, he died. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, y'all. I came, I saw, he died. Oh, fucking.
Yeah.
Y'all know,
So in other words, the cocoa goes back to that, and they just reversed that maybe a month or two ago. Okay.
Okay.
Can I throw a quick question at you, bro?
One time.
Just real quick. I just want to talk about the spelling real quick. I'm just gonna be done.
And then after that, better you got it, and then I think compassionate. Go ahead.
Yeah. It was Bagabo. I want to make sure. Is it?
I think it's BGABO Bagbo. I think that's where.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at now.
I'm not quite sure.
G. When they do it online, it's spelled with a G, so it's GBA.
It could be
BO.
Okay.
His place got the name, I think, on the screen.
It could be.
Hey, that was weird because
that's it.
Yeah, that's Bagbo from got deposed right before in a coup right before they went after Libya.
Hey, that was weird because I went on mute and
because BTS over here telling us too much. That's all. Because I was pressing mute on you too, and it was
Leon, bro, you gotta stop doing that.
Leon, bro, you gotta, your background, bro, you gotta mute up when you
only open your mic when you want to talk. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. Who was going? Somebody said something earlier. Oh yeah, better you.
Y'all getting a free Patreon right now.
Yeah, really.
I wanted to throw this question at you, BJS. So in regards to what's happening, and granted, if you don't feel comfortable speaking on this, like
just say it, man. I'll tell you if I can or can't. Okay.
But what's going on right now with the whole Iran situation and whatnot in Russia, for that matter?
This is something I don't know who convinced Trump to actually okay this attack. Okay, dumb as shit. Okay, the dumbest move I've ever seen in my whole entire life. Okay, about thinking that you could take out Iran and you think you thought that them missiles were not gonna fly. Okay. They warned you twice, okay? They shot down two F-35s, okay? Before,
I mean, isn't this like the was the escalation ladder?
Who?
Escalation ladder? What do you call it?
The escalation ladder. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my bad.
You go ahead and tell me, man. You go ahead and tell me. I'm trying to explain
I'm
to you.
just
Go
saying
ahead and tell me.
by
No, you're throwing in stuff. You're throwing in stuff that don't need to be thrown in. I'm trying to explain. Unless you want to get complex about the escalation ladder.
no, I'm saying, isn't that technically what you call like going up
No,
the instigation
no.
ladder necessary, right?
Technically, not really. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Because okay. The reason it's dumb as shit is because Israel only has what 8-9 million people versus 92. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, yeah.
And basically, they've already proven that the Houthis have proven they can hit Tel Aviv, right, with a hypersonic, right? They did it like 3 times. Okay, they've proven they can hit it. Okay, the Houthis just drove off 2 carriers in the Red Sea, made them back off. Okay, those are the Houthis. These are not the Iranians. Okay, and for you to, they try to, because they thought Iran was Syria, they tried a decapitation strike. We're gonna take out the leaders, do a shock and awe, and the regime will fall. Okay, dumb as shit. Okay, guess what happened? Okay. Guess what happened? In other words, true promissory showed up. In other words, instead of get 100 or 200 missiles, you got 500. Okay, and you got the big boys. Okay, there's one guy. He was in Jordan, right, which is like 100, 200 miles from Tel Aviv. He said some of them bad boys landed in Tel Aviv. He could feel the ground shake 200 miles away. That's how big them bad boys were. Okay, they're blasting cities. That's like you can't. Israeli citizens can't go out and film the damage. Okay.
Yep, they banned them. They banned anyone from filming it,
They
including
banned
public
it into them because they were hitting them. They were hitting them with so many. And the thing is, the whole thing that like the same thing with Russia, right? When they talk about against Ukraine, well, Russia's going to run out of ammunition, right? Okay, in 3 years they haven't run out of ammunition. Okay. I said,
well,
go ahead.
With the ammunition thing, because I've seen conflicting reports with this. They've said the Iranians were shooting essentially like their last gen version of stuff at the
to begin with.
Was that true?
In other words, some of the stuff they were shooting is one to do what? Deplete the anti-aircraft, anti-missile batteries, right? Okay, because if they land, they're gonna blow up something, right? So you got to shoot them down, right? So why would you shoot all your good stuff? Number one, okay.
Gotcha.
You're depleting it. Number 2, so you're telling me that the Houthis have better missiles than the Iranians that are giving it to them?
Nope.
I'm asking.
No, I said no.
No, I think
no. The person that asked the question, I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the Iranians supplying all the proxies. Well,
I'm saying, I'm asking you, do the Houthis have better missiles than the Iranians?
No.
Okay. So in other words, no. And guess what? Guess who biggest weapon suppliers on the planet are now?
Russia and China.
Russia and China. Who's Iran's homeboys?
Russia and China.
Russia and China.
Guess how many cruise missiles China makes a week?
Was it 10,000, 20,000?
4,000 a week. Okay.
And you saw those Chinese planes, so that was supposed to go to Luxembourg, somehow magically disappeared over the air in Iran. Yeah, I saw that.
I saw what the Pakistanis did with them. I was like, oh, I already know what's going down.
In other words, how long can how many anti-aircraft missiles that at $1 million per copy, okay, can Israel afford? Okay, and how long can they afford their cities just to get hit?
Not too damn long.
Not too damn long.
I mean, they're counting on America essentially viewing this to be a proxy war, and essentially we'll have to be compelled to come into it.
And
that's what they're really counting on.
And they're going to do what with what?
Well, a proxy will engage in a proxy war with Russia and China.
And how they are?
I mean, because that's what you're essentially describing.
You already have.
That's what you're describing.
Okay. Okay. You just
Well, but they're hoping. No, I'm saying they're hoping we're going to ramp it up.
And do what?
Ramp up the commitment to the effort.
And do what?
Maybe at
With
some
what?
point, boots on the ground.
Really?
I mean, we're whatever they think we have to use. I'm not questioning. I'm not validating their view of the viability of it. I'm just saying the only way you can explain what has happened thus far is to believe that there's going to be an escalation here. That's the only explanation of what has happened thus far.
No,
whether it's wise to do is something else.
So why do they call a ceasefire? Why did Israel beg for a ceasefire then?
Well, it's likely because Trump or someone has gotten to Trump to say, okay, we need to back up off this shit.
It's called they're blowing your cities to shit, and you only have a week's worth of anti-aircraft missiles. Okay.
And BGS and Black Guru, that is not the official. I'm BSing right now. BGS. That's not the official line. The official line is that Israel had to be drugged to the table to negotiate with her. I know.
No, that's not the official line. No, that's not the official
line. That's what I heard.
The official line is that Israel claimed that they had done damage to both people, and we needed to back out of this. Okay.
Well, there's a significant manufacturing capacity difference.
So what?
I said there's a significant manufacturing capacity difference because what you just talked about with the missiles and some of their allies, like with China being able to produce like 4,000 a day, like we can't produce
a week. Yeah, we produce 4,000 a year. They produce 4,000 a week. Okay.
Yeah,
week, and that's not including the stuff that Russia can produce. Okay.
Okay, let me do this, y'all. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all are getting top tier. Look, I done got BGS to give us a Patreon stream on the free. Look, on the sneak. Look.
That's why Hex says in what's your name? Tulsi Gabbard said it was a no-go, right? That's how come Hex says like 2 weeks before this shit had walked out 3 guys out of the Oval Office, right? Out of the White House, okay, behind that shit. Okay, walked them out, okay? Iran's the no-go. Whoever talked Trump into actually allowing this to go on, I don't know who it was, but the thing is, Trump is not happy, and Trump is getting ready to throw Netanyahu under the bus, okay?
Yep. And don't be surprised that person that tried to convince him comes out missing, allegedly.
Well, the thing is, that's how come Trump is pulling all this stuff, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, Europe still wants to fight Ukraine. Trump said on your dollar, okay? We're pulling all this stuff, okay? And he told Netanyahu after those 3 strikes, okay, those show pieces where he dropped them bombs on those 3 sites, okay, on that site, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He told Netanyahu he was out. Okay, you're on your own, boss. Now, if you want to go after him, you can go after him. Now, could it change? Sure, but the thing is, while Israel's trying to gear up again, guess what? Guess important missiles and shit. Guess who has more hypersonics on the planet than anybody else?
I'm guessing got to be China.
It's China. Okay.
Hey, but BGS caught what I said earlier. I said that the Chinese planes disappeared over the skies of Iran. That's what I said.
3 cargo planes. Yeah.
Thank you. I told y'all what it was.
Yeah, they're getting ready to ship. They're getting ready to ship in the PL-15s and them J-10s that blew up those Rafaels from India. Okay, they're getting ready to ship like 50 of those into Iran as we speak. Okay.
You just gotta explain the details of that. I know what you're saying, but explain the Rafaels, the planes. Yeah, go into detail about that package.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay. Basically, everybody disparages the J-10 and the Chinese hardware, right? Okay, and the Rafaels are like damn near 5th generation fighters. Okay, and Pakistan, whatever reason they got into it, okay, I don't understand what they got into it about over Kashmir. I don't understand what it was, right? But
religious. So they claim.
They always claim religious. Okay, I claim bullshit. Okay, something else.
Exactly.
But anyway, they sent a fleet of planes over there to bomb Pakistan, right? Okay, A couple
They got
of
wiped out.
a couple PL-10s shot down 4 Raphaels. Okay, Raphaels
Yep.
cost like $100 and something million a piece. They shot $500 million worth of aircraft out of the sky. Okay, with some old generation, not new generation, old generation Chinese fighters. Okay.
And from my understanding, I think they said when I read the report, I think they said they sent like 12 or 15 of them.
Yeah.
Only like I think they lost like 7 or plus more.
I know they shot down 4. That was the report. Okay.
When I read it, they said it was 7. I was like,
it could be 7, but the thing is, if PL-15 shoot down 4 of your jets, okay, you're gonna back off and go someplace else. Okay.
Yeah.
And the thing is okay. Even the thing is, and this is the word about what Israel thought. Okay, even the Mossad. Okay, they had been planning this thing. This whole operation actually planned under Biden. Decapitation strike, right? In other words, they did it to Syria. They did it to same thing they did to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Okay, where you take out the leaders, you shoot them up, you kill them, and hopefully you get the head of the snake, and the body will die, right?
And that's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that it take them a while to reorganize and to get stuff together and find who's going to be the head of this and head of that. And you have a year, well, more than a year, a couple of years before you have to be challenged by them again. Yeah, that's the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is what BGS just said, which is
regime trying. But guess what? Okay, Hezbollah doesn't run a government. Okay.
Yeah.
Hezbollah don't have big friends like Iran has. Okay. The biggest thing to stop Hezbollah was not the decapitation strike. It was Syria falling, because then they couldn't get supplies in.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. But thing is, I said, with the FAFO, okay. They did. Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna run this. Instead, after a couple of days, guess what? You started getting hit. Hit hard. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys getting hit so hard you had to beg off. Okay. Trump had to come save you. You beg Trump. You need to talk to these people, have them back off, because we won't last another week. Okay, and we cannot afford to have Israel go down like that. I mean, Israelis were getting on boats.
They were
to get away. To get out of the
boats to was it? They were taking boats to Greece and then you from Greece to Western Europe or to America. Yeah.
Nah, I'm watching the Romanian news. They were saying they was coming over there in massive waves. They were making jokes about it on what is it?
They were getting the hell out of there. Okay, because it was unsafe, man. You don't know where them things gonna land. I mean, you see craters, and you see like a whole blocks blown up, man, behind these things. Okay.
I showed this video to my lady, and you might have seen it too on the brothers channel on BGS, Jamal Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I saw it on the one where it's somebody's filming from a window of some high-story hotel and you saw the. Yeah, no, you saw the missiles, you saw the defense missiles, all them shoot up, right? It was like one after the other, like 4 of them shot up. And then you heard, like, it sounded like one of them caught the missile that was coming in. And then maybe like 5 seconds later, boom!
Yeah, you said, what the fuck?
Yep, exactly.
What I'm saying is,
go ahead.
You can tell the hypersonics, because nothing can touch them. They look like comets coming in. That's how fast they come in.
Yeah, it was crazy. And what killed me was Jamal Thomas saying, justice.
Well, yeah, he said.
I saw him with the coffee. He was like, "Oh, this is some sweet coffee." I was like, "Oh,
right, exactly, bro."
He did. Okay.
Oh man, go ahead.
But that's the thing. Okay, this thing is, they're not going to run out of missiles. Okay, you're going to run out of buildings before they run out of missiles.
Yeah, true, and lives actually. But
well, very few lives, because Israel does have extensive underground bunkers. Population to hide in. That's what they bounce to. Okay, so very few people will actually get killed. But the thing is, when you come out of the ashes, what do you have?
Ashes.
Well, apparently they their Pentagon got hit too. Their version of the Pentagon.
Oh yeah, the Pentagon, the Mossad, the
Yep.
tech centers, the oil centers, a whole bunch of stuff got hit.
Yeah. That was the real one that they didn't want filmed, is that oil the oil fields,
Yeah.
the oil
I
center.
mean, that's the
Yeah.
lifeblood of your civilization, then, ain't it? Basically.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen pictures of the wreckage, man. It's not pretty. Okay.
I mean, I
And
see them on, what is it,
it
Telegram?
looked a lot like Gaza. Tel Aviv starting to look like Gaza. You know, another week would have. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying. Hey.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We had people. We had Palestinians in Jordan going all out wet box.
Yeah, hey, I'm just saying.
Flying
Hey,
over. Okay.
hey, be careful. Hey, when you open Pandora's box, though, when like what they say, when you do something out of vengeance, you got to dig two holes, not one.
Yeah. Mission of revenge. Yeah.
Yeah. So you went over there, murking shit, blowing shit up. Like, I've seen the videos. I don't really speak about it on my channel today. I'm gonna do. Let's see if the channel's still around tomorrow.
Get
But
the picture on, Z.
right, exactly right. But
That's what I came up with to say.
Right, so I will. I saw the video. I've seen the videos. Like, y'all know, I'm out here in these YouTube streets. I've seen the videos of the soldiers going into homes, just thrashing it for no reason. Nobody's at the house, no nothing, flipping over furniture. I've seen all of it. Right. I just haven't spoken on it. And you know, if that's how you go and play it, and then we're living in a time of mass media, internet, and then you're recording yourself. So one soldier is recording another soldier just going through the house thrashing, and then y'all upload it, and you think the rest of the world gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that's how we do business. All right.
Z.
All right. Go ahead.
I don't recall where this guy was speaking, but it was an Israeli diplomat, and probably like UN or somewhere.
Yeah.
He was talking about how underhanded and sleazy it was to bomb hospitals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just wish I could see the faces of the people in the assembly.
I saw it. No, I saw that video too. I saw that video too. Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh, you don't say
Yeah, Iran's showing a restraint right now. Okay, they're trying to. Okay, you back off and start shooting at us. We'll leave you alone for a minute. Okay, they could have done this a long time ago.
Me and my lady were talking about that too, which is like, and was it me and my lady and my lady's mom? We were talking about that, which is they lost the generation. The PR war, that's gone. So you got white boomers and these Christian fundamentalists, nationalists, and whatever the hell. It's them and like nobody else. Like they lost the millennials and the Gen Z. So the whole PR campaign, the propaganda, it's done. It's done. Right. So what you have now is fear of some type of like how we're joking on my channel, fear of some type of retribution or your platform or being attacked or being hit with the anti-word. That's all you have left, and that ain't even gonna help you. But I would argue now, but like definitely not in the upcoming future. Like soon.
I mean, we're not anti some, you know, the small hat, nothing like that.
Yeah,
we're just reporting facts. Okay, this is strategic.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the black woman's mentality. You know, if you tell the truth on me, then you must hate me though.
Wait.
For real.
Disclaimer. The views expressed by the
Keisha again, huh? But I like the snow
real quick, BG, because Ben was about to give the disclaimer. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
No, you got it.
But BJ, you want to give the disclaimer? The views expressed on Z's channel is not.
Yeah. Solely the expression and ideas and opinions of BGS Idmore. Okay.
Right, but I mean, like that's. Look, you're right. We're just reporting the news, or we're just, stating facts and numbers and whatever the hell. But hey, that don't look like it's stopping. Look, hey, bro, we watched two black politicians. Whether you agree with them or not, they got their head taken off because they mentioned them people, and those people funded their opposition and got them taken clean smooth up out of here. Two black politicians just clean smooth up out of here.
Okay, all right, good for them.
Right?
Okay.
So we know how these people move. Look, I'm just saying, you don't prove your point by doing what we said you was gonna do. I'm just saying. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Right.
Yeah, and
they don't have resources.
While voting for it. Okay.
Yeah, right. Hey, better you. I did not. It was not lost on me what you said because exactly. And I just when I first saw the video, I know my facial expression was the same as your facial expression, which is the same as everyone else's facial expression that's in the know. Like, did you just say that bombing hospitals is disgusting? I know you ain't talking. Like, I know everybody's face was. Is that
Oh
what
yeah,
I think it is? I know
yeah,
you ain't talking.
yeah. Rules for Z, but not for
Rules.
me.
Exactly. We know everybody know what the game is. It's the Overton window has moved and you can't pull them stunts the same way anymore. And so yeah, people are still a bit fearful. Even Z in this conversation, with that, it's not what it was 5 years ago, 10 years
No.
ago,
Oh,
15 years ago.
well, really
You know?
3. The last
Well, yeah.
3 years, it really changed the whole game, and they rolled the dice and it came up snake eyes.
Yeah. And let me read this real quick. And Spain Man says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, AP honors barbershop tax. And thank you very much. Yeah, we do that. Look, we have the conversation and we don't just talk about, like I said earlier, godnocracy. It's I spoke about the stuff earlier, but we definitely, you see it, everybody's chiming in, everybody got their 2 cents, everybody's saying their thing.
I'm waiting
Love
for
it.
godnocracy to become transactional and guys to actually accept it.
See, I've said what you've said before, BGS. Not that I'm waiting, but because I think I know where you're going with that. Which is the women think they want that. They can't hack that. They can't actually hack fully transactional relationships. They ain't built for that. They talk that shit though. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I am saying that, but once again, be careful what you wish for.
If you want to be hoes, let them be hoes, man.
Hey, bro.
And
we got a whole bunch of cosplaying hoes, though. BGS, you know we do.
And let market forces do what market forces do, right?
BGS, you have daughters, BGS. You know they ain't built for that. BGS, you don't watch other black women grow up. You know they ain't built for that shit. You know they ain't built for that shit.
I thought my daughters had to be transactional like that.
If the majority of people are females, what percentage of hoes are gonna make any real money if they all hoes?
Oh,
there you go.
Smoking like a true accountant, okay?
You see?
In other words, who was saying the math ain't mathing?
The math is, but it's not.
It ain't mathing at all.
Y'all bugging.
Let's pause right there. What Zulu? What did you say earlier when we were talking about Europe and you said you got homeboys that's going to Europe, and what did they tell you about what's going on over there in the brothels?
It's popular.
Okay, he probably no. He was saying they exactly they don't got no money because just like what Uru was saying, what Black Uru was saying, what you're saying, BGS. And what happens when the streets get flooded?
Yeah,
with hoes.
All those TPS, temporary status people, most half of them are guys. They're gonna ship off the guys first, okay, and leave the women.
Yeah,
more for me.
By the way, Mr. Z, man, I had to apologize, man. I had to send you the second video because the first one was so good. I watched the first couple of minutes on the second one. I'm like, man, I gotta send the second one to you.
You mean the brother that was talking to the white Canadian women? Yeah. Are you talking about something else? Oh yeah, no, I watched both of them. Yeah. I watched both of them.
Oh yeah, all this stuff is red pill.
That is all of it.
Just spitting red pill.
And he did a great job, and he left them kind of speechless.
They were.
He left them kind of speechless.
They didn't have answers for it. Yeah.
Did you get a chance to watch the base couple?
The base camp?
No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch that one. I just watched the part 1 and part 2. But go ahead.
You got to watch base camp. You got to get into them because they're
leftists, but
they're extreme leftists like you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're leftists, but they have like a right red pill tint to them.
Yeah, but let's also
close to the black pill, really. But
let's also accept that a lot of leftists will not call me leftist because once we start talking about TRANSs and once we start talking about boss hog ass women who still want men to be patriarchs under feminist specifications, Mr. Z start being like, yeah, I didn't sign up for that, and so they don't want to give me my card. They don't want to stamp my card.
I'd argue a lot of leftists aren't leftists.
In fact, remember the Diary CEO when he had those 3 feminists on? Okay, One of them actually called what was going on right now a female patriarchy.
Yes. Yeah. The older white woman. Yes. Yeah.
And female patriarchy called a gynocracy. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
BGS, while I have you here with Mr. Z, what do you think Basecamp, that couple, what do you think they would make of what's his name? Why am I trying to blank? Yeah, FD.
They probably laugh. They
Mr.
probably
Z
laugh.
doesn't know that, but
They probably call him an amateur. Okay.
I mean, I would argue this.
They're actually undercover Marxists. Look at the glasses. They're Marxists. Okay.
That's what I'm like. This seems strange to me. And like, there's something I'm not picking
They're
up.
Marxists. They're Marxists. You can tell by the glasses. They're Marxists.
Let me also say this. I've the funky academic has jabbed at FD a couple of times. I've watched a couple of people kind of pretty much say he's not serious type of thing. Diallo, I think him and Diallo they got a somewhat okay relationship because he did interview with Diallo on was it Diallo's channel or was it his channel? Either way, but I watched that. But yeah, he's making his money, y'all. He's making his money. He's killing YouTube right now. Oh my god. With that, he knows what it is, and that's why I played the clip with Ed pressing him right on Bernard Riley's channel. He knows what it is. He knows it's not gonna work, but this is where his bread is buttered right now.
I don't blame him. He's pandering.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
He's pandering.
They know what it is.
Yeah,
yeah.
No problem.
Did you see their coverage of the lady who wrote the New York Times op-ed?
I saw parts of it. Okay, I saw parts of it. I just want to see what the white perspective is because I already know what it is.
Yeah. Wait, who's
Basecamp?
Wait, Ben, who's Basecamp? Okay, okay. You know what? I will cover it and we'll get back to it. I'll cover it. I'll watch it and cover it.
Just you probably enjoy them because they talk like you. Believe it or not.
A little extreme, but I mean a little black pill, more black pill. But
and with a tinge of tongue in cheek to go along with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the husband
sound like me. Sound like right down my lane.
Yeah. And she's a lefty, but she was a virgin when she got married to her husband.
And the husband come off a little. I don't want to say. I don't want to.
That is not a lefty. That is not a lefty. ain't no lefty grown virgin. Get the fuck out of here. Ain't no lefty grown virgin.
If you see her, you would understand why
you gotta watch
she was a virgin. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You can understand why she's an odd duck. Okay. She's a true Marxist odd duck. Okay. She's a lefty.
I'm surprised they cover.
But I'm just saying, ain't no, because the whole point of being a lefty in modern society, you're giving that monkey up right away. You're giving that monkey up right away. You taking your sexual power by giving that monkey up. So ain't no lefty that's an adult virgin. That's don't happen.
That's why they're throwbacks. They're throwbacks. That's why I call them Marxists. But they're throwbacks. Okay.
Whenever I hear somebody refer to the vagina as the monkey, I know it's Chicago. I know it's Chicago. Ain't nowhere. It gotta be Chicago. Whether it's Corey Holcomb, I don't know, the Black Uru, everybody I know that from.
Well, and not only is it Chicago, but it's a specific age group in particular.
Yeah, that is
sort
true.
of like younger, younger boomer, Gen X. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah.
We got a Dr. T sighting. Dr. T asked who used the term female patriarchy. It was the older white lady on the Diary of a CEO. He had 3 different women on. Lucy, I think her name is. And it was two other women. The one of them was really like the staunch, like, I don't care, burn it to the ground if it's not gonna go this type of way, feminist.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 were more reasonable. The Lucy chick, I've seen her on Chris, what's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. The what is his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah. But I've seen her on his thing, and then I've seen the older feminists. I never saw have I seen her before? I don't remember. But yeah, just check out Dr. T. Check out Diary of a. He did that. That was a recent interview, right? Maybe it's like a few weeks old, maybe two weeks old at this point.
Yeah, about 2 weeks
A
old.
couple. Okay, yeah, less than
Yeah,
about a week ago.
yeah.
The one.
So
The
if
one
you
you
check out
talking
his
about.
channel, yeah, go ahead.
Did she have on like a red jacket?
Yes, skirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah. So yeah, that her. So what she reminded me of the lighter skinned sister off of that Hezekiah news clip that you covered forever ago, BGS. The these are those feminists. These are the ones that's like, well, what's wrong with this type of thing? And that also reminded me of Rebecca Traister, who we spoke about last year. I want to say white feminist, journalist and whatnot. Who even when other women are saying, "Hey, this is not working," let me slow this down. Even when other women, white women, are telling them, "Hey, this is not working," these other feminists will be like, "Well, screw it. We gonna keep on going this direction." And the one that you're speaking about, Better You with the red jacket, that was her whole demeanor. That Rebecca Traister is on the same thing. That's another white woman journalist. You meet these feminists that even when women tell them what we're doing and the way we're doing it isn't working, they still say, "So be it." But go ahead.
Keep in mind, they are all feminists. They all identify as feminists of some kind.
Exactly.
So even their own kind cannot tell them what to do.
The interesting thing about that one was that basically there were a few points where they really tried to tell her, like, look, whatever you want, it's very clear this isn't working. Like, this is breaking. And she's like, oh, society be damn, full course ahead, motherfucker. Hey, I don't give a damn that's an iceberg right there.
Literally. And there are women who they're okay, they're doing well financially, they're well resourced, they might even be married. And so for them, the cost of this isn't necessarily going to sit on their shoulders the way it's going to sit on the shoulders of our sisters and our girl cousins and our, like our daughters who are working class, working poor, maybe even lower middle class. This idea, right? And so it's just fun. It's almost like these rebels without a cause type people. And there's a number. When I think of those folks, I think of a Kim Foster. I think of the lady we're speaking about with the red jacket. I think of Rebecca Traister. Like, they're doing okay, but they can afford for them to get divorced. They can afford if they are married, or they can afford their apartment and their teacup dog or their dog and their lifestyle and their Subaru Forester, and they can afford this, right? And they have other platonic relationships with women and maybe even some men where in connections where they can go about life, quote unquote, single. The masses of women cannot. There's a cost to shirking off the men or giving the men the middle finger with this fake ass egalitarian thing y'all talking about.
All right, I'm about to say something.
Go ahead.
Do not go fully into the subject. I'm just broaching the subject. Do not go fully into the subject. You'll see what I mean. Speaking of the system be damn, crush everything, we got to win at all costs. Somebody just got, away with some stuff, right? And the defense attorney was saying, well, the opposition overreached a little bit. They should not have one with this and this and that. A lot of female attorneys, a lot of female representatives saying, I don't care. This is what they. I don't want to. Well, you guys want to know what I mean. I don't.
Yeah.
No. We know we get what you're. And I actually wanted to speak about that particular part of it also. So we've watched this part of the conversation racially happen for, oh my God, well, I don't know, since plantation, but we've watched that, like literally, actually, we've watched that part of the conversation. It's interesting seeing this happen on this public scale and watching women crash out and say exactly what you just did, and watching some men, some of these henpecked men say the same thing, which is, okay, this is the law and this is the way it's supposed to be applied. Excuse me. And so, if he wins off a technicality, or if he didn't pass this particular threshold or line, and he played within bounds, even though it might be immoral, even though it might be something that might not be pleasant or make us want to barf, or it doesn't follow the social cues that we purport to believe in.
but he was in bounds. And exactly what you're saying, Ben, which is watching people crash out and say, "I don't care, screw it."
Keep in mind,
he's supposed to be buried.
keep in mind,
Let
all
me
men
explain to you all
believe that
what's
he's
going
culpable.
on.
We
Let
all
me
believe he's
explain to
culpable.
you all what's going on.
Ben, go ahead, Black Room. Go ahead.
Let me explain to you all in a way that I think will help you to understand. In white people are supposed to win against black people. Women are supposed to win against men. If you understand what that means, that just that overriding mindset and programming that has been established, you understand everything about the behavior of the women in response to this particular situation. The law be damned, a procedure be damned, or whatever. We entered an age starting about 15, 20 or so years ago, where the women, especially in the big high profile incidents, the women are supposed to win against the men. That mentality frames all of this response. And so you might have very intelligent, you have attorneys citing stuff, pulling shit out their ass, and you're like, well, this is an attorney, this is an experienced person, this is a person practicing law. That she has to know that there was no valid RICO case here or no valid trafficking case here. Anybody who could read the definition of RICO know that this is not RICO. So there's no complexity here, but the girls are supposed to win against the boys. And if you understand that that's the mentality behind this, you understand all the harangue that follows now.
Let me say this, Black. So Jason Black covered this, and he said this thing, and it's speaking exactly to what you just said. They attempted to redefine RICO with how he was spending the money. So it changed from borderline cleaning the money type thing to, well, it should count as RICO because the way he's spending the money.
A boy had done something to a girl
Against the girl.
That boy was supposed to be punished.
Wait, disclaimer.
And you can call it anything. You can call it anything you want to call it. You can call it RICO. You can call it sex trafficking. You can call it Martian Manhunter. You can call it any damn thing you want to call it. And whatever definition that preceded, that shit don't matter. A boy got caught beating a girl on a videotape in a hotel.
Yeah.
He should be punished. He is supposed to be destroyed in every way possible.
Keep in mind, none of us are rooting for that boy. None of us are, by the way.
That
Just
doesn't
a
matter.
disclaimer.
Yeah.
We're not rooting for that boy.
Yeah.
We believe
Let me do this. Wait, everyone. Go ahead, Black.
All the equivocation of that. That's a huge part of the problem. A huge part of the problem with men is this: we immediately go into this equivocation there. Well, we're not friends with him.
Well, I ain't saying,
all that equivocation is a huge part of the problem. That's why men are losing now, because we always look for some way to try to soften the position and all that kind of bullshit. That's a huge part of the problem right now.
That's the way they've been taught.
I agree.
Let me read this. Let me read this. Go into that. Wait. Let me read this. Go into that. And Bruce Owen Wayne says, and thank you for the super chat, the youngest of the Abrahamic religions, if y'all get what Z just did with there, is right about women, black women. # game over. I mean, she is blackish. She's black. She black. So somewhere is Christy saying she's not black. No, she's black. Go ahead, y'all. Mixed black, mixed like a motherfucker, right? But yeah, she black. Yeah, go ahead, y'all. Yellow. We were just in the middle of a good part of the conversation. Everybody just got quiet. All right then. But yeah, okay. So yeah, no, that to me, that very public crash out, and exactly what Black Uru was saying, he's supposed to be buried because he was supposed to lose this very public, because you have to appreciate when they say war, right? When they say quote unquote gender war, they're really keeping score. They're really keeping score.
Even though the Diddy trial is not about them, they don't give a shit about women. Okay,
exactly.
This is the feds and the people, the powers that be, want to get. They already got what they want, which is Diddy's tapes. Okay, all his documents and tapes. You can't blackmail nobody no more. Okay, really, that's really what they wanted. Okay, all this other stuff is just for show. Had nothing to do about women. They could have got him years ago on this kind of crap if that's what they wanted to. Okay, because she complained about it, but Diddy should have paid her. Diddy should have paid her their 20-30 million and bounce. Okay, he didn't. They want to be hard headed.
But that's the point. There's plenty other evidence they could have gotten them on, but it just the overreach. It just to me was.
Why do you think they never got him?
Tapes.
He was doing their bidding.
He was doing their bidding. Okay, yeah, and they have a whole bunch of people that's on them tapes. Okay, that they don't want out in the public, just like Epstein.
Somebody said yesterday, Epstein got a whole island. You mean?
He did. He sure did, didn't he?
And we saw what happened to him, right? And the lady that was working with him, right?
Yeah, that's why I was hoping. That, and Diddy was afraid that was going to happen to him.
Yep.
That's how come he didn't say nothing.
He was copping pleas, bro.
That's how come he was praying when they let him off of one of those cases. Okay?
Yeah, at the end. Yeah. Hey, bro, it's a dirty game. But if you decide to get in the mud with them folks, then hey.
Here's the funny thing, though. You got people on the right side crashing going against each other, and not even agreeing, crashing out against each other on the right side.
And that's why we call them civilians. Okay.
I mean, I think you had like how many years? I'm gonna call it. I want to basically call it matriarchal rules, basically being the standard law of the land. So I mean, it makes sense at this one point in time that when you abruptly say no, we're not longer going to do this, you have the infighting amongst the plebeians, I guess.
It looks like it is, but it's actually not, because most of the guys are bailing out. Okay, it's a silent protest movement going on amongst the men.
No, it's mostly all the guys are backing him, and all the women.
I wanted to go to what you just said earlier, Ben. So what's because I saw the Megyn Kelly thing, and what she doesn't appreciate is, yes, you're gonna get certain type of racist white dudes just because Diddy's black to go along with you. That's a small amount, because they do remember what happened with what's his name off of Pirates of the Caribbean, right? The Amber Heard thing. They so like be very clear. It's, dear white women, you're doing this to yourselves, because if these are the rules and the norms, and yes, Diddy might be a slime ball and all that other stuff, guess what? He played in bounds. He played in bounds. So F your feelings about it and how slimy he is. He played in bounds, and you as an attorney know that.
Yeah.
So if the tape, let me get this out real quick. If the tape and whatever the hell he did to Cassie in that hotel with the elevator thing and whoever he paid off, if that wasn't part of the trial, then it wasn't part of the trial.
You notice
period, point blank. What we have now is a bunch of we still want to bury him for this old thing or for this other thing, and him just being a rich black man. But that's what we want to bury him for, and him being out here, because let's be very clear, Diddy really been a bad boy. He really been out here. He really was out here, right? Like doing whatever the hell he wanted to do. Once again, in bounds. What? Let me tell y'all what this court case just said. He did what he wanted to do in bounds. We only could get him on these things.
Yep.
And that's what's really what's really scaring them is that Diddy set a precedent. Oh yeah, you could do this if you're in bounds like this. And the second people start, men particularly okay and well-resourced men, start figuring their way through this and walking the tightrope, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
To me, watching all the guys on the Megyn Kelly show trying not to offend her and trying not to make her cry even more, it's just funny to me. It's like all the guys are step-toeing around the issue.
Yeah, well,
you don't want to offend her.
It's her show. Yeah.
And this how you know the men were bullshitting her. You know, most of the jurors were educated white men. Most of the jurors.
Yes.
So most of the jurors had a profile of the men that were pretending to agree with her.
No, they don't agree with her.
Educated the more educated the man is, the less likely he was to go along with that bullshit. that they tried to pull.
What I'm saying is the men on the panel were not agreeing with her. They were steptoeing not to piss her off.
Yeah, but right. But my point is that is the profile of the man who were the actual juror of that trial. They did not subscribe to that bullshit.
Yep.
Rightfully so. No, rightfully so.
The
As
stuff,
it should be.
the stuff they could get him on and really get him on, they ain't gonna put it out there because they're gonna actually indict a whole bunch of other people.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure there's definitely some stuff they can lock him up for. I'm pretty sure, like if you really go through his Rolodex of stuff that he did, they could have found something. But like, even when I started looking at some of the trials, I was like, these are not solid things to put somebody in jail with, in my personal opinion. That's what I even when I looked at the case.
But he's rich and black, Zulu. He's rich and black. That's probable cause enough. The black part is probable cause enough. The black man part is probable cause. You can't be rich, black, and out here and flagrant and blatant with the shit. Oh no.
Using
hey,
power?
throw his ass
Oh,
under
no,
the jail. Oh boy.
And you
Right?
using power? No.
Say that.
You supposed to be out there in the corner with your tail tucked, crying.
You see what I'm saying?
So when I kind of started seeing that, oh Jesus Christ! Hold on, one sec. My bad. Hold on.
So yeah, what's going on, AB? You came back. What's up?
Well, when you have testimony from a walking toilet, what do you expect?
Hey, look. I now it's whether. Go ahead.
What's going on, low information voter? What's going on, low information voter? What's going on?
Well, excuse me, my bad. Willing walking toilet.
Let me say this. Going to it, and let me say this. Going to this, I want bets. We putting money on the table. Everybody, get your wallets out. We putting money on the table. What do we? Okay, here's two bets. It's part two bet. Does Alex Fine stay, and how long before he goes if he leaves? Put your bets in now. Go ahead, y'all.
I'm gonna go ahead and say give him like 2-3 months. If he's smart, he should be out of here in about 3 months, man.
No, that nigga ain't gonna. He's not gonna leave that soon. I ain't gonna take that bet. That's too soon. That's way too soon.
6 months.
Goddamn, y'all way too low. Jesus, y'all ain't even give it a couple of years.
Mid 2026, a year.
3 months.
He's getting a year minimum.
We'll see.
I think it's longer than that. I think it's long. I think 3-5 years. I don't think it's longer than a few months.
It's getting at least a year minimum.
Way too short.
How long they been married?
Oh, so wait. I think they've only been married for a few years, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you got.
Yeah, they've only been married for a few years.
You gotta put some more time there.
Oh, he trying to get that lifetime alimony is what you say.
Oh, brother, yeah. You better not kiss me. Shit. Not with that PP, no.
Oh man.
Yeah, because I watched. Like I said, when you have testimony from a willing walking toilet, what do you think was going to happen?
And let me do the shout out to all of you that used to call me the Black Woman Whisperer. Let me speak to the part of this that, and I shout out to the women who really exposed their hand with this about speaking about Alex Fiennes as if y'all actually admire him. And you see how strong he is. He didn't leave her, and he put out this letter about how strong she is, and he look how supportive he is, and your husband would never, and all that lame ass shit. I want you to appreciate. Men saw what you were doing. We ain't going, right? Alex Fiennes ain't even going. Guess what? TikTok. Right? It's the same thing y'all tried to pull with Beyonce's mom when she looked at what's his face. Oh, and she talked crazy to him in that damn interview. Y'all thought he was gonna stay. TikTok. Men with choices and options don't deal with that shit. Look, Alex Fiennes is he's out of here in, I'm saying 3 to 5 years. BGS said it ain't even gonna take that long. These other brothers were saying months. We'll see. He ain't staying though. That one I'm willing to put money on. He's not staying. He's not gonna be there for 20 years or until he passed or she passed. That's not happening.
Yeah.
I'm letting y'all know now.
Oh, I see why
y'all you know what it is? Y'all don't appreciate.
Why do you assume he's gonna leave? I mean, he's obviously, to me, a cuckold I mean,
Yeah,
he's obviously
that's true.
accustomed to knowing how egregiously this woman has behaved for well over a decade. It even came out in during the trial that at some point she was cheating on him with Diddy after he supposedly had rescued her from Diddy. So
So
I
that's
mean, it
the,
seems like to me he's a perfectly
Yeah.
comfortable cuckold, and you know is willing to comfortably spend Diddy's millions that she's gotten from him through the cuckoldry. I don't.
I think
Why
he's
would you
he's gonna
leave?
get the money on the way. Wait, real
I
quick.
don't know
To
about
go to
that.
what Black Widow was saying. Wait. To go to what Black Widow was saying. I think now because they're married, and if he stay long enough, he gonna leave with some of that on the way out the door. Exactly what you said. I think I think that's the threshold for manhood right there. It's one thing if your lady kiss up on a dude, if she cheat on a dude, cheat on you with another dude. That's one thing. It's a whole different thing to know the icky details that, like, I agree with you on the cuckold thing, and I think that's what we're gonna find out depending on whether he stay or he leave. But that's the max. Like knowing that pretty much that she was getting back shots while ignoring your phone call. Like that right there, that's a whole different level of working on your mind, particularly for us as men. So I agree with you that if he does stay, that does definitely not even just indicate, straight up say that he is a cuckold. With that, I think there's levels to this, and that's the threshold right there. That's the max. That's the that's yeah. I don't know how many men
I
can
mean,
stay with that.
if he were a
Mhm.
black man, I would likely agree with you because I don't know many
Yeah.
black American men who could live with the public face of that. But if he's not a black man, I don't. These other guys,
Yeah.
they create whole
Those are white
industries
guys. They're
around
notorious
being
for being.
cuckold and and
Hmm.
and being the long suffering man behind the
Mhm.
brave martyred woman. I mean, so
Mhm.
I mean, it's a
What?
lot of money to be made on that kind of bullshit these days.
I ain't
Yeah,
never
yeah,
heard that.
there it is. There's a lot of money to be made. Okay. Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
sure is.
Damn. Let me
Now,
read this real quick. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Top secret build next to collateral damage. Yeah, yeah, the hospital that got hit a little bit, or whatever, ricocheted, it hit it or whatever. But when that missile hit that the other building, the head of their one of their
I thought it
alphabet
was a hospital,
organizations. Yeah, it was a hospital. It was a hospital next to one of their
military base,
the
something like military recruitment offices or
yep,
something.
yeah. And it was crazy watching mainstream media like when I say never address it, they didn't. You would never know. They just kept on talking about the hospital and showing the hospital up real close, and I'm like, but was the hospital the like if you didn't know, if you weren't privy, if you weren't listening to certain type of media, you would have thought the hospital was the target, and that was the whole point. It's for you to think the hospital was a target, and for you to see the Iranians as some vicious monsters targeting hospitals, unlike a certain group of people who were actually targeting hospitals, and we got proof
Yeah.
of it. But
What a
you know,
smart hat's good at, man. It's called
yeah, good
propaganda.
point.
Propaganda
Yeah,
and
good point.
controlling the narrative.
They invented it.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. I don't know how long
man.
that thought that was gonna last though, but like I basically from what I heard from what is the not the
BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when we were growing up
Mm-hmm.
and black men and white men did not agree on very much when we were growing up.
That's true.
facts.
But if you recall, older black men and older white men would say the same sorts of things about those people. Do you
Mm-hmm.
recall that?
I remember that. I mean, basically,
Very,
what is it? World War II generation, man. A lot of the black men
all of them, white
despised them.
men and black, they
The older
all
one,
had
the older
a
one, yeah.
very
Despised them.
consistent. And I remember, because I remember my uncles and great uncles would say things about them, and
Mm-hmm.
I would always be confused by Why? And then I would hear white men saying the same shit, and I would be like, "Boy, it's interesting that these two men who generally in life will disagree about a lot of different things, but they had a very consistent, almost rote conversation about those people." You know, and now it would be like, yeah, you're anti blah blah blah, anti blah blah
Yeah,
blah,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
an anti such and such. But they would be saying the same stuff about those people. And so to see things how they have manifested over the years and how they have changed what can be said and what can be presented or is presented or how it's presented, it's just very interesting to see where and it's like culminated into this thing where you know you almost got to pretend that the reality don't exist anymore because it doesn't fit in this particularly framed view about what is acceptable and not acceptable to be said and to be believed by this relatively small number and group of people.
Yep. Yeah. They're doing the biddings of their masters, which is a bigger secret.
Well,
yeah,
yeah, I've kind of always kind of been, slightly known, but isn't that kind of known? But I mean, to the average person, right? That's just
no,
like like it was an insider knowledge kind of thing, right?
Very inside.
Oh, okay.
Most people don't believe it.
Really?
No, most people don't believe that. Yeah.
Like, how do you expect these? Like, I mean, they don't even. I don't think there's even more to them than he is like African Americans. So how would they have such power to do such things? Financially, I mean,
it's called Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's also called New York. It's also called New York Times and LA Times and all those
Washington Post. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. Because right now I'm actually like in between two things because I didn't know BJS had a Patreon, so I'm trying to keep up with the Patreon and keep up with it here at the same time. So,
what I miss?
Depends.
Everything.
Basically, we went all around the world, bro.
You missed a lot, bro.
You missed a lot. Come in 3 hours late. Say what I missed. Come on, man. no. Walk in the middle of orgy that's been going on all day. Say what I missed.
Wait a minute. We at Diddy house now. Anyway, I have to do it.
But if you want to go find it, go in the laundry section. You can find all of
it. Hey, why are you up, man? Go run for some more baby oil, okay? Go to store.
We get low.
Left for that baby oil. It ain't never came.
Now that one we can't do nothing for Diddy on that one. The baby oil stuff, no, that one gonna stay, bro. That we can't do nothing for you. The baby oil shit. That's forever for real. That one we can't sanitize that one. Go ahead.
No, that shit was funny when it was like we found an entire crate of baby oil. I was like, how you got an entire crate? But like I can see you had like 5 bottles. I can see you got like a small box. You had an entire crate. I'm like, bro, that's next level.
I heard pallet. I heard a pallet of baby oil. You heard crate. I heard a pallet. I was like, God damn, what?
I saw the picture of it. Unless it was an AI picture, I saw a crate. So I'm sitting here like that. This man is.
Hey, them AI pictures is getting this. I prided myself on seeing the difference. The AI pictures is getting video. The videos I could I can tell, and the voiceovers for the videos are still there. There's still progress that need to be done. So I'm okay at telling the difference, but. Bro, it's getting scary. It's getting real scary out there.
Man, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I was just on TikTok yesterday, and I was some of the things I'm starting to say. I'm like, it ain't there yet, but give it another 2 years. 2 years of hard work, yeah, it's definitely gonna be there, man.
Yo, that's scary, bro. That's scary. That's scary. We're there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we still don't have viable space stations yet. I'm gonna say viable.
Hey, it's gonna be soon. We're gonna really be like, don't believe your lying eyes, because like I've seen it. I've actually did a stream about that, but like soon it's really gonna be like, no, for real, don't believe your lying eyes.
You really can't.
AI.
Oh man,
Exactly.
Man, the world gonna be so topsy turvy at that point, man. You can be like, yeah, I swear I saw this girl on TV. She be like, no, that's my AI picture. That's not even me. You can be like, boy.
which allows people to do flip on the other side
Everything.
and do crazy shit and then be like, oh, that's not me, that's AI generated. I'm
That's
pretty
AI.
sure
I
we're,
was like,
we're,
oh, bro,
we're
I
gonna
was
come up with a
like, I was
version
like,
of like, and I do believe this one part that I recall hearing where there should have been some type of policy or
Yes,
bill passed that says when it's AI generated, you stamp it, you put some background watermark or something like that, where we could tell, where an investigator or somebody that has appropriate tools can tell, because that's going to be a scary place when people can do harm and then say, no, that's not me, that was AI,
that
some
wasn't me.
AI video and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yep.
was that video of me shooting somebody. That wasn't me, bro. Man, that was an AI video.
Oh! I think let me shout out Black Ruby real quick, because I think I did this already, but I want to do it again just in case. Black Ruby said something on Art New Styles channel years ago. This is like, I don't know, 3-4 years ago, and he was saying something like, when he thinks of something, sometimes it pops up, and this has been happening to me. I have a playlist with like, I don't know, 400 and something songs on YouTube, something like that, 300, 400 and something songs. And truly, I will think of the song, and that shit is the next after song. Like, ain't no way this is possible. I didn't say it. There's no way this song popped up, and I have too many songs for it to just keep on being a coincidence.
Not only have I not said it, I've not even. There have been things that have popped up that I've not even browsed. I'll for example, think I'm having some plumbing thing, and that's going on in my little basement area. I've kind of fixed up, and I'll think about it. Right? No browsing yet. No, no calling. The plumber guy or nothing like that. And I'll get a plumbing pop up, and I can only conclude that some sort of AI telepathy is going on. I can only conclude that, and I believe that is happening.
Shit is getting scary.
Now I know it sounds extreme, and I know it's far edge, but I believe something has been broached in that area. I believe that.
Now I'm not gonna say it's that
Go
bad
ahead.
in my ear, it's just that once I see something, I may hit something on a whole different app on another side of the world, and all of a sudden I get back to my home computer, all of a sudden it pop up on my main screen, and I'm like, somehow this is getting real odd, man. But
some of it is market research, because there's some things that are interrelated. Like I remember in my undergrad going through marketing class, we were talking about this then back in 2011, where we would some women were finding out they were pregnant, not from a test or anything, but because they were starting to get advertisements related to some of the other things that they search for, and all this stuff is getting compiled, and it's just basically like, hey, somebody searches for this, normally 3-4 weeks later they looking for this, and so on and so forth.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying, because I don't want to confuse this shit. I'm saying I thought about I needed a plumber, and I get a fucking pop-up 5 or so minutes later. That's not the same thing you're describing, brother. And I've had that experience numerous times. I've had that experience numerous times, to the point in which sometimes I won't even, if I'll think of something, I won't even look at my phone or whatever for fear of having that experience. That's how extreme it has been for me at times. Now, maybe it's unique to me. Maybe I just got some strangely open mind or whatever. I'm not saying, this is something that everybody would have experienced. I'm saying this is an experience I have had.
No, I don't think you're alone in that. I'm tying it mainly to music and just different things on YouTube or on the internet and social media. But no, I think it is definitely possible. And this is me like bridging the gap between what Better You said when Black Rule said.
it is definitely possible that the algorithms are just that great that what Better You is saying is true. But the way that actually comes out to the eye and to the ear of a human being is, how in the hell is it this accurate? And going on with Better You said, like, I heard about that too, with Better You said, and the father that found out his daughter was pregnant because of something that got sent to the house because of the algorithm when she didn't even know. Yeah. So I've heard of that also, because like Better You was saying, like, there's certain things that you don't even realize that will occur, and you will be seeking as a pregnant woman, as a recently pregnant woman, and there'll be things that you'll be starting to look up and whatnot, and the algorithm will pick up on it before you even realize you're pregnant. So yeah. But that's different than what Black Uru's talking about, because where would the pattern be necessarily for it to pick up on, hey, when a person looks this up or searches this or moves this way, then maybe they need plumbing, right? So I get what Black that's
how they make their money. That's how they make their money. By taking advantage of your patterns.
I mean, think about. I'm guessing the patterns would be the same. Think about, like, if you look at it like this: 10,000 women all over the planet. Most likely,
10,000.
Same, views.
You try hundreds of millions.
Oh, yeah, I'm back. Hundreds of millions, right? And then you extrapolate that out and sell it to you. You're saying, okay, I want to go look up. I'm eating extra pickles with ice cream. And it's like, I think we know what we're looking for here.
Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, I can kind of see that a little bit, but
I mean, if you walked into a doctor's office, okay, and describe your symptoms or your habits, right, he could pretty much tell what's going on with you, right? That's just one doctor with a limited number of patients. What about an algorithm that looks at hundreds of millions of people
on a daily basis, and that can,
daily, minute by minute, okay?
Yeah, that overload is getting looking real.
Y'all don't even know. You guys don't even know the half of this stuff, man. It's getting worse than you think, okay?
Man, BGS, hey man, I'm working as fast as I can to leave this country. You keep making it.
You think he's safe from the algorithm in Africa? BGS, tell him different.
You cannot escape it. If you in the village, man, in a straw hut, and she got an iPhone.
Oh no, BGS. I don't know if have you seen the Amazon video?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, I don't know if you've seen it. I think it was like what is it? The Amazon people. I forgot what tribe in the Amazon, right? Basically, they came over there, gave the people like smallpox or something, like, basically, right? They got them all sick. Then they came in and said, we're gonna try to basically give you help or whatever, right? So they came and gave them like some little aid for the smallpox that they gave the people originally, right?
Okay.
They gave them the people the phones, right?
Okay.
And then now all of a sudden, now the entire village is based. So you got to remember, they're in a primitive village life. Everybody going hunting, fishing. And all of a sudden they was like, oh, our society is having issues now that we're having this cell phones in the issue, and then now they're trying to sue the United States government for bringing the phones in.
They can. You should. It's because you infected that's probably one of the worst viruses on the planet, which is the internet and smartphones.
Man, but I saw that video. I was like, oh man. It went from, the lady was out there, was it fishing, to all of a sudden now they got that on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's the funniest thing to see a girl go from literally 1 month I was outside fishing for my food to now I'm fishing for likes on Instagram with half my booty out, and I'm like, you was just in the village.
But
in the village.
She got connected to the rest of the world.
They destroyed Mfufu. Mfufu's mind is all type of messed up. Is what you saying?
Eddie. OnlyFans, Eddie.
No, the funny part is though, like the funniest part, like they actually got one of the girls. She literally did start her OnlyFans.
Yes.
In the Amazon.
In the Amazon with a smartphone.
Bro.
Yeah.
There's a good time for me to read this. And Joe says, and thank you for the super chat real quick. And Joe says, real quick, Black Guru, let me read this because it goes to what we're saying. And Joe says, stick to the program. Feminists, whenever a man looks even close to not feeling the full pinch. And once again, they turning these women into OnlyFans feminists with the phones and whatnot. Oh boy, go ahead, Black Guru. Go ahead.
Me and Uwe said, let it fall, man. Let market forces take over. Let it fall. Stop holding them up.
Yeah, you do need to pay.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you can't stop it.
Anyway,
you can't stop it anyway, unfortunately. So really, the best thing you can do is be as strong and as clear-minded, and best thing right now, the best tool you're going to have right now going forward is some real sort of hardcore critical thinking, like real sort of logistical kind of thing. Like beyond.
Let me do it real quick. After you're done, Black Roo, read this because I think it's going to what you're saying, and then you got it turn around. I think that was you. Go ahead, Black Roo.
Yeah, that was me. Okay, Gaio, give me for your super chat. He quotes 2030 breaking news. We found a way to receive and decipher brainwaves through devices. Reality was discovered decades ago and incorporated in phones. End quote. I think that very likely is true. I think that's a prophetic statement.
Most people do the same shit over and over again, right? It's not that hard. Okay, human beings are creatures of habit.
Okay.
Go ahead, turn the runner. I think that was you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, my wife just drove me to the farmer's market.
This nigga off.
Yeah, she just got her license a week ago. She drove me to the farmer's market, and we got the Colombian jerseys on. And
look, he's already being valeted around, and she just got her license. This is some bullshit, y'all. Cut this nigga mic off. This is bullshit. Go ahead.
Passenger King. But yeah, and
he didn't even say princess. He saying it's princess. With the passenger princess, he said passenger king. Oh my god!
I gotta maintain my masculine frame. I can't be saying about princess. Anyway, the thing is, we look so good together as a couple. The Latinos working in the market looking for some more black guys that can speak Spanish. So tell the guys to get their stuff together. They're looking for you.
Listen to this guy. Listen to this.
Your reparations are at hand, sir.
Bragging ass. Listen to this.
I tell you, speaking Spanish is a superpower, man.
Yeah. Any language. Yeah, I mean any language. If you learn the language, you're going to do, especially with these women.
Yes. A few sweet words go a long, long way.
And
there's a pun in there.
Bullshit. And understanding the bullshit.
Oh yeah, well that's true.
Bullshit down.
Black men make up bullshit, man. So they start saying, if they say you crazy, I say, you got them. Okay.
Baby, I'm crazy.
Yeah, they say you crazy and start laughing. I've heard this before.
And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, Black Room might need to join and listen to Maggie. Yeah, might be getting to the esoterics and whatnot. But no, I mean, like, what Gil Gabby said is true. Like, I wouldn't be surprised is if they finally tell us in a decade, oh, by the way, yeah, we could read brainwaves and we kind of decipher and blah, 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 blah. And like you said, we've been able to do that for like 20 years, right? But we didn't tell you that part.
A good book that talks about how they do it and the algorithm, stuff like that is called Daniel Suarez called Demon. But
you did tell me about that book before. You told me about I remember. You told me about that book.
Get a book on tape, Z, and listen to it, okay?
Okay.
I know you be reckless, but you can listen reckless.
You know, I was really about to compliment you about that. Like the reason why BGS told me to get on tape because he know I ain't got no time for reading. Oh my god! If I told y'all what my days look like,
I know. You're Haitian, man. You're like a half a Jamaican. Okay, you got 2 jobs. They got 4.
Hysterical, but for real though. But for real though, reckless. As a matter of fact, we reckless right now. Reckless.
Yeah.
Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments.
Yeah, like the guy, my Haitian guy that does my home appliances, man. He got like 4 different hats he wears. He works from sun up to sundown, man.
You know, it's crazy you say that. Like, so Charles is multifaceted, and my dad has been telling me since since I was like 7 or 9 or something like that. The total package, Z. You have to have the total. You have to right, like, and he's been stressing that to me. Like, he's like, yo, you can't just be educated.
You can't just have money. You can't just be fit. You can't just be. Now, I don't not have a bunch of these things, but he definitely has been saying since I was a child, like, you can't just have this one thing and have this niche. Like, yes, you can have a thing that you're really good at, but it can't just be that, and then everything else falls to the wayside, right? And he's been saying that. So going to what you're saying is like juggling the jobs and juggling the all of it, right? Just
yeah. But you turned down the big money, though, Z.
Man, I don't know. Look, I switching on a dime and doing the how I escaped the Black Manosphere thing, and like then turning around, and then what am I going to do? Make content against you? Make content against Charles with Angry Man with Obsidian? Like, I don't.
There's a whole bunch of them did it to us, man. They changed hats, changed lanes, okay, and made a ton of money.
Yeah. You wouldn't have to prove it.
No, all you have to do is say, "I come out with a video. I escaped the manosphere."
Yeah.
I see. Hey, let me tell you how these niggas ain't.
I'm over here to sound like Deontay. You see what happened was I just was in a bad place, and I thought these women was ain't shit, but really no, not my bad. What I really meant to say, no, I can't, bro. I can't.
Could he have looked any worse than on that Revolt show?
But he said what he needed to say. Especially that ending monologue of him, not of the lady at the end, but that little monologue that he gave for like what was that, a minute and a half. That's what they really needed him there for. It's to jab at us, and that's what all of them are, just to jab at us and poke fun and mock us and tell us to shut up.
But Mr. Z, I know what you said in the chat during that stream that FD wants him to go talk to the hood dudes. Don't you know that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's supposed to represent. He's supposed to represent the everyday Atlanta hood nigga. That's his lane. He's supposed to. True. But still, that's the best they could do, because they got another brother out of Philly, a darker skinned brother out of Philly that they're using for that lane, right? Like the hood niggas out of Philly that had an epiphany and he realized, I can't talk like that and I can't say this, but I'll direct that energy to your everyday Black man, right? The barbershop talk. So they're trying to infiltrate the literal barbershops with this bullshit and these online spaces of barbershops in the Black manosphere with this bullshit.
They're trying to map our model onto theirs. Their call.
Pretty much, you said it. Yeah, no, you've called it. Yes, yeah.
Good luck. It's the infiltration. I call them the familiars, bro. Like, that's what I basically been calling them. Like, when I do my own TikTok little spaces, I be like, yeah, the familiars are out here doing their lowest bidding, and folk be thinking I'd be lying, but you know.
Yeah. No. I think you're right, and I think BGS is right. Between the election and between the fear of too many Black men doing their own thing, they're frightened. And so this is where FD comes in. This is where Deontay comes in. This is where Foreign comes in. This is where name the person, the other brother out of Philly. I can't remember his name, darker skinned brother. Like, they have these folks, and like BGS is saying, they're trying to map what we got going on here to represent every little niche of Black man spaces and kind of shame them brothers into thinking about these things in a way that's more beneficial for the women, but that's going to be framed like it's more beneficial for the Black community in aggregate, including obviously the children and Black men themselves.
Come up with a proof, okay? Which they haven't.
Hey man,
I keep on saying it real quick, Zulu, you got it. I keep on saying it. The problem they're gonna have is trying to convince Black men not to believe their lying eyes. You're going to try to reinterpret it this way and interpret it that way, and no, you have to understand her. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, what it comes down to and what it boils down to is, don't believe your lying eyes. Those experiences, you need to think of them differently. Let's recontextualize it, and that's how it's going to be framed.
If they could,
and then after this, Zulu, go ahead.
If they can convince Black women to shut up, they might have a shot at it.
All I'm gonna say is,
when they get on TikTok,
ain't no shot.
Then basically they don't have a shot at it. It's over, pretty much. Go ahead, Zulu.
All I'm gonna say is I need that clip of you. I think it was like you be playing. I think it was an Ed was talking to FD. I need that for my TikTok, man. If I can have that clip on my TikTok and just play that whenever time I have my little lies and they come up there talking smack, and I just be like, all right, hold on, I got it right here. Let me get right here. This is what I need, and just play it and just kind of shut it off and on. Oh man, you think I'll be tearing up Atlanta? All I'm saying, because I'm on the TikTok in Atlanta. When they see my profile come up, they be like, oh hell no.
Oh hell no! Oh god, throw
Like,
the holy
it's
water
him
and run.
again.
Huh? Yeah, the holy water and run.
So, and it was very important that he said that. It was very important. The other clip that I played that Sarge Willie Pete has referenced a lot, but that's more of a Hotep type of space. But still, where the lady straight up said like, "Yo, like this is matriarchy. Like, yo, you're not gonna bow down." I'm gonna put. As a matter of fact, let me play it real quick. Y'all give me a second because this is. Can you listen? Like, I don't know if BGS has ever heard this before, or if he has. I'm pretty sure you've heard this type of rhetoric before, but I don't know if you heard this before.
I just heard this type of rhetoric.
Oh yeah, you did say. Yeah. You mentioned it on your stream here. But here you go.
Ramses Divine said this: a man is going to make the best decision for his family. If that's moving, what is our emotional attachment to a place is irrelevant. This is what I was trying to say. I understand. I overstand, since you all use that term. I understand where you're coming from. I overstand it. Here's the thing, though. What I said is you have women they will discard men like that because they see, okay, I see that he's doing his thing. I can't deal with that. And a lot of times, like I said, they wind up with men who are not necessarily on their level, only to turn around and complain later that he's not on my level. Okay, what comes with men who are on your level and above is leadership. We are not just in positions of responsibility. And contrary to popular belief, we actually do know what we're doing. Okay, contrary to popular belief, with no disrespect to anything that you said. None
right, I was saying, let me also say this, and I know Jolly and a few others want to get in.
Okay.
The leadership is about to take off. 347-884-9239 is your boarding pass. You will not be able to hear the next hour of the show unless you call in. The number is 347-884-9239. The leadership is about to take off. For those who do not want to call in or can't call in, you all have an awarding day. See you tomorrow in the new day, same time, same place, the Donna Corleone Show, 12 noon. Love y'all. All right, Jolly, you want to add in?
Yes, I want to confess that what he is saying is absolutely true. And the way he's thinking about it and the way he's expressing it is true for very many men. I myself ruined a wonderful, fantastic, benevolent relationship because I moved when I got the fucking inclination to move. But when he got the inclination to move, it was like, nigga, you got me fucked up. Like, I absolutely would not move on this nigga say so. And I moved a lot on my own personal motherfucking say so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that.
God damn, my bad, y'all. No, my bad. Wait.
Divine said this: a man is going to make the best decision for his family. If that's moving, what is our emotional attachment to a place is irrelevant. This is what I was trying to say. I understand. I overstand, since you all use that term. I understand where you're coming from. I overstand it. Here's the thing, though. What I said is you have women they will discard men like that because they see, okay, I see that he's doing his thing. I can't deal with that. And a lot of times, like I said, they wind up with men who are not necessarily on their level, only to turn around and complain later that he's not on my level. Okay, what comes with men who are on your level and above is leadership. We are not just in positions of responsibility. And contrary to popular belief, we actually do know what we're doing. Okay, contrary to popular belief, with no disrespect to anything that you said. None
right, I was saying, let me also say this, and I know Jolly and a few others want to get in.
Okay.
The leadership is about to take off. 347-884-9239 is your boarding pass. You will not be able to hear the next hour of the show unless you call in. The number is 347-884-9239. The leadership is about to take off. For those who do not want to call in or can't call in, you all have an awarding day. See you tomorrow in the new day, same time, same place, the Donna Corleone Show, 12 noon. Love y'all. All right, Jolly, you want to add in?
Yes, I want to confess that what he is saying is absolutely true. And the way he's thinking about it and the way he's expressing it is true for very many men. I myself ruined a wonderful, fantastic, benevolent relationship because I moved when I got the fucking inclination to move. But when he got the inclination to move, it was like, nigga, you got me fucked up. Like, I absolutely would not move on this nigga say so. And I moved a lot on my own personal motherfucking say so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was very clear that it was like, bitch, you gonna do what you want to do? And I'm like, pretty much. I definitely ruined that relationship because I listen to myself. But I will say this. I am better off after that relationship without that nigga. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
So I'm not saying, hold on, I'm admitting to you that yes, that really contributed to me and that nigga not being me and that nigga no more. Okay? And this is my husband. But after that shit, after I learned to fucking listen to me, nigga, and I realized what I was doing, it was a much better situation.
Okay.
So
I'm not saying that all men. Don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to be confused into thinking that I'm suggesting that all men know what they're doing. I'm not saying that all men have good leadership skills or even know where they're going. I'm not saying all men. What I am saying though specifically is that when you come across, like you said, headstrong women who may have some degree of a foundation established or not, men who are taught to do the right thing do not recognize women as the rock in the foundation. They are. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's
Right.
right.
Yeah, because I'm a very headstrong woman, and I've been headstrong since the day I was born. Even my father couldn't. Even my father couldn't get to me. Nobody, no man can get to me.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying? And I understand what that means because now here's the question: what if it's a headstrong woman?
Then you go back to what I said yesterday. I have to, in other words, I have to stop.
Men who are raised don't think that women are.
Let me say this: I have to put this on record. I run my family. I'm just gonna come out and say that shit. I run my shit. I run my family. I run my family. My husband is the extension of running the family, but I run my family.
Okay,
when it comes to decisions, I have the last say so.
Okay, Don. So you asked me yesterday. What
I have
happens?
the first say so.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. You asked me yesterday. What does a man do when he comes across that woman? And I told you he stops his pursuit and he has to pursue someone else.
No, that nigga falls in line.
Pardon me?
Like a grown ass man who sees the benefit of the situation falls in line. He assumes his position. He becomes the king of the fucking household.
You don't men become kings in other people's castles. They build their own.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Are you serious?
Okay.
So you're saying queens, hold on. So you're totally neglecting the entire aspect of the fact that the king's position in most matriarchal society is given to him because of the fucking queen.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
You're literally saying there are entire civilizations where the king is the king because of the queen. You're saying niggas don't move in the bitch of shit?
Let me acknowledge what you just said.
Please.
Wait, hold on. You don't have to say that.
I just told you a story about a nigga that built his queen a house to move all her motherfuckers in. That's what a real man does. Yeah, baby.
I'll let you. Okay.
You need a fucking house for your family.
Are you gonna let me respond? Are you gonna let me respond? You said the key word. You said the key word in matriarchal societies, and this is what I want to say. Responsible black men who are taught to go to school, establish themselves, establish the foundation, are not raised with the concept of matriarchal. What they're taught is the only reason this is here is because your daddy failed. Or because your uncle failed, or because men have failed to do what they're supposed to do. If you all are speaking on this should be a matriarchal society, then I have to stand down and, like I said, my arguments, I mean, there's nothing else for me to say. If you feel that the matriarchal society is the way it's supposed to be, what can
Y'all heard that?
Yeah.
She said, get down, bow down.
Bow down.
I need those clips, man.
Play that house car job video now. That clip.
Oh yeah, the Munchkin. Oh, look, y'all, BGS done asked for Munchkin now, so I gotta play Munchkin. They hate Munchkin. Here you go.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
God damn. Hey, you know what's crazy? You know these women don't know each other, and they literally said the same thing. They literally said the same thing.
All taught the same way, including, guess what? Black Guru's favorite girl, Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
He's mad because Barack Obama would not do what? Bow down.
Bow down, bro.
Bow down. Do what she said. You heard what homegirl said. She said.
Well,
She said.
but it ain't just that he didn't bow down. That's the problem. It's not just that he didn't bow down. He succeeded at the highest possible level. So I mean, he achieved at such a high level. She don't even really have an argument against the decisions that he made and the things that he's done. Because he did more than any other man could have possibly done. Certainly any other black man could have possibly done. And she's enraged by that. And that's what you see. What you see is what happens when a black man succeeds above the level, well above the expectation levels of a black woman. That's what you see an example of. And that's why I say you gotta consider other women, because there's a defect here that is insolvable. You know, what do you do when you achieve at the highest level and your women hate you for it? You can't be with those women.
No, you can't.
You can't.
That's what he was saying. That's exactly what he was saying.
I call them anti-life women, bro. Like I keep saying it online. Anti-life women, bro.
Yeah, the anti-life, the anti-life formula was it the dark side?
Yeah, dark side anti-life formula.
Dark side's anti-life formula.
I know y'all seen the doctor that was on Pop the Balloon, that anesthesiast, and the woman said, I need somebody more established. And you know,
I saw the clip.
I mean, it's a humiliation ritual show. So what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, $300,000 a year, and they are still complaining. You need to get it together. Well, you know.
Let me read this with exactly what you're saying, Children. And Eric Deadman says, Black Rule strikes. Black women and those people, you talking about the small heads, have something in common. They both have lost the moral high ground. Going to what you just said, Children. Exactly. We can't listen to y'all no more. Y'all sound fuck nuts. I've been wanting to say that on this stream for the longest. Y'all sound not even fucking nuts. No, fuck nuts.
Well,
that's how we say it over
that Pop the Balloon show is turning into the worst example of PR, of the worst PR thing for the modern black women in recent years. It's exposing. Kevin Samuels did a similar sort of thing when he was, God rest his soul, where he was exposing them. That show is exposing them, and it's even worse because they're in this group. You see this very attractive man who is repeatedly being dumped on, and they're not thinking very strategically, because as this is happening, non-black women are looking at this, and they're seeing this very handsome man with an oversized penis and look good, and his women are dumping on him. It's the worst possible example of PR in this movement. I'm telling you, that woman and that black couple or whatever put together that show, I'm sure they're doing very well on it. But they are destroying the image of black women with that show, destroying them.
Women in Thailand are watching that, and women in Thailand are watching that, and in South America, and laughing at these black women behind their backs. I will take your man. They are playing that song. I'll take your man, because we even got that here, and you got that, and you don't want it. You talking about his shoes are too tight? Or you don't like his jewelry? We can buy another belt for the man. What are y'all? They laughing at these women.
Let me say, because I knew it was bad. I knew it was bad when Kim Foster mentioned, she made like this little offhand side comment about Pop the Balloon and how black women are portraying themselves on Pop the Balloon. And when she said that, I was like, I knew it was bad. And number one, number two, I was like, what the fuck do you think black women been talking about this whole time? What the fuck do you think we were talking about this whole time? Ladies, that's what we think. Oh!
Get out the bathroom, Z.
But I don't know what
are you doing, boy?
Can you guys hear me better now?
Okay.
You got you now.
There we go. No, it's not the bathroom. It's a, I'm have the wireless headphones, and then eventually it connects to the other one that's in my pocket. Like
Okay.
that's what ends up happening. So, but no, so no, so let me say that again. So I know it's bad when Kim Foster made this little offhand sideways comment about pop the balloon and how it's making black women look, and like it was like this, a 5-second comment, but that let me know how bad it was. And Olay and Delaney, that's her name, Delaney on Olay's channel made mention of it, and like how they're sociological, like how they're studying almost like it's a class. And I'm like, number one, you don't appreciate that this is what the fuck black men been talking about the whole time. And the shit was funny until butch lesbian black women started saying the same thing. The fuck y'all think we talking about? There's something about black womanhood in America and the myth of white womanhood and what they feel they're deserving of and what they feel like they're stuck with that causes them to speak to black men in a particular way. And you don't really appreciate it because your feminist lens and your intersectional lens either blinds you or you just don't give a fuck.
Now, this goes well before feminism in the black community. Okay, this is clean shit. Okay, insulting, beating up, socking people in the back. Okay, that kind of stuff. Nothing to do with feminism. Just our mating ritual. A white feminist will not talk to you in that manner. Okay, had nothing to do with feminism.
But
here's a question for you, though, BGS. Go ahead.
Here's the difference, BGS. We had elder black women, and they might have been super feminist or very matriarchal, but they were big on decorum. They were big on etiquette, how you present. Yeah, you're gonna control that man, but you're gonna control that man behind closed doors. You're not gonna show your ass out in public the way these women are. You're not going to talk about Dr. King in public the way y'all talking about Dr. King. See, a lot of this ain't even just that the women have changed as much as their public presentation and of their misbehavior.
Yeah,
that is really that is new and is particularly egregious.
Black Woman, I got one thing to say about that, real quick, BGS. I got one thing to say about that, and this is about as public of a temper tantrum as you could possibly get.
Consequences. That's how
what. Right? What happens? There no consequences, true. But what happens when you thought your degree and you thought the repeal of Loving versus Virginia and the anti-miscegenation laws, and you thought your degrees and moving into the burbs, you thought all of that was going to grant you white womanhood, and it didn't. I present to you the temper tantrum. The adult woman, particularly black woman, temper tantrum.
Now that is because they've been seeing women get away with a bunch of shit on social media and not being chastised for it, not being arrested, not being punished for it, right? So what happens when that happens? Okay, they go crazy. That happened in Brazil with the kids. Remember when they wouldn't go after the kids and arrest the kids? They were killing people and robbing people. All kinds of crap. City of God it's called Piocho or something like that. Where they actually talking about those kids. Okay, it got so bad they had to start actually murking little kids. Okay, behind that stuff to get them back in line. There is no collective punishment for them doing that. That's how you see them raging out like that.
I tie that real quick, Jules. I tie that to the overall communal temper tantrum, and exactly what Hitflix just made note of what she said. Now y'all got some fucking cleaning up to do. The temper tantrum, particularly from black women. Now, obviously, this is very public. This is either a CVS or a Walgreens or whatever, right? But I'm saying societally and definitely communally, this is women, but obviously black women and the black community throwing this type of temper tantrum, throwing shit around, mad at the world. Because, bitch, you don't have to be a white woman.
Z, they've been doing that shit. The thing is, there've been penalties for them doing that shit to actually constrain that stuff. Now there isn't. They've been doing that, man. Okay, me and Uwe can tell. We old enough to know they've been wanting to do this shit. They just couldn't.
That shit's crazy. Like, hey, yeah, go ahead.
I said it yesterday, and I keep saying it again, bro. They've been getting like almost like 100 years of just carrots. They that stick, man.
You did say that the other day. You did say that.
Yeah.
Hey, you said that stick gonna be a paddle.
I mean, you know how long black women been wanting to put a black man's head through a wall and get away with it.
Hey, but BGS, don't that make sense? I mean, you ain't make her a white woman. Why shouldn't she put your head through a wall?
The thing is, it has nothing to do with the myth of white womanhood. The thing is, it's how we have been socialized to treat each other, right? She looks down on you, okay? She always has. And they get so mad when they cannot beat your behind, okay? They get
Ain't nothing sadder and funnier than watching, because I've seen it in person. I've seen it in middle school. I've seen it in high school. I saw it a couple of times on college campus. I've seen it twice as an adult, where women run up on men on some physical shit and get knocked the fuck down. Run up on some, you know how you would approach a man when you're ready to fight. And hey, it didn't turn out well for him, you know.
Black women. My grandmother, when she was young, okay, used to carry a razor in her boob, okay. It's been there, man. The thing is that the consequences. The only thing that checked them was consequences.
Yep.
If you wasn't bigger than them, they would. Black women would beat your ass every day if you wasn't bigger than them.
I agree. Corey Holcomb made note of that on a radio show. And the black woman was like, and the problem is, and she was laughing, and she said something like that. It might not have been the problem is. That's how I say it, but it was something along those lines. And Corey Holcomb laughed, and I said, I knew it, right? And then no, you're right, BJS. Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Oof. They would. Jesus. And let me read this. Go ahead.
What's the chick's name in that married a Harper on Color Purple? Sophia? Was that her name? I forget what her name is, right?
Yeah.
That is the typical black woman in the South, okay? That's a typical woman. How they feel. They want to. Huh?
You talking about the big lady?
Yeah. Okay. They married Harpo.
Yeah. I think it was Sophia.
Yeah. How she fought men and punched people out, stuff like that. That's what black women really want to be, believe it or not.
So they want to be a mixture of all the people they pretend are, or they think and feel are above them socially. So some type of mixture of white men, white women, black men.
Really, ultimately, they want to be. They ultimately really want to be white men.
Yeah, there we go.
If they could be white men, they'll be happy, right? I can do whatever I want to do, anybody I want, and get all the comfort. The only thing is they don't want to work for it. That's how come they will settle for white womanhood.
Yeah. Free white in 21. I hear you.
Free white in 21. Okay. What did they say? What is it in Isaac Washington guy? The freest people in the United States is
white men and black women.
Women, they do what they want, right?
Mm-hmm. You know all the people that keep on mentioning Zora Neale Hurston, and all of they never mention that. I watch Kim BGS when I tell you you know me, I'm sadomasochist over here. I watch these folks. They never mention that quote ever. I'll be like, you just mentioned, or you gonna okay, yeah, there you go. You're not gonna mention that, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. All the time, Bell Hooks has said something that would speak to that swirler stuff that we mentioned before, or Zora Neale Hurston say that, or all of these feminists, these far off feminists, they'll say something in their books or in a lecture or in an interview, and you never hear those folks bring it up ever.
And guess what? Okay, in that book, guess who she wanted instead of the businessman, the solid guy? She wanted what? The hood dude. Okay, the gambler. Okay. Yeah. She moved down into a one-room shack in the middle of nowhere to be with him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Leon says y'all stealing internet. And Leon says 172 watching and 126 likes. Same lurking 50 in the shadows. Look, who's the lurking niggas?
Yeah.
You know
FD,
exactly
you
who that
lurking?
is. You know exactly
Foreign,
who
you
that is.
lurking? Kim Foster, you lurking? Chrissy, you lurking?
Yeah.
Yanni, you
You know
lurking?
me out there in the background. What's that chick name?
Well, I started talking politics, so a lot of the so-called shadow people probably landed.
Shout out to you, Alphabet Boys. Shout out to you, Alphabet Boys. Y'all lurking? I don't know if I have a problem with y'all lurking, but to the rest of you that's lurking,
Man,
put a like up, goddamn. Go ahead.
I mean, they can't do that to you, man. That be adding to your fame, man. They can't do that, man.
Right, you know what? Good point. Good point. They can't. You're right because FD has made mention of me, but he hasn't not sent me by name. Chrissy has made mention of me and not sent me by name. Who else? I swear to God, Kim Foster listened, but she's really good at like not getting close because like Chrissy has gotten obviously right up on it where you know she's talking about me. FD same thing. We know he's referencing me, but I gotta give Kim Foster that if she listening because she has. Like she gets real close, but she doesn't get close.
I used to make Chrissy cry.
Yeah,
she should cry. Go back crying to
Sarge
Willie Pete. Yeah,
Sarge.
Yeah. What he said about me? I used to make her cry.
Man, hey man, you gotta see FD when he go to them little. He went to one of them tournaments, man. And all I'm gonna say is when he started spit that was it intersectional talk, man. I got like 5 dudes. We came on to ask him like a few questions in front of everybody. And, after I ain't gonna say it was like a verbal punky. I'm not gonna say it was that bad, but it was more like when he couldn't answer these questions. For kind of look at him, and he was like, I was like, man, go sit over there in the corner, bro. And he went over there. Like that played that game about with his little 2-man, with 2 people he came there with. I was like, stop playing with him. No, I was like, hey man, don't. I understand.
I mean, BJS did say that to him, like, take that shit to the barbershop. The BJS did say that.
And he did learn. I got to get guys that speak their language because I can't.
And that's what Deontay's for, and that's what there's another brother out of Philly, dark skinned brother. That's what he's for. Yeah, you're right. He's trying to form his own Avengers.
Why he picked Deontay?
I don't think he's picked it. I think Deontay blew up because he's had his channel for a while. He kind of bubbled up with the statement recently, and then I think like FD kind of put the gold stamp on him, and he's not the only one. Deja, the young lady I covered a few nights ago, she did the same thing. So like these people have come up air quotes organically, or the algorithm will be working in their favor, and then the FDs will kind of pluck them up and help them along the way by mentioning them or by showing them on their channel. And then that's how you really get the traction.
Deontay's showing on the Revolt, man, is not going to do him any favors, okay?
No, that's not what it is. What they do, they'll find some no name, right? Like let's say your channel got maybe like at most maybe 1,000 people, right? But you will play ball. If you play ball, he'll give you that. It's like that offer that you can't refuse.
The nod,
right? So I'll make sure you wouldn't get no money. Now I'm gonna put 20. Now you got $50,000 job necessarily. Just do my message. The familiars. I keep saying.
Z gave up $2,000 a month, man.
Somebody's camera is on. Yeah, thank you. Geopolitical. Black Roo, I think your camera's on.
Yeah, I think.
Z gave up $10,000 a month.
Man, look, don't remind me, BGS. Don't remind, because that I never tell Miss Z.
I know you better not. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Z, you have all kind of noogies upside your head. You did,
man. No, she wouldn't tell me. Knowing Miss Z, she wouldn't tell me fuck my principles, but yeah. She won't say it, but yeah.
All of a sudden, you see the Rick James clip pop up on your phone. Fuck your couch.
Man. Fuck your couch, nigga. Yeah, no. She wouldn't bring it up, but that might be one of them super heated arguments. And you turned down the money.
That'll be one of the ones. Like, how much you turned out?
Right.
How much you talking about?
50 million.
What?
Like, 50 million. 50 million.
You better make it work.
What?
Hey, like she's not into like the whole G-Wagon and shit. She was like, nigga, I could have been driving around here in a TRX. You turned down. Like, yeah. We could have been. Nah, she wouldn't want to live in Brickell. She would probably want to live in Weston or something like that. We don't care about it. See, Weston is like Broward County. I'm kind of West Broward County, in the nice houses, nice land, suburbs, kind of out. It's It's nowhere close to South Beach in Brickell, but it's closer. It's about an hour drive. So it's not the end of the world. It's about an hour, maybe drive, hour 10 drive. So it's not the end of the world. And she would want to live over there or something like that, or West Plantation or something. Yes, we got a place called Plantation. Something like that. That's where she would want to head out to or something like that. But yeah, not Brickell. We had that conversation. We were like, we're too young for condos. I mean, too young. We're too old for condos. I don't know why I said too young. We're too old for condos. Condos downtown, yeah, we're too old for that shit. Maybe experience that for a year, but yeah, go ahead.
My ex-girlfriend, she stayed down in Miramar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's Miramar is a nice spot, especially if she's in West Miramar. Miramar is a nice homes. Miramar is good, especially West Miramar. West Miramar, especially on the other side of 75, nice big homes, gated communities. If I'm not mistaken, I think Trick Daddy have a house out there. Once upon a time, DJ Khaled, before he blew up, he had a house in Miramar, trending towards West Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. There's a couple of your celebrities that
Z, you're not allowed to move to Plantation. We can't have you going back to the Plantation. It's not allowed. You have to have to get the name changed.
Oh man, yeah, you know, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I didn't go with it. But racist TRX, Miss Z is from the South. Yeah, she's from the South. Yes, Miss Z is definitely born and raised in the South. Yeah, but you like, I know people like Miss Z would want a TRX. Yes, a TRX or I would never get her a Hellcat, but she like the supercharger one, right? So something like that, like, you know. Yeah, but I wouldn't get her a TRX. I'll get her like the Dodge Ram equivalent, or the Ram equivalent of the 392. You ain't getting no goddamn TRX. There's way too much power. I don't trust you. Yeah, but yeah. Give me a second, line.
Hit that curve, bro. You gonna be like, what happened to my rims, bro? Hey, man.
No, that wouldn't be me and my lady. That's the one thing. We're both into cars, but she's in a different type of cars than I am. I'm more into imports. I love muscle. I love Euro spec, but I'm more into like the JDM stuff, the Japanese stuff. She's more into muscle. She's more into muscle with some Euro and exotics, because of course women. And then the Japanese stuff. But yeah, so we're kind of inverted. She starts off muscle, then goes to Euro and JDM. I start off JDM, then kind of split off to muscle in Euro because I kind of like them both equally. So yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I didn't tell her that part though. I didn't tell her. Essentially, FD came over here like, bro, you can leave all this behind.
Bro, you know the funniest thing is, man. Like I remember the day where I had that conversation with him. We was like, what was it? I think it was at the Tekken show. I'm not gonna say which Tekken show because then I'll be.
Oh, you was there? Oh, he made mention of it on his second channel.
Yeah, right. And then I think the next week I saw on his channel, he was like, y'all think y'all gonna run down on me? I was sitting here like, yes. I don't want to be like that kind of guy, but he was like, I ain't gonna say that, but like I saw some next week, he was like, man, y'all think y'all gonna run down on me? I was like, in the back of my mind, I was like, I kind of do, but you know, I ain't want to say it, but.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I'll be like, yes, nigga. I'll see
you know, I'm trying to also keep my autonomy a little bit because if like, trust me, if I got one of them faces, if you see me, you know who I am. Like, you ain't gonna forget my face. So like, I'm trying my best to be like, you know, a little bit under the cover without being too far under the cover, but you know, so like I already got people that know me from the continent. They hear my voice on here and they be like, oh, is that you? And I be like, who's asking?
Who?
Like, I knew you was on that channel. I was like, yeah.
No, like, we're all in a space to dox ourselves or to be doxed. I want everyone here, even y'all in the comments, always keep that in mind. I have kept that in the back of my mind for the pretty much since I entered the Black Manosphere. We can all be doxed. At any point, we can all almost dox ourselves or dox ourselves. I actually said my government name one time here years and years ago. But yeah, no, so just keep that in mind with what you say and how you move and whatnot. because the thing that you said, or even that wasn't even that egregious. And Mr. Z is mindful of this, and I don't went too far anyway. But whoever the days are can try to bury you with whatever you typed or said at any point on social media, and I done gone past the line. So at any point, if they dox me, they could be like, "Was this you?" Right? So yeah, keep that in mind. Yeah, go ahead.
That's why I'm getting to the point where I'm almost there to be so financially free that I can be like, and what? Like I'm almost there, bro. Like, see, when I started walking it, like when I started walking the path of the Mandalorian, as I like to call it, I already knew what this end game was. So I was like, hey man, I need to start putting things in order so that when the day finally comes, they be like, that's you. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's me. That's that's definitely me, bro.
You know, it's funny you said what you said, Zulu, and Ella says, if they find out who I am, I'm tripling down on the logic. Might as well. Good point.
Yeah,
I mean, for real. And it's so crazy. Like, I've said this to Miss Z, I've said this to Mama Z, I've said this to Miss Z's mother. I was like, listen, black trucks might pull up for me one day, and this is why. And I was very clear why, and so like my people know about the channel and whatnot. You know, I didn't send Mama Z some of the stuff from Passport OG when he cut and edited and spliced me into his think pieces, and shout out to Passport OG. So like Mama Z know, younger sister Z know, Miss Z know, Papa Z know, like people know, right? So yeah, so you know, a couple of my friends know that every once in a while they'll pop up in the comments. So people know. It's just that's not the thing. It's getting doxxed. And then I don't want that to ripple to them. Like, is that your friend? Is Z, you know Z? You support what Z saying? Because you know that's what they're gonna do, right? So yeah.
Yeah. See, I ain't really worried about that part because like I already cut off the folk I need to cut off. So I'm already with his balls on. So I'm like, my only thing is I want to make sure that when they be like, is that true? And I'm be like, and bro, and that I can still eat, bro. You know, I don't want nobody saying, hey, but we gonna cut you off from all jobs and applications. I'd be like, nah, we gonna play that game. I just want to make sure that, you know, when that proper time come, you know, when I start making my move, you start seeing me come on this thing like physically with my face all the time. Oh, you know what it is.
I mean, you said F it. That's okay.
You know, like I may pop on BGS thing, hey, Blue Moon, you may see me smiling and you may see me in a foreign country, but when I tell you, when I pop up, you see every time you see with my face out, oh, you know what it is, then, bro.
And I'm mindful of that. You know, some of y'all send the emails. I have y'all government name. And like, shout out to y'all for trusting me, but y'all know Mrs. Z don't even play like that. Even if I was to show my face, even if I was to dox myself or be doxed, I wouldn't put anybody information out. That's just not the way I move, right? Like that's you know. Even when people that sent me who they thought was Chrissy's picture, because I got a couple of pictures of who people think was Chrissy or is Chrissy, and one of them might be her, and I just never put it out. I never, you know, even when I stream about her. But like, if you've never put your face out there, I'm not gonna do it, right? Even concerning the women, and some of them, I promise you, they need it. Like that best is Zella need her face out there. Oh my god! But I ain't gonna be the one to do it because that's just not how I move, right? So yeah, but some of these folks, it's just like, oh, bro,
I understand.
But
if I look like you, hey, trust, hey, man, hey, I've seen some of these pictures. If I look like you, I would be upset at the world too, bro.
I'm saying, you know what and I know that's you lying. Give me a second, but like, you know what's crazy about that, Zulu? We are not, quote unquote, supposed to say, especially as men, you are not supposed to say, I know why you sound the way you do, because you an ugly ass bitch. Like we're never supposed to say that. We're never supposed to say, not only are you not physically attractive, but then you got a shit attitude, so you don't even make up for it on the back end, pun, right? So like you don't even make up for it. Like you got crap attitude and you're physically unattractive. Like, you know, so you have, like, at least from what I could tell, you have no redeeming qualities. Like, you're not supposed to say that as a man. A woman could say that about you all day, every day, especially as a black man. They could say that about you all day, every day. But you can't in kind say, bitch, you sound like a femcel because you're a femcel. Like you're physically unattractive. You have a degree nobody give a fuck about, and like your personality is crap. And like you're not likable. Talk about women, talk about the men are not likable. You're not likable. right? So yeah.
I'd always find that funny when they say the likable thing. It's like, well, who the hell told you that you were like,
Well, like,
bro, stay there.
Who told you you were a trip to Spain? Who told you that lie? Like, what gave you an impression that you were likable?
Let me do this, y'all. Let me address Leon real quick. Leon says, Z, you have shown my face on enough shows, LOL. Even that one Houston guy show, aka Panda Bear, that argued with BGS. I've been on a list, aka the African People's Socialist Party. I can't send money anymore. No, I've never. No, I've seen your face, Leon, in the before I pull you up to on the stream, but I've never showed it. I've never clicked on your profile to pull you up while you're before you put your thumbnail or up. Yeah. So I've seen how you look, right? But yeah, there's a couple of people here that have been doxxed, and I've seen how they look. I'm not gonna tell nobody where to find it. I don't care about that shit. Yeah, that's just not the way I move. Yeah.
Like I said, personally, but like I said, it's more or less.
Go ahead and then you got to better.
Okay. Like I said, personally, I ain't worried about the situation because I'm pretty much chill for the most part. Like I'm pretty much cool, and like I ain't one of them people that you look at me, you be like, oh, I think I can run up on them. Like, you know, I'm like 5'9", 5'10", but like, I'm like a decent size 5'9", 5'10". So he be like, it ain't gonna be without cost. It's gonna be one of them kind of things. So you know, I ain't even worried about it.
Zulu said, "I'm leaving here with something. Whether it's you with a black eye, a broken arm, I'm leaving here with something."
Hey, I ran outside with
Zulu said, "He's Denzel Washington." Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead, and then we get
I ran outside real quick, but I've shown my face. I've shown my face, and the bitches were mad on the Hayes side because they were hoping I was ugly. I showed my face. I said, "Wait, hold on." Oh yeah, and I have a bachelor's degree and 2 certifications. I work blue collar and I have a hospital job. I said, and I got a house and I got kids. Oh shit, y'all hear my wife in the background? They were hot. And he still has a video. Yeah, I've shown. FD knows what I look like. I went to his Instagram. He read my message and I said, "This is what incels look like, baby." I was like, come holler at GG.
Hey,
come holler at GG.
Leon, real quick, Leon, you're an incel with 2 kids and a wife. And
inside
wait, Leon, no, make it worse. Make it worse. And your wife is a preference.
Oh yeah, she's a preference. Guess what? She's black. She is a preference. Her hair doesn't curl enough. It doesn't curl fast enough. You know, I might run my hand through it and I might catch a tangle. A tangle is not defined as a gnat, but she's black. Okay.
Hey, Vince is an incel, and Vince be leaving us to go chill with his girl. Go ahead, Leon.
If you got an issue with it, if any of y'all ladies got an issue with it, go talk to my mama. Let me tell you, she has a master's degree. She's a retired EA. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Go talk to my grandma. She might shoot you. And the other grandma, she might open the Bible to you while still simultaneously clowning you about those are my black babies. Okay.
Leo, so, let me do this. Let me do this. I gotta do it like this. Zulu and incel, even though he stayed taking trips to Africa to go chill with the African babies. Better you got 2 kids, but he an incel, 2 kids, master's degree and all, but he an incel. Lion an incel, even though he was chilling with the Latina baddie the other day. Tunnel runner incel, even though he married to a Latina. Black Uru incel, even though he got 2 kids, and his oldest gonna probably make him a grandpa soon enough, right? So like, Leon, you incel, Mr. Zia incel, even though
let me get back to the Black
popping up here. What I said
let me get back to the Black Uru because I said it earlier.
Okay. I
said the Black Uru thing earlier. So Black Uru. Okay, when you said about the money, see, when I was talking about, get her dad to spend the money is because it works. Literally, guys, it works. Like, bitches that have dads don't really need you for that. And, like, she could talk about something and be like, yo, we should go ask your dad. Like, bring it up right when her dad is right there and he's going to buy it because he doesn't want you to outdo him anyway. And you're not trying to take on that labor. So I said earlier in the comments, I said if I was dating Black Uru's daughter, I'll be having her run his pockets. And I'll be sitting back chilling.
Black Guru is the whole Chicago nigga. You is not getting no money out of Black Guru. You ain't getting Black Guru ain't going. Black Guru ain't go. Black Guru gonna see your ass coming from a million miles away. Black Guru daughter won't even go for that shit. She ain't even gonna go to him with that shit. You ain't running.
No,
See,
you have to do it. You have to do it. You have to do it in a smart way.
Black Guru said, wait. Black Guru talking. Go, Black Guru.
As soon as my daughter got married, I start cutting shit off. So I don't play that. I don't play those second.
Black Guru ain't going. But Black Guru ain't going. He ain't going.
Unenrolling.
Wait, hold on.
I start unenrolling.
Wait. Let him go.
Understand.
Leon, when Black Guru go, let him go.
I'm just talking like we're having a conversation. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Black Guru, like I'm trying to look. She loves this area, and it has one of the best schools. It's only 10,000 a year, and it's our children can get the best education, and she wants to be in this district. And I already planted the seed in her mind, so it's just like a bag. It's like a purse. It's like a purse that she really wants, and now she feels like she really needs this school district and this house in this district. Man, you gonna give her 20,000. You don't give her 20,000.
You know what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do.
You don't give her.
You know what I'm gonna do.
How we go from 10 to 20?
You know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to find some projects for you to help to work that money off. I'll give you the money, but you Leon, earn that money.
Yes.
You here go, Black Guru. Wait, Leon, wait, Black Guru. Here go your plumber right now. There go the plumbing that you was just talking about. There you go. There you go. Now plumbing in the basement you was just talking about. There you go.
You're gonna earn that investment in your children's education. I promise.
Hey, whenever Black Guru say that, I
I'm
always
gonna
get
drop
this
them
little
off this weekend. You haven't seen them in a week, and you're gonna take them to Chuck E. Cheese and buy them some T-shirts randomly. It'll all work out.
Hey, but hey, whenever Black Guru does the "oh no, you gonna pay for this" type shit, I've heard him say that a few times. It was one time we were on Rod's chat, and Black Guru said, we were talking about like hoes getting money from old niggas or whatever the hell, and Black Guru said, listen, she gonna work for this money. I'm gonna make sure. I was dying. Go ahead.
My favorite Black Guru
I don't mind. I don't mind being a trick, but you gonna earn all the tricking I do. I promise you that. You're gonna earn all the tricking I do.
My favorite Black Guru quote is "Somebody gonna pay for these hoes, bro."
Bro, that's everybody's favorite. That's it.
Bro. Somebody gonna pay for these hoes.
Somebody gonna pay for these hoes.
Well, no,
it's little things. It's the cell phone plan.
Wait. Black Guru going. Go ahead. Go,
I thought he was saying. Nah, but to that point, I'm like, you think these women are out here getting something? You think they're getting this money for nothing?
No. Well, that's the woman flex, right? Let me. I'm not even gonna do that to the women. This is a human thing, because I done heard niggas talk like this and white boys talk like this too. The flex as human beings is to say you got something for nothing.
Facts.
That especially from the opposite sex.
Yeah,
but you know what? Let me take that back. Not even from the opposite sex, because I done heard white gay dudes I was in class with talk like this too. So I can't even do that. So the flex for human beings is to talk like you got something for nothing, even if that's not the case. Especially as a matter of fact, especially if it's not the case.
But that's but that's the thing though. That's the thing that does not get said. I'm like, all these women talk about all these things they're getting. You think they're not giving something up? You don't think they're not giving a piece of themselves?
You
think they're getting all the things they're getting for free?
Man.
Well, that's the way it's framed. That's the way it's framed to the young impression. Real quick. That's what the way it's framed to the young impressionable chicks. Like very few, the whole goal right now of dating for women is to get as much with the giving as little as possible. That's time. That's energy. That's investment. That's the vagina. The whole goal is to meet a rich, good-looking, trick, naive motherfucker. Whether it's white, black, Latino, Asian, whatever they into. That's the goal for like almost all of them. It's not about connection and relationship. No. They want the tall, good-looking, rich motherfucker that's naive as fuck and that's just gonna blow money on them and whatever they want to do and experience and whatever the hell.
For
And she
nothing.
invests as little as possible. And I'm not just talking about the money part, the time, the energy, like I said, the vagina, the all of it. She as little as she can invest with as much as you can financially invest.
The word
Yeah.
is trade, and that's all bullshit. Ain't nothing but another Disney pill. That's just another Disney pill. No, they're not getting all that shit for nothing. I'm not saying they're not getting it, but you don't think they're giving up something of value? Please.
Gail Gabby says relationship capitalism, hysterical relationship neoliberalism. There you go. But go ahead, y'all. Who's next?
That's me. When you get a
Go
sexy,
better.
check your email because I sent you the Jimmy McMillan clip that you was asking for earlier.
Okay, give me a second. And AL's up. What's going on, AL?
Nah, he wasn't saying nothing.
Howdy, what's going on this fine Saturday, fellas?
Shit, we chilling today, bro. We chilling,
Yeah,
man.
what got me up here? I walked in on hearing an elder saying he didn't mind being a trick, but if he was gonna be a trick, he was gonna make somebody have to work for it. And I lost my mind. I said, "Shit, I got to come up here, goddammit."
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with like we were saying? Listen, man, you know what? Let me go.
I'm in concurrent. I'm in agreement with it. That's what I'm saying. I lost my mind. He said the quiet part out loud. Finally, we got some elders to speak their mind and tell the truth about the game.
Let me play the clip for you, AL. Let me play it for you. You saying if you gotta pay, y'all gonna be out there like, hey, look, you gonna pay with that vagina what you owe. You gonna pay with that box what you owe.
I don't always trick, but when I do, I go all the way to Atlanta to trick. I make sure never to trick in my home state. I make sure never to trick in my own home state. Never.
Well, you came to the worst state for this one, then, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Georgia, the worst state for it.
Hold on, Cat Daddy. I didn't say I do this on an everyday basis, and this was back in the early 2000s. It's 2025. I ain't seen the ATL since 05. So guess what? I done missed all that explosion of debauchery. I caught it in its infancy.
Oh yeah. Right time, then. Right
Let
time.
me read this real quick from Cyrus. And Cyrus says, watching in the past, and thank you for the super chat, Cyrus. Watching in the past, y'all mentioned a video of a barber, of a brother, humbling two Canadian women with red pill content. What video was that? If y'all don't mind, put it in the chat. Because I can't access my YouTube not right now.
Damn, I got to look again too because I remember seeing it. Save it.
It's really good. So somebody could put it in the chat so Cyrus can get to it. And thank you for that. Better You. I clicked it. That's the exact clip I was talking about. That's the exact clip. Thank you for that. Better You. But yeah, the wind's too damn high. Yeah, he passed away a couple years ago. Yeah.
I need that clip though.
So I heard. I don't know how true it is.
Oh shit!
I heard he passed away. You know what? Let's make sure. Let's make sure that Z ain't out here giving false information. What's his name?
Jimmy McMillan. He's a Vietnam War veteran. Like he came back with amnesia or some shit. Like he didn't remember anybody from his past.
Okay, y'all give me a second. Let me see. Okay.
Hello.
But the whole time y'all, I thought I was on the wrong screen, and that's why.
I thought you was looking. I thought you was looking for something.
I am, but I thought y'all was talking. Yeah, my bad. No, I am. But I thought y'all was talking. I didn't know that y'all was quiet the whole time. Look, we can't have radio silence. Y'all go in. I'm still trying to look for the Jimmy McMillan thing. Because I heard he passed away.
Because everybody's talking about. Because I remember we used to have these conversations back in the day about tricking and everything. I'm like, with the rise of OnlyFans, I don't want to hear nothing.
Bro. But I just came from Colombia, bro. I'm going back, but hey, bro, I can't no longer trick in America, bro. After you saw that, bro. Once you been down there for about like a week and a half, he's like, you come back. Like,
I've been there, so I know exactly what you're saying.
All right, bro, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I used to go down to Uganda and stay for like a couple of months and be like, oh, I like this. Once you go to Colombia and come back, it's like, hey, bro, this I don't know. Once you go to them two places and then come back to America, it's like, yeah,
because you get more for your bargain. That's simple.
I can't even say that. It's just the overall vibe.
But the overall experience, I mean, yeah, when you speak to the overall experience, yeah, I'm in full agreement with you. Yeah, the food, the experience, like, yeah. Just the experience as a whole. I was like,
let me make this correction, yo. Real quick, I'm sorry, online. Let me say this. Better you, I didn't see anything, so maybe I'm wrong. I done got wrong information. My apologies, everyone. Ixnay on the pass away, yeah, so we ain't gonna wish that on him, knock on wood. Yeah, so I guess I got wrong information. So yeah. Okay, go ahead, Lang.
Oh no, I was speaking to the experience, what you were saying. Like, yeah, absolutely. You can't put a price. You can't put a price on, just a damn good experience overall. And this, especially the way this shit going out here is like the more you go out here, the less you want to do.
Yeah, but
when you come back here,
I feel like Batman now. That's the clearest. That's the easiest way to explain it, right? When I'm here, I'm Bruce Wayne. When I'm outside, I'm Batman.
I'm outside of Batman.
That's how I live it, bro. That's genuinely how I live it, man.
Like, and let me read this from No Placeholder because it took forever. And No Placeholder says, supported from Mexico. Very nice. What's this? How do you pronounce this word in Spanish? And any of my Spanish speakers? God damn it. I was looking to see if Tunnel Runner was still here.
Very nice women in Mexico.
Okay, that's what he's saying. And shout out to No Placeholder. He in Mexico right now, vacationing, I'm guessing, and have fun on your trip, right? Have fun on your trip. And yes, while the rest of us slave away in America.
Hey, bro,
that's all good.
And shout out to No Placeholder. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the super chat. No Placeholder said, "I'm in Mexico right now. I'm chilling." And Leon, I didn't read this one earlier. He says Obama is proof that white women raise black men on average. God damn it! Okay. Here we go. He says Obama is proof that white women raise black men on average better. That hurt.
For my next TikTok live, man.
You gonna use that for your TikTok live? Go ahead.
TikTok live, bro. I appreciate it because I was looking for a good topic, bro.
In terms of that, I've often kind of wondered, given his parents' background, if he was actually a government creation of sorts.
Yeah. I've heard that before. I've heard that speculation also. Yep, I've heard that speculation. Yeah. Especially his mother's background.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
More so her.
Yeah. Yep. I've heard that speculation also. Yeah.
But then you toil with that. But then when that thing about the Obama argument that I know it ain't gonna do nothing become an extension. They'd be like, well, would Obama become president had he not married Michelle? And then we all know the end. Well, a lot of people will argue no, but
you know how you already beat that argument because you can just say I get it. You get another woman. You get another woman that's not Michelle. You get you an African woman that was born here and then
no, it had to be ADOS. He had to have a black woman from a black Mecca. It had to be a woman from Chicago or Atlanta it had to be an ADOS woman it had to be a Michelle Obama. Barack needed a Michelle Obama as a passport. It had to, that was his nod to black women and to many others in the black community that no, I'm here, I'm in it. He couldn't have pulled up with a white woman. That's why he didn't marry the white woman. He couldn't have pulled up with a lighter skin, a Kamala Harris. Go ahead.
I'm going to say it only could have happened in Chicago. It only could have happened
Not
in
even
Chicago.
Atlanta.
For a number of particular reasons. You know, Obama came to Chicago during Michael Jordan, Walter Payton, Oprah Winfrey, Harold Washington. That was during a particular time. Carol Moseley Braun, the first and only black woman to become a United States senator, he worked under her in the 90s, in the early 90s. So it only could have
Was that the one that he bumped out for the position the second time she went? That's the one he bumped out?
He took her job from her successor. It was her, and then there was a white guy who won he was a Republican, and he abdicated, or he didn't run for re-election, and that was the spot that so even opening up that Senate spot, which then made him president eligible, because he doesn't become president eligible if he does not become a United States senator. So even just that whole connection to Braun and essentially being her secondary successor in a spot that and even what happened before that, and the whole I don't think that could have happened anywhere else. It was the Chicago politics. It was the Hillary Clinton being from Chicago. It was a particular mix of social political factors that were unique and specific to Chicago that probably could not have been replicated anywhere else. I don't think it could have happened in New York. I don't think it could have. I definitely don't think it could have happened in Los Angeles. I don't think Philadelphia is quite big enough for it to happen. Yeah, I think it could have only have happened in Chicago. And I don't think, like I said, I don't think you can separate Michael Jordan from it. I don't think you can separate Michael Jordan from it. I don't think you can separate Oprah Winfrey from it. That sort of that period of time in the 80s and the 90s where Chicago was such a, there was a focus of blackness in Chicago in particular that had ascended to the world stage by virtue of those figures. So I don't think it could have only happened in Chicago.
To add on to what Uru was saying, I don't think Atlanta at that time, because you have to keep in mind, he would have to win a statewide election in order to become a senator.
Yeah, in Atlanta and in Georgia. Forget Atlanta. In Georgia, yeah, you're right.
No, he's not winning a statewide election in the 90s. He's not. No, that's not going to happen.
You probably could have won a representative seat, but representatives don't have the same cachet as senators. Not Atlanta, not at that time. I don't even think even now, really.
Yeah. It's something that we made mention of that before. Warnock and what's his name out of New Jersey, that both not being married right now. Yeah, we made mention that. Yeah, and something about black male politicians and black politicians in general, and kind of their relationship status as compared to their white counterparts, right? That's go ahead.
Question for y'all. I saw the headline on like a news break story, and then my phone died yesterday, so I never got to click on it. Did some story come out about Lindsey Graham and diddling folks or something?
Not that I know of, but I mean, like, people have been questioning Lindsey Graham's, we'll say, orientation for a while. So, yeah. But yeah,
It was a headline about Lindsey got some new allegations of something. I was like, oh shit.
Hey, we'll see if this goes the way of Barney Frank. If y'all for those of you that know, you know. Black Uru know what I'm talking about, but yeah, for those of you that know, but we'll see. Because Lindsey Graham pulled weight. he got weight. So yeah, so we'll see how this
He did
goes.
profile.
So, yeah, I
He
mean,
did profile.
man, all them that's why I be laughing at. Shout out to the conservative brothers in the chat. I'm about to flame y'all in a minute, but yeah, that's why I be laughing at the brothers. I'm like, hey, bro, y'all look the on the left. You know, we got the weirdos over here. You know about the sexual orientation of a lot of these folks over here, but on the other side, y'all be fronting. I don't know about the brothers, but a lot of these white conservative dudes is definitely glory hole ass Republicans. So, all right, just be mindful. Just be mindful. Just saying, right? So you don't know who you don't know who you in the room with, who you under the tent with, better yet. Yeah. So
in the tent with, oh god. Bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm just saying. Yeah, bro.
Them camping trips out in the what is it in Alaskan wilds be a little different. Depends on who you out there with, I
You see what I'm saying? Hey, put a whole new. You know what? I ain't gonna do that because that's an old ass joke. But I'm gonna do it anyway. To put a whole new meaning to Brokeback Mountain. But anyway, but yeah, no, it look that's how some of these folks get down, no matter their political affiliation. And yeah, but Lindsey Graham in particular, man, there's been rumors about Buddy Rowe, but look at his mannerisms and the way he speaks, right? So like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we found out he was out here with whoever the hell, right? Vince is hysterical.
At this point, I just believe I gotta believe and verify, man. You know, I have my own personal belief, but then I gotta verify it myself. So you know, if I you know, you catch somebody doing something, or you kind of or watch them long enough, you eventually start figuring it out. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
And to me, like for the most part, I don't care as long as it's not something that gets in the way of whatever the hell I'm trying to do and whatever. So yeah, is it hypocritical? Oh, you better believe it. Is it funny? Oh, you better believe it.
Definitely.
But do I actually care? Nah, I don't even care about the TRANS as much. I do have an issue with y'all teaching kids, but it's and the bathroom thing. No. We cut that out. But I don't. There's things that I'm like, I don't care what y'all do and how y'all dress and whatever, right? It's when you say quote unquote free, what do you mean by that? That's how I see it. Like, right? But I do think that you should be leaving the kids alone, right? Stop trying to force certain things. Stop trying to grow your numbers by getting into the kids' minds mad early, because that is what you're trying to do. I just want y'all to know that we see that, by the way. But yeah, I don't be caring about that. I think that's part of my like mindset is yeah.
I care about it only in this regard. Like I feel like it's created a little bit of paranoia in certain environments. So like when I see certain things, automatically my antenna goes up, and sometimes it's not even a dude. It like if I see a woman with really sharp angular features on her face, I'm thinking, dude.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those things. Like some women, and that's not even saying they look like men, but those typically are more mannish features. And yeah.
No, you're right. No, I went to a restaurant. I went there a couple times, and who they have at the front desk? A tall ass white person sashaying around, heavy ass makeup, trying to cover that shadow. You see what I'm saying? And and it was very clear what that was.
I was just at a movie.
Here's my view. My view of that issue is, I think they have proven that their purpose is to not live and let live, but to use that as a means of power, dominance, and control. So if it was just about what they claim it is, then I think most people can adapt. But I think they always prove. I think their behavior is always connected to something, in my view, more malevolent, and have purposes that extend beyond personal freedom. That's what I observe.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It is though. I don't even want to say overreach because overreach almost sounds like a mistake. Like, okay, I did too much. I didn't realize I was doing too much. What is intentional overreach? You just doing. You just. It is what Black people said. It is malevolent because if it was
It's
unintentional
power and
overreach,
control.
yeah,
I,
yeah.
there's a reason why they want, for example, black males, in my view, to be a face of a lot of that stuff, because they figure that black people can and black men in particular have outsized influence over the American zeitgeist, have always had outside influence over the American zeitgeist. So if we can get these black men to make cool being rainbow, so to speak, then we can pretty much get them all on that program. And then we can use that as a vector to sell a lot of other stuff to them that we want them to think, do, and be. That's how I view it.
I look at it as two. I look at it as two parts. It's definitely that part, but it's also like, what is it? Character assassination, right? So on one part, if it don't work, well, you know, we tarnish these people's reputation on one end, right? We make them look foolish, right? And on the other end, if it worked, then you know it's all good.
Yeah,
it's the win-win necessary, right? You know, if I
you move the Overton window,
and, you know, whatever.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I think Lion, you were trying to say something earlier. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just like, I'm fine with it too, as far as whatever lifestyle you want to live. My problem is when you try and impede that lifestyle on other people. Like when it comes, and when it really comes, but the part they really don't want to talk about, because they already have their freedom to be. So what else is there? No, you want other people to be free. You want other people to date you and accept you as far as a mating.
That part.
That's enough.
That part.
And that's enough.
That part.
That's what they really want. You already got your freedom to. You got your freedom to exist and marry and get a job and do whatever the hell you want. There's nothing here impeding you from having a regular life. Now, when it comes to this dating shit, nah, dog, it's a no-go.
Yep. Hey, I see what you did there. Nah, dog, it's a no. No, bro.
Dog.
Nah, bro.
No, bro. Not gonna happen. No one's stopping you from doing. You can do whatever the hell you want to do, but when it comes to when you try to impede on the freedom of other people, no, fuck out of here.
You know when we saw that? We saw that with the person that was trying to press Genuine in that was the what's the name of that show again? It's not Big House. It's well, I forgot the name of that show, but it was the UK version of it, and one of them folks was trying to press Genuine and got real close. Now, first of all, I'm looking at Genuine like, nigga, you know better. Why are you under the covers with this motherfucker? Secondly, or you look too close to this dude, and of course he gonna try your ass, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, because
right, big brother. Thank you, Starman. Thank you, Big Brother. That was the name of the show. Thank you. Yeah,
because it's really the nefarious shit about it. Of like, all right, well, if you're so happy about being who you are, why don't you upright tell the people in your personal life when you on dating apps or whatever, tell them you're actually. I want you to actually put it in your bio.
Well, no, I think they're right about this. I've seen folks that say we don't have to trick these dudes the way you think we do. Some of them are willing to go. They just embarrassed. In some like I think that's the thing. No. I think that's true. I think that's true for a handful. I think they exaggerate that. I think they exaggerate that. I think it's really that they try to. I think they really trying to go into what you were getting at earlier. I think what happens with a lot of them is they think if they can get you into the situation, get you comfortable, and then I don't even want to say what the phrase I was going to use, but then oh man, I can't use that either. Then tell you what the truth is. There you go. It's too late, and you're there, and then you can't nowhere to go. Yeah.
But that's the part. I'm like, all right, so if it's happening more common than I think, then why aren't y'all more honest from the get-go then?
It's not enough.
So you don't really believe. But at the end of the day, you really don't believe.
Let me ask you all. Let me ask you all a different question.
Go ahead.
Okay, say some guy likes to run around with Transformers in his private life. That's his fucking private life. I don't care. Yeah. It's not my business. And I don't think some gangster rapper who runs around with Transformers when nobody looking. I don't think that's my business, and I don't think it's
Yeah.
anybody else's right to expose him for doing that any
No.
more than it is my right to know that some guy likes to wear butt plugs or some shit like that. That's not my business. You
No,
don't have
but
any
that's the
right to
point.
know that.
But that's the language, though. But you're right, Uru. But that the language is, if one can accept it, you all should accept it.
Yes, that's the whole point.
That's
The whole point.
That's the point they're trying to make.
And it's good that you use a gangster rapper as the example, because and that goes to what Better You and with Lion and what the rest of the panel was saying earlier, which is like, if black men, and Zulu definitely was speaking on that, if black men are supposed to be like the bastion of masculinity and manhood, right? Minus the status and all that other stuff, that's white men. But like, if black men are supposed to be like these hyper masculine figures, and like we have these guys, a couple of them are sashaying around and whatever, then why would you fight against this? If you see what I'm saying? So like that's the thing. And going to what you were saying earlier about like if a rapper is doing this on the side or whatever, and he's supposed to be quote unquote the man, right? He's supposed to be, and if he's engaging in this, the argument then is, y'all don't really appreciate how many of you guys are engaging in this. So it's not really as
Okay, but why are we concerned about what George Clooney is doing in his private life, or Brad Pitt is doing when why are we only concerned with some rappers doing that? We're not concerned. We weren't concerned about what Well, I mean, I guess they were concerned about some of the politicians, but these other entertainers. I mean, I don't know what kind of action that Steven Spielberg has had going on the last 50 or 60 years. I don't know what was. I guess he got out that
that's
Robert,
not the language.
Robert
we're telling
De
you the
Niro.
language of
wait, let Black Hero go.
I get that. I get that, but my point is that the fact that we've had placed, or black men have had placed on them this dubious position from which we seldom, if ever, benefit from, where we're supposed to be at the same time we're supposed to have every bit of our masculinity denied from us in any sort of practical sense of actually how we're able to function in the world, but yet at the same time we're supposed to be the example of masculinity, is inexorable example of masculinity that is to then be used as some sort of thing to be marketed against to other men with this whole buggery thing. I say this: disclaim responsibility from all of it. Disclaim responsibility from being hyper masculine. Disclaim responsibility from being straight or gay or whatever. Be whatever you're gonna be, period. And don't let anybody else hold you or make you responsible for how anybody else look, especially people who are not black and are not male. Disclaim responsibility from all of that. And if some rappers are gay in their private life or whatever, let them do that. I don't care. I don't care if P. Diddy likes to have some guy jizz spread on his chest. I don't need to necessarily know about it, but I definitely don't care about it.
Why did that have to be the example?
I was just thinking the same. I was
well, I mean, I only mentioned it because it became part of some fallacious public record. It's been made a part of a public document. That's why
not glue in the taco meat, not glue in the taco meat. Jesus Christ!
God damn, y'all fucking me up right now, bro.
Why the taco meat gotta get some lathering? Not shampoo in the taco meat. Jesus Christ! Z, y'all know this?
I don't care, and I don't think it's wise of black men to continue to want to be marketed as this super macho caricature figure. I don't care. I don't care if a guy is straight or gay or whatever he's doing in between. I don't care, and I'm not. And to be honest with you, I'm not really going to necessarily think any lesser of him. My issue with the sexuality thing is much less the actual sexuality and much more of the politicking that they've done with it. It's the politicking that they've done with the sexuality issue that bothers me much more so than what they're doing.
It's not about you specifically. It's about what do you mean in the minds of other people, though, right? Like when you go to Japan, right?
That's the politicking. That's the politicking. That's my problem. That's the argument I'm making.
Like if I can destroy your, I gotta destroy your image in the minds of other people, right? So if I can do that, then yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's worth it on both ends because if I make you into the bitch that I want you to be in, fine, right? If it don't work and I destroy your reputation, fine. On both ends, I'm still good because I ain't gotta worry about Becky creeping over there to you in the middle of the night or making with a late night trip over from Chicago to another state to come see you. So either or, I'm with it on both ways. That's why I look at it, you know.
Yeah. Let me read this from Kanguru. Kanguru says, and thank you for the super chat. Niggas be forgetting that Becky was worse than Chad for black men. I get y'all, but Becky trained Keisha. Good point. That is something that is definitely underappreciated. I don't think we have a problem in this space, particularly on this side of the black manosphere. But there is an over romanticization. I would argue, but it's not black. I don't know how many black men are like drooling over white women in particular, right? In and out of the black manosphere. I don't like, are there black men with white women? Clearly, but I don't know if there's black men drooling over white women. But you're right about the fact that we let's not forget, like white women have definitely had their hands all up in the cookie jar, disrupting black internal politics for the gain of primarily white women, right? So let's be very clear that the back and forth coming out of Jim Crow during the end of slavery about who's next up. Is it black men or white women? Let's be very clear about the vote. Let's be very clear about white women essentially saying, you're going to give the vote to these, I got to say it, these niggers over us, right? Like let's be very clear. So yes, the black women and the Susan B. Anthony's and the Gloria Steinems and how white women have played this game, and how they turned around and ran out, black women in there. Anyway, how they turned around and ran off with the bag and still married white men, right? And so what that leaves the black community as, particularly as black women, are now realizing more and more that there is no win, right? I think that's what Kamala was supposed to represent. If white women would have voted for her in enough number, is that there's some type of real, allyship between white women and black women. And I think what they woke up to in a very ugly fashion again, right? I just want to make sure that we appreciate that this is not the first time or the second or the third, but what they woke up to again in a very public manner, that's very important. In a very public manner was that, yes, they voted for Donald Trump in front of your face. Yes, that's the guy that said grab him by the pussy. Yes, they were never going to vote for Kamala. And in the context of this conversation, Kamala represents a black woman. Yeah, so Becky did train Keisha, and Keisha should understand how this goes, but clearly she doesn't. And so now she's out here by herself. She has isolated herself away from black men. She has been stabbed in the back for the 1,000th time by white women, and now it's not pro-black community. It's not pro-black. It's pro-black women. I don't know how the hell they think this is supposed to work.
And spare me all that bullshit. Ain't no one betray them. Ain't no one tell them. You knew who they were. You just chose not to believe. I don't want to hear none of that.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right about all that. You're right about all of that. You know what it is? Donald Sterling and the Clippers. The Clippers players knew who Donald Sterling was.
Exactly.
They didn't feel they knew who he was. There were reports of him walking into the locker room, just drooling over them type thing, borderline, homoerotic crap. But when it became public, that's when they had a decision to make. Because now your family knows, your wife who you weren't telling now knows, your mom now knows, your dad now knows, and so now it's what are you going to do about it? What is the team going to do about it? So it's the same type of concept with black women. Like we all knew, but this was a very because there was 2016, right? We and white women do what white women do, but the internet in 2016 and then the internet in 2024, that's even worse. So when it's another very public display after you had the Democrats of trying to appeal to white women to stab their husbands in the back and all this other stuff, after you get a very public display of fuck no, that's different. So yes, you're right about them knowing who white women are, and you essentially you there's no sympathy for you because it's not like you got played or tricked, and we're not even in the 1970s anymore. Where you can say we didn't know, we signed up for welfare. No, we're not in the 90s anymore or nothing. No, it was very clear. So now you out there, and then now you're losing jobs left and right, hundreds of thousands of jobs over the past 5-6 months. Hey,
dog. What you want me to tell you? Man?
Like Guru said, yeah, white women trained you on this bullshit, but when do you wake up to the bullshit? You already woke up to the bullshit. Now you just throwing a temper tantrum because you don't think you were supposed to be liberated from black men and do and be able to afford your own life and do your own thing while being jealous of white women and trying to imitate them while them low-key being jealous of your freedoms, but they're not trying to really imitate you like that. And that's the way it was supposed to go. And like all of that just got derailed. So now what?
No, ain't nothing for them to do except dig in their heels because they're not gonna do what you think they're gonna do. They ain't gonna do nothing but dig in their heels. And you know what? That's fine. But black men just got to be fine with leaving them there.
Hey, what happened when you dig in your heels and there's too much friction? Don't you break an ACL or something? Don't you break something? Don't something happen? Don't you break a leg or something? When you dig in your heels and there's too much friction, what happened?
Oh well, hey
man.
Hey, you know what happened to cars when there's too much grip? You know what happened to cars when there's too much grip? Yeah, no. That transmission is gone. That drive shaft is gone. So something's gonna break. And there you go. There you go. They can dig in their heels all they want. Don't worry about it. Get ready for this cast. You're gonna need it.
Hey, I'm fine with it. I say let them dig it. Let them sit in it.
I mean, they ain't got no option right now. How I look at it, man, they had they had like 4 bridges. It was like, I got white man, all right, that bridge is burned. All right, white woman, all right, now that bridge is burned. All right, what is it? International men, that bridge is burned. Black men, that bridge is burned. Now you just on the island sitting there like, well.
Ooh, Zulu, that was a good analogy. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Yep.
That was a good one.
Oh well,
white men. When were white men marrying them in significant numbers?
And never. But this was the dream, right? This was the ideal.
That was the dream.
I get what Zulu trying to say.
Like, the dream was necessary, right? And their mind was, all right, either these white men gonna take me, these international men gonna take me necessarily, or, these white women gonna help me, or these Negroes.
I can always fall back to the niggas, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They burnt one bridge, right? It didn't work, right? You see what I'm saying, right? They try to get reparation for white men, that ain't happen, right? They try to white women say F you, right? International men say, bitch, you too fat, and black men say, I'm off the plantation.
You know what's the craziest thing you say? Like the only logical covered this maybe last week, maybe the week before. I think I covered it on my channel a day or two ago, maybe even yesterday. But yeah, there is a reach back for some of the younger black women. And they're saying, when you reach back to the black men, or when you're done with your white boy season, or when you don't, and you need to come back home and all this stuff. And just I said it, that was yesterday, I think. And I said it was like, how insulting is it? No, was that yesterday? Or was that the day before? That was the day before. But I don't remember. Anyway, too much going on. Yeah. How insulting is it to say to black men in America that you are done being thrashed by one or more white guys, and now you're going to reach for the black men that you overlooked so you could go get thrashed by the white guys that you were supposed to end up with and then throw in black men's faces. Like, hey, look what I got. Imagine saying to black men after that fails, okay, well, I guess I can end up with you now. Bruh.
No, it's the perfect setup. But remember what I kept saying, right? Almost 100 years, bro, you got all carrot, no stick.
Yeah.
So when you believe for a whole, like it's hubris, right? Like I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say earlier, but like when you are high on hubris that you really believe your own hype that I can't be defeated, then when you actually get defeated, it's like, oh shit, water is wet.
Hey, bro, I call it. They've been smelling their own farts, bro. You smell your own farts so long, you think it's perfume, you think it's cologne, you think everybody like that smell of that flatulence. You think, yeah, no, it don't smell good, no, bro. You smell like you just came out the toilet, right? Like, yeah. So they've been smelling their own farts too long. They're high on their own supply. There's one thing to lie to other people. There's another thing to lie to yourself and then believe the lie. And before we even start speaking about black men and black children in the black community, but what that does to yourself. And there's kind of this very weird space, and it's very interesting. I would love to like see where the historians and the researchers take this, or what they'll say about this era in time in the black community, or if there's a black community, probably not. And black women, black men relations, what the historians are going to say about this time in the next century or so, right? There's this very interesting window in like this internet conversation. Somebody's background. You are not coming in. Yeah, line. But yeah, this very interesting back and forth, particularly on social media. And there's going to be articles about it. Probably there's going to be articles and think pieces and all of that. And I would love to. Well, I'm not going to be here, but in the next century or so, I would love to know, when you dig through the old spaces on the internet, 20 years of Facebook and of this and that and YouTube, and what do you have to say about the discourse? And when you go to old ass comments from 2015 and 2020 and 2025, and you're digging through old parts of Twitter, well, it's X now, but like, I don't know what they're gonna call it in the next century. And you're digging through that, and you're digging through old comments of old videos from 2012 and 2015 and 2020 and 2025. I wonder what those folks are gonna say. Go ahead.
What they're gonna say is that was AI.
You know what?
You think I'm lying when I'm telling you that?
No, I do not think you're lying. I do not think you're lying. I do not think you're lying.
Oh, that shit is not real. That did not happen, bro. It was AI, bro.
You know what?
Bots, yeah. AI. And they're gonna be like, and I'm telling, they're gonna try to pass it off as that's what happened, bro.
You know what? I do not think you're lying. I do not think. I think I can see that happening in the next century, where there's some mixed blackish Latina woman, whatever the hell, and she's going through the history and she sees some comment from her great grandma that she found out was her great grandma, and she finds some Cynthia G right, but say that the great Cynthia G's great granddaughter is gonna see some old video of her talking about deleting unborn black male babies, and she's gonna be like, well, no, that wasn't that couldn't be my great granny, my great granny. That couldn't be her. No, that was like Zulu said. That's AI, exactly. Yeah.
You remember Chappelle?
The great saving of faith.
They had him on trial.
Digital piece.
Okay. Go ahead,
Exactly. They had him on R. Kelly. He was like, oh, no, I didn't even piss on you. That piss was digital.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's what Vince was saying. Yep. That's crazy. No.
That's why I'm keeping my archive. Let's see, but I already started doing this now. I got like a database that I bought. Like, was it a $400 what is it data system? I just take everything and I record it. I just said, bro, that like when they say this shit didn't happen, bro, I'm gonna have my kid right here. I'm gonna say, son, this is what was going on at this point in time. This is the information that you need to know. I'm gonna have all the Carl Jung books, everything you need to know about the world, bro. I'm gonna give it to you in this one archive. Your job is to advance knowledge and do not let nobody tell you otherwise. And that is my job for my son in the future, bro.
AZ.
Yep.
You know what I'm about to ask you, right?
Did I get that hard drive yet?
Yeah.
I know. Look, I'm working on it. No, I'm not. I know I need it. Go ahead.
Man, I'm gonna remind you every time. You got the good tastics, man, because you're on great. And
I'm trying. Peso man said, I don't know what you talking about, Z. F, what you talking about, Z? Great conversation, but if it ain't snowing, I ain't going. Wait, what he said? No, excuse me. Great conversation, but if it ain't snowing, I ain't going. Snow bunnies forever. Keisha's never. Nah, bro. Not for me, but I understand. Not for me, but I get it.
Yeah,
Right.
I can't follow you off that
More
cliff
for
though. But
me.
if it ain't Latinas forever, bro, I'm sorry.
I
I
don't
can
know.
I can
Hey,
dance
I
with my
can't
little
knock it. You
empanadas,
know,
bro.
Look,
but
my
nah, I
palette
think
for black
look,
women is wide range. It goes from women that look like Jodie Turner-Smith to women that look like Carrie Hilson to women that look like Kelly Rowland to women that look like a younger Kerry Washington to yeah. So my palette is pretty goddamn wide. To and there's some other
bro.
super thick, borderline fat, super thick women that I wouldn't mind thrashing. Anyway, but yeah. So like yeah, but it's all black. Zoe Saldana at one point could have got it, and then I
That's the
heard her speaking about
sexuality.
race stuff, and I was like, eh. Wait, say that again. Say that again. Vince. Vince, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
I said that's the Southern hospitality.
Right.
That's Southern hospitality.
That's why my palate is hysterical. I mean, like that. Yeah. No. It's. Yeah. No. It.
Keep it
Yeah. Go ahead.
in mind. The DMV still the South. So,
True.
the DMV still the
True.
South. So
True. There's a sister that does triple X videos with a short haircut, and I saw her and I was like, I'll go. Yeah, but she doesn't type white dude, so yeah. But anyway, TMIZ, I know. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, bro, I'm how I look at this, it is sacrifice mode. So y'all don't really understand when I tell you, in my mind, I've already made the sacrifices already. Like I when I tell you, boy, what it say, like, what are you willing to sacrifice? And I meant everything, but when I said everything, boy, I meant on Thanos level. I really meant everything. So, well, hey, bro, don't make me.
I never heard this one before, but this is funny. And Afro Merchant says, if it ain't Latin, it ain't happened. That's hysterical. It makes sense. I don't know why I never heard that before, because it's so simple. And Hitflix says, justice require it to be Cynthia G, great grandson, and he will be cheering because great grandma was a miserable failure. Which is funny because, like, I remember watching Dr. Henry Louis Gates tell Anderson Cooper how his, I think, great grandfather passed, and he was killed by his slave, right? He was deleted by his slave. And I remember Anderson Cooper being like, giving a shrug and being like, oh, like, okay, seems justified, right? Like, and so it's funny that Hitflix said what he said, because I can imagine, exactly what you said, which is Cynthia G having a great grandson and him finding her archive or her stuff on the internet and being like, oh, that was my grandma? Great granny? Yeah, I kind of see what those black manuscript guys back in 2021 and 2022 and 2023, I could see where they're coming from, because if that's what great granny was doing, yeah, she wouldn't want me to be here. Exactly.
Great granny was.
Say that again?
The great granny was evil as shit.
Yeah, for real, bro. For real. Like that, and that's something else to be mindful of too. Funny enough, true indeed, is that if the internet is forever and your comments and whatever you put don't get deleted, like most of your children and maybe not your children might know, but your grandchildren and definitely your great grands, many of them may not know, oh, this person that this screen name is great grandfather, right?
Yep.
But some of them might. And imagine, and I've been thinking about this also. If Mr. Z's channel never get tampered with or whatever, what will my great grands, what would they think about my views? And in what type of world would they live in? Or what type of world will they be living in? Hearing great granddad Z and his views, and how many of them are the girls gonna be like, great granddad sound misogynistic, or will it be like, no, we get it, and I'm glad he went down the lane he went. That's why we over here ducked off in this part of the city, and we doing our thing. We married to our husbands and and right. So yeah.
I look at it like this. That's why you got to keep the context of if everything else, right? When I tell folks I'm keeping this, I got terabytes,
and I literally mean terabytes of information that I just got to keep stacked, bro. So when the day comes, like when you see me out there, I'm in either in was it South America, Brazil, Colombia, you was it Tanzania or something. They be like, why did you come here? And why did you set your family up this way? And why did you do that? I'm gonna say this was the starting point. This would happen on so an event. Like I'm gonna have the whole archive of like in video form and essay that you can just you can have the whole AI project gonna talk to you and tell you exactly what I was doing, exactly what happened. Hey, y'all think I'm blind? Hey, watch me, bro.
Zulu said I'm gonna have duffel bags of hard drives, bro.
hard. I'm waiting on it, bro.
No, for real. I mean, like that. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think they already have the profiles of us if we've been using social media, our patterns, and I think when it comes to sociology, especially in psychology for other countries, I mean they have so much collected data that they can see how putting something into the environment, just like me and Black Guru were talking about giving African women a cell phone. He brought up earlier, they used to go fish, now they're fishing for lights.
That was
and then
Amazon.
yes, in Africa too. And me and Black Guru were talking about it one time, and it was like, yeah, you gave chicks cell phones and IG and OnlyFans, and now they're getting beat up by their husbands. And what is that? Oh, it's just walkie-talkie. You're getting beat up by your husbands. But the interesting thing is, like, we had that feature for some time, and you kind of still have it on Instagram and Facebook, because you can see just by tapping the right corner what women or guys that you are friends with like. And I click that and I see some of the shit that women that I've known since middle school, high school like. And some of them are positive women, and some of them are just like, damn, you're really on some divestiture shit. Like, you should just click women you know, friends of friends, and just as soon as you look at a video, scroll 3 times, and it's gonna show you what your friends like. And you click that motherfucker, and the type of shit you'll see. I'm just being real, So they kind of took away the feature, but they kind of replaced it with that. But I think when kids look, there's boys getting mad when they see their mother twerk right now. So you're thinking about a boy that can look back when his kids are talking about, hey, I want to hang out with grandma, and you're looking at all her IG videos, and it's like you really don't know your grandma.
All I'm gonna say is, man, that cell phones is tearing up was it Tanzania in a way that you don't know, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. If you know the internet, I ain't gonna tell you on Instagram and a few places, man, but Tanzania is not having a good time with these phones, but they trying to figure out should they ban them or not.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Hey man, about time dropping these links on y'all boys, man.
Man,
damn.
Z has seen my Instagram search bar when I hit the button. Nothing but big breasted shit, booty, African women, Caribbean women. Just titties all over the place. Just cars and titties and Dragon Ball Z and anime. And I hit that search bar.
I see you a man.
Not one single American woman on that motherfucker.
I see you a man of culture, my friend.
Yes, sir, I am.
Hey, it's nothing funnier than seeing the comments where when you go to super thick, like if you go to Takara is a comedian, super thick comedian sister.
Oh, fuck yeah, that's my wife right there, bro.
I'll say something like exactly what Zulu said. I see men of culture, I see we have gathered again in the comments, and I'll be dying.
I'll be right there.
And that should be having like 500 likes and shit.
Hey man, we be sitting there just vibing and watching together. I'm like, men of culture, bro. Men of culture. Why the fuck? Is there mosquitoes in this bitch or something?
Every single time. See, Spademan said, I knew I was among men of culture.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro. Hey, man. I know my people, bro. Hey, I know my people.
We clearly enjoy the finer things in life.
Right.
Oh, Lord. Hey, man. Hey, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, it's true. It's true. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Tanzania may be my home state from now on, man. I think that may be just. It's just really hard though, bro. Really, really hard, bro. Between living in Brazil and living in going to like Tanzania on a routine basis, bro. I'm just gonna say once you get used to them two areas and start to come back here, but it's like, girl, you don't make samosas on every day. You
Bro,
not
let me
doing
tell you,
that? Oh god damn, girl. You ain't got no empanadas ready for when I get home.
bro. Let me tell you. Stop being an incel. Life is hard. Get a helmet. You know, walk down to the store, help her with the vegetables for her to cook. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, wild world we live in, bro. Wild world. Now, all right, I'm
You
gonna
know,
go ahead
you
and
know, you know what? You just doing this because you can't get an American woman. That's your issue.
that shit
That's
be
your
hitting me
issue.
like that's like the funniest comment I think I've ever got. Well, I got two comments that I got that I thought was the most funniest thing. Was one girl told me, she said, what is it? Oh man, you seem like you not into black girls. And I was like, really? I was like, thank you. In the way she looked at me after I said that, I was like, yeah. And then one girl, she was like, oh, she like deal with them dirty foot women. I was like, that be begging. And I was like, and
Let,
these
let me
begging
see
bitches over
if
here.
let me see if y'all ever seen this. It's this Afro Latina, super thick. Oh my god, dumb thick Afro Latina, and she's fixing her jeans and shit in the video, and it looked like she was maybe at a restaurant or like I don't know where she was, a restaurant somewhere. It didn't look like she was at somebody's house or her house. It looked like she was somewhere out somewhere, maybe a restaurant or some speakeasy, whatever the hell. And she's fixing her jeans, and she starts walking away from the camera. And oh, bruh, when you went into the comments, niggas was drooling. Like you could damn near mop a goddamn floor with the drool coming from niggas' mouth in the comments. And once again, it was a bunch of men of culture. I see we men again, like the men of culture. It's nice to see we have found each other again. Yo, I was dying, but when I say her walk away and the ass to hips to waist ratio, Jesus Christ.
Hey, bro, that ain't got nothing.
Oh, bro.
Bro, you go to Tanzania, bro. That break the scale, bro. I don't know if anybody know if you like you've been to Uganda. Uganda is like I understand what everybody know. If you've been to Uganda, you see what I'm talking about, right? You go to Tanzania, you be like, it's a knockout, drag out fight, bro. Them girls out there in Tanzania make them Ugandan girls look normal.
Oh, by the way, I started following dark skinned homegirl that she had posted one time, and Black Woman had called her a unicorn. Was darker skinned sister. I think she speaks Japanese. Where was she? Was she
She speaks Chinese. She speaks Chinese.
Chinese? Yeah, her. Yes. Bro, I started following her on IG, bro.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, but when you get used to seeing that's your average, that's your average walking around thing, you be like, nigga, you ain't got no size.
Bro, her proportions, are fucking crazy, nigga. I'm like, God dang, bro. Something about.
See, the people they don't know. Like, I'm see if I can drop the video, so I drop it, see if I can like bring it up so they can actually see what we talking about. Because if you don't actually see, you don't know. But once you actually
don't laugh.
It's like
it's something about small top, heavy bottom shaped women. Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah. You about to make me pull this shit up again, bro.
Hey, you said you had a TikTok?
Stupid.
You said you had a TikTok?
No, I got a.
No, not yet. Not me. Zulu does.
I'm gonna drop it for y'all. Hold on, give me a second.
I'll follow.
But yeah, look, I'm gonna wait until Zulu drops the link and then I'm gonna end out in a minute, you guys. We're gonna end out. Z got things to do.
My lunch break almost over.
I was catching up on that video on earlier because you finally got a hold of that conversation when FD was on Bernard Riley's show.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a classic. The L he won't never admit, but he still want to act like he YouTube Ja Rule out here.
No, he took a couple of L's. I need to go back and clip out conservative flaming him and telling him, bro, we ain't going. But I think what Ed did was very important to not only have FD admit that the black community is a gynocracy, matriarchy if you want to be kind, but that he thinks it could work if it wasn't essentially for the tampering of white society, and if it wasn't for, I guess, misogynistic views from certain black men. And, I'm real quick. And it's very important that Ed said to him what he did, which is, yo, we ain't going. They're gonna have to eat that shit all the way, or we run it. We not going. Go ahead. You know.
The framework doesn't work, and I've had this conversation in Destinies and Advent Preach Discord. The women, they like I said, when they come up with frameworks, they only think of their side of it, and it's like the Barbie movie where they go to the beach and grab the guy, and she starts dating him, and she's happy. They don't think about the other side of it. They don't think about the actual structure of it. So if white supremacy gets out of the way, how do you incentivize me with the skills that I have to stay when I can go down in the street to this society and make money? Like, how are you going to continue to hold these guys? Are you going to continue to undereducate them? And they were like, no, we want to educate them. I said, okay, but if you educate them, that means they're going to be attached to open society, and they're going to compare, as your middle class blacks do. They compare and they go the other direction. So good luck keeping a community. And it's like, who's going to do these jobs? Who's going to do this job? Y'all not thinking about none of that. Y'all just want it where y'all can weaponize a few other black boys to pick the people out that y'all don't like.
All I'm gonna say, I didn't drop it real quick for everybody to, I dropped it in both the back chat. I didn't drop it in the regular chat. So if y'all ever want to see what's out there in the continent, bro, man, boy, hey, bro. I think I showed her the Black Uru. Black Uru was like, I ain't never seen nothing like that before. Oh Lord! All right, I'm gonna stop.
Nah, bro, no. Them proportions are stupid. Hey, bro. That shape right there.
Another reason why I can't leave black women alone. I'd rather have a big back and a big butt than no butt. All back.
Hey, bro.
No lie. I'll take, if I had to, I'll take big back with big butt than no butt. I can't do it, bro. You know what? No. I take that back. I can't do it on a not black woman. A black woman without ass, depending the slim chocolates, I'll take a slim chocolate all day, every day.
Time out.
I'm not doing that to no white woman. Go ahead.
Time out. I'm looking at this video. Time out. I thought we was colorist though.
I mean,
say that. Exactly.
I thought we was colorist though.
Exactly. You know that exactly what Lion just said. Exactly. How we colorists and we all over here sloughing up drool from the floor from this very clearly dark skinned black woman.
This very clearly about as dark as my controller. I thought we was
you see what I'm saying?
Wait, y'all talking about this baby queen girl?
Oh, yeah, bro.
She's triple cheeked up.
Bro.
He's triple cheeked.
Hey, bro. I'm not
That's funny, bitch. I'm using that.
Bro, boy, she was like, I'm doing what is this? I'm doing a Chinese tour in China. I was like, you know what, bro? I think it's maybe time for me to go ahead and start learning Chinese, bro, and make that trip down to China. Hey, I contemplated the idea, bro. I was like, that's about $5,000, bro. To make that trip and have me a good time, that's about $5,000. I was like, I think I can wing it, bro. I can wing it. I can add that to the list, man.
Oh man, but let's be real, fellas. Africa is the big booty epicenter of the world. Of course, the largest genetic diversity is on the continent. That's still to this day. So of course, bro.
All I got to say is my favorite two countries you gonna bury me in, it's gonna have to be South. It's gonna be Brazil and somewhere on East Africa, bro. I don't care which one of them, but it's gonna be one of them, bro. That's all I'm my claims that I'm gonna make, but it's gonna be one of the two, bro. Because Lord knows I can't stay out of them places, bro. So, but I'm gonna go ahead and mosey on. I got to reach this what is this Patreon stream that BGS did, so I got to read that real quick.
I mean,
Yeah,
watch
but
that.
we about to end out anyway. We're about to end out, y'all, because he got things to do. Reckless. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. So we
Say
gonna
something real quick.
right. Go ahead.
Whoever muted my chat, you ain't shit.
Wait, you muted on the chat?
Yeah, I was muted on the chat. After I said boys being boys, I got one of the mods got me.
I thought you were mod too. Okay, I'll yeah. Hopefully you'll be okay next stream. You'll be okay next stream. That shouldn't be permanent. But on that note, everyone, we will pause right here. Unless Black Room want to give us a benediction. Nudge, nudge, no.
I don't really have
There we
much
go.
to say. I just, but you said something about, you guys were talking about where you give women, and somebody said the snow bunny thing. If it ain't snowing, I ain't going, or whatever. I'm generally agnostic towards white women in general, especially white American women. I mean, I guess if I were going to pick some white women, they wouldn't be American born and bred. It's just too much corruption, too much racism there. But as you guys were just saying, I mean, Africa is replete with the most genetically diverse and vigorous females, human beings on the planet by far. And I think we're missing a wonderful opportunity to, to be crass about it, but to replenish ourselves by way of the bounty, the genetic bounty of Africa. And I hope as we become more enlightened and our perspectives broaden and our choices and opportunities are enhanced, and we consider making families, I actually think the best place to go is back to the origins of humanity, and that is to Africa. And I guess I'll end my benediction with that.
I'm not going to add anything to that. I'm just going to say, on that note, y'all, we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And we'll check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. And Black Room, Black, always fire. And see, that's what I call that. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.